Nearly 11 people were captured by Yu Huang Dodi. The strongest among the 12 sound sails is not a dragon at all, but the most beautiful demon country where life is stupid. Guidance in a world that relies on sound effects to summon half-voiced dancing souls. People who belong to the Chinese Zodiac can not only awaken the pig's ability to calculate, but it can have the power of survival that is invincible against events. As for some rat dog people, they can awaken the laughing heaven fist and ride on the two wolf gods to conquer the world. Summer Machine can awaken the fire phoenix king or his immortal god. The main touch can awaken Xiaozhong. At the very least, he has 18 gangs under his control, and I belong to my previous life. Although I awaken Banner's ability to heal all things, etc. But because Sai is not aggressive at all, I can't protect my love. In the end, he was entangled by a low-level three-eyed creature and poisoned to death by removing his bones. Now I have returned to the 2.5 hours when the Red Wasteland came. I immediately ran to the grocery store selling Xiaohuang Shu. I bought a book that records the painting plans of the ferocious beasts that hurt the sea. Then I ran home with my heart filled with excitement and used mine to write on each page of the portrait, including my claims and sexual objects. Because in the past, after the Red Wasteland came and the Ming dynasty came, people accidentally discovered a secret while awakening their enlightened souls and contending with waist thinness. That is to be able to make a blood contract with the divine beast to summon the second child. However, this method can only give birth to a baby before the Red Wasteland drops to 0. Everyone picked it up in 2 parts. If they knew this secret message in advance, even the ordinary guards in the earth not mythology are enough to mix their own meaning and detailed enemy in the consciousness. So the first thing I did after being reborn, I am just grateful that I have been busy with various mountain and sea spirits and received their approval in July. After doing all this, I dare to call for 2 more methods. Then I immediately turned on the computer and bought all kinds of Satetsu dolls with my money. Originally, I was quietly waiting for the era of my heart to come. But thinking that I could summon all kinds of terrifying murderers to laugh for me, I couldn't suppress the joy and resentment in my heart. Soon, it was less than 3 seconds before the red team arrived. As time and pressure began to overlap, the red color of the great demon star appears in the sky. The red side takes effect and awakens the generals of the new era. At this moment, Longu, and even people all over the world are unconsciously turning bitter. After they listened to the students above the sky, even their souls began to fight, just because those were the sounds of Wu Shulong Camp and unknown animals. At the same time, an important message emerged in the minds of people all over the world, evidence of the unexpected situation of starting to eat small children. Surprisingly, people did not notice it. Instead, Shui was excited because in the new era, post-nursing studies and careers will no longer exist. Although Hong Lin appeared as an important figure, he also changed the actor Lin Chi. From now on, everyone can practice by relying on the awakened sound effect dance soul. At this time, I wholeheartedly felt the power of the eternal sinking in my body. Compared with the previous life, this was 1,000 times stronger than that of my brothers and sisters. At this moment, the conversation between the 5 aliens caused me to live. My life and death are old. He comes to my half-life. The 5 souls are 90% of the mythical beasts and the 100 souls. That's right. Then my rat dog, my 5 souls for half my life, are the filial piety group in the world of Wei-Asian. On my mobile phone, I hope my dancing spirit can be the last one in the drama. I think Zhao Hua's mother's brother is no better than him. How can Jihe Jukun be related? But there are still some people among them who have a greater influence on your daughter. How can everyone be the best among men? If you randomly drag anyone in, they will be awakened and suffer from diseases. Wouldn't it be bad for Darjin? As the red waste age is completely reduced, everyone around the world has completed their effective awakening. At the same time, the light of the secondary eye also emitted from my body, and I saw the virtual appearance of a fierce creature. Along with the quarrels between real people, they turned into gods one after another. This was my experience. They are Qiongqi, Dao Tai, and Shi Lin. Find the golden dragon. Go out. Wedding voyage. It's your first night. The heart is fat. These are the murderers who got Renku when I wrote 7 Bloods. From now on, my Half-Life 5 souls are not only a non-attack healing class, but also have these mountain and sea spirit murderers. At this time, I noticed subtle changes in my body. The power of my body was at least 1,000 times stronger than in my previous life. The murderers in the divine time could be summoned at any time to fight for me, and they could also amplify my body. Each murderer had its own unique skills and the ability to destroy heaven and earth. At this moment, I began to yearn for my own way to become stronger, because in this world where everyone only has one Half-Life 5 soul, I had 9 more in the past few times. And I still have this powerful 5 soul. As long as I wait until all the power is awakened, I can't get up. You can hum it just by going. At this moment, my cell phone suddenly remembered that it was my best friend Zhao Neng. Listening to his voice, I knew that he was very excited. Because he is a snake, he has awakened an art that cannot be underestimated. Then he asked me what kind of dance I had awakened. I decided to temporarily hide most of the 9 chest hands. Do you want to hear that I only awakened one ordinary class? I immediately comforted you. Don't worry too much for 10 days. As long as I can take you flying. If someone dares to bully you, I will use my tongue to beat him until his soul dissipates. And when I listened to these familiar words, I couldn't help but think of the omens that the omens in my previous life had given me, especially in the early stages of awakening. Without them, I would have been in a city where my waist was tortured. 2 years after the advent of the Red Wasteland, Ku Xiaoning was killed by 4 strong men from the late stage of the Divine Fire Mirror because he was competing with others for a single blow. Now that you are reborn, let me change your position and protect you for 10 days. I guess where are you now? If you are being hunted, come to my house and find me. When Yang Jiao thought it was because I was scared as a freshman and wanted him to come over to protect me, but in fact it was me who was protecting him. Because in a few days, most people will be far away from the city, looking for a place with a strong atmosphere to practice hard. Although the common enemies of mankind are the medicine men who appear in the Red Wilderness, but the most terrifying thing among the enemies is human beings themselves. In order to fight for the opportunity and good fortune of the earth, they are even willing to kill each other with their lives. So a lot of things happened very quickly around the world and they decided to join the group to get more and better resources. In my previous life, in the early stage of my awakening, because there was no fighting, no force could take me in. If it weren't for the plane my friend was watching, I wouldn't have been able to join the 9th rank team. The power certificate was changed and I became a logistics officer. Then I definitely wouldn't have been able to fight in the new era when I was 2 years old. At this moment, the corners of my mouth are itching slightly because the wooden bowl is in school, but it is a big joke that everyone is chasing after. At the same time, he summoned Wu Wen my Juicy behind him. Because he is very powerful, he does not dislike my effective awakening and adapts to the ordinary class. For this reason, I also received a guarantee and was protected by the forces. Now that I have started over again, I will go back to the wrong path and show kindness and revenge. While becoming a strong person again, I must also protect everything that has helped me in the past. Then I decided to run over and find my friend Lu Liu because his behavior before was simply unreasonable. His yang attribute awakened the beauty of joy. However, after learning that my strength was too extreme, he relied on his own attributes to succeed and paid attention to the love of the famous strong man. We broke up 10 days ago. You are just a fee. You just woke up a garbage class. Don't you think it's ridiculous? I'm afraid of being laughed at by others. Take a look at Li Lei, the rat dragon. The Half-Life 5 souls that he awakened are like a ball. Your strength is not even qualified to step on his feet. Soon I came to my girlfriend's rental house. After I saw Liu Rong's face again, the sad memory buried in my heart resurfaced. But in order to repay Li Lei's sarcasm to me and Yulu's mistake, I still force myself to take another step. Let us break up. I have awakened 5 souls for half my life and only have a spot. After all, I am in his eyes, but the existence of Tengu must be mentioned. It should be him kicking his legs. My dear, what kind of blow did you take? Banma and other things are not important in my eyes. Tell me quickly. Baby, what's wrong with you? When I saw his feet, I pointed out the disgusting wisdom. You're wrong, I said it all for this reason. You are so special, please don't discuss me. Do you think you are having an affair with that guy? I don't know, the next colleague of Shun Liu Rong asked fiercely. He didn't understand that he was so determined that he would still let me find out. But these are not important anymore because I am just a long-term counteractor of his studying. Now that you know everything, do you think you are worthy of me? Before he could finish his words, I slammed the whole thing against the wall. In the blink of an eye, the wall turned into nothing. I forgot to tell you. In addition to breaking up with you today, you also want to take me there. Look for Elan, otherwise this place will become your dirty place. Although my behavior gave Liu Rong a new position, he only thought that I was smart and it just happened to make his new boyfriend teach you a lesson. After all, he is a prisoner of powerful reporting. Then Liu Rong called a phone number. Then he took me to a large building. At the same time, Li Lei also waited for a long time. At this moment, he had full marks written on his face. Immediately afterwards, his hand was placed on my shoulder. If I want to be myself, I heard that you were trying to find me and failed. I heard that you also smashed the residence of my homeless baby. Do you know who I am? My effective awakening is a prison dragon. How dare you make trouble with your useless banana? Now I'm going to give you a chance. As long as you give me 100 small heads and then clean my leather shoes, I will probably consider letting you go without pursuing anything further. The voiceover has just ended. Li Lei suddenly felt an irresistible force and flew his plane 10 meters away. At this moment, Li Leilang was lying on the ground and wanted to stand up, but his body was as weak as Sanjia's. This is impossible. You are just a loser. How could you punch so hard? After all, Li Lei knew that he had awakened a ball dragon, and his body had naturally gained the power of a ball dragon. It was impossible for ordinary attacks to hit him. But he was so vulnerable to a Banma. These are my eyes that exude killing just to make Li Lei feel that the person standing in front of her is not a human being, but a fierce head. Then I replaced all 4 of Li Lei's guns in front of Liu Rong. Let all the humiliation you suffered in your previous life be hidden multiple times. After Li Lei's marriage passed away, Liu Long's face became very miserable. Dear, can you forgive me? It's not my fault to break up today. It was Li Lei who forced me to do it. I just stayed for 1 game. You had no chance. You were simply not worthy. I changed my mind and left this place of master concubine without looking back. After the effect is awakened, people will soon tear out the powerful effect of the device. Seeing these awakened and powerful dancers, some people are envious, especially those dragons, tigers, rats, and dragons who can summon top-notch powerful subjects at will. However, some people still feel that the atmosphere is unfair. Why should the idiot Haseki be allowed to take over? This is not fair at all. I also saw this tide bomb. People who had these effective dance souls in their previous lives have indeed become strong men. Soon, they will surely release their own dynamic light in battle. At the same time, in the Dragon Kingdom, there was a young man who stabbed the invincible Zitsai Shuangru and opened the seemingly magical avenue of flashing Hua Wuming. The awakened effective martial spirit was the ancient divine beast Black Dragon. Although his own martial spirit did not appear to be in effect at the moment, it doesn't mean that I won't be able to carve out my own space in this red wasteland in the future. There is also a young man who is scheming an evil girl. He is naked on the battlefield and seems to be one with heaven and earth. My thoughts are that the effective martial soul of the snake awakening is the most effective spice of the snake treasure. I will never live up to God's kindness to me. From now on, I must work together with Song to support the world. At the same time, those who had awakened the powerful 5 souls also spoke out without emotion, and I am the only one. Now I am an absolute bully. I don't know what kind of expression they will record when everyone knows that the ego is in effect, and some beings who also have twin dancing souls have also been expelled, but they have been able to wait until they are small enough to perform a blood contract to awaken the second dancing soul. After all, who in the normal world would be bored enough to write horoscopes on pictures of chests and hands? And name. At this moment, my best friend Zhao Ning found me and never forgot to declare to me that he would use my effective martial spirit to surpass me. However, although Da Ming Ding Ding's consciousness is not the most powerful one, it is already regarded as one among most people. After Ren's Honglong is released, it will definitely be no problem for me, Zhao Neng, to take care of you. Okay, I will leave my life to you from now on, but I have to say it first. In fact, my 5 souls are not included. There is no problem in fighting side by side with you. As soon as the sound faded, Zhao Neng used his strength to summon a moment of reality. Standing in front of me was a ferocious snake with a large tongue, and a pair of wings growing out of its back. As for the fragments of his back that were heavy and shimmering with cold light, it was even more shocking. When people look at it, they feel it shine several times brighter. Do you see, this is the reality of my half-life and 5 souls. You should quickly call out your classmate and let me take a look. I'm a little helpless about Zhenfan, because everything is fine if I can confirm it. The only bad thing is that I love to wake up. But to be honest, Ishigo is indeed very crazy, but I still refuse to show my effectiveness. After all, if I summon it now, the entire Dragon Kingdom and even the whole world will be in shock. Just stop selecting. We should find a place to practice now, because after the spiritual seduction on one side, spiritual feelings appeared everywhere. But it is easier to get zero air only in places where there are few people smoking. Some special caves will become important designations for cultivators to enhance themselves in the future. After all, as long as the guarantee is taken up, the speed of cultivation will be greatly increased, and even the dream of a demonstration worker can be achieved. Therefore, it seems that the strong and weak Wuwen who are not awakened must find ways to quickly upgrade and break through, otherwise their realm will definitely be dragged down many levels. When Yang Meng then asked me if I had found Baodi, I was eager for a definite answer. According to the memory of my previous life, I only wanted a treasure place. At first, it was regarded as a deserted place by the world. Then, someone accidentally came to avoid the enemy. At first, for some reason, the spiritual weapons here suddenly became very powerful. As a result, the wife who was hiding here only practiced 2 boards and was forced directly to become the wall of Zhenlingjing. And this guide ground was not discovered until a long time later. After introducing people, they began to compete for power. In the end, they fell into the hands of Chen Jiao, who was in a state of dance sleepiness. So I still decided that my way to become stronger would start with the protection of that location. After 10 minutes of waiting, Zhao Neng and I arrived at the location I described. But at this moment, the energy of illumination suddenly arises. This is what you call Buyudongshan. This is clearly a vegetable garden. I once told him not to get caught. This is really a paradise. As long as we practice here, it will definitely speed up our cultivation. When Yang Jiaoneng started tearing the locks up and tearing them apart, but soon he realized that the vegetables here could grow so loudly without being cared for all year round. And there were more bugs here than he had seen before. Many shapes. Suddenly, the cry of the life-sworn man came out, and Lan Yanang, a waist-hand man with a hanazi on one end, launched an attack on Jiaoneng. Zhenfan, who had no actual combat experience, was kept in place. Although he had indeed awakened a powerful hand, he was still resting for the spiritual power of the community. He just reacted. Seeing this, I immediately rushed forward. I randomly punched Lan Yanglang and turned him into a tax chief. When Terunu saw this scene again, he was so shocked that he said, "What the hell? Is Banma really better than his own art?" This is what I say seriously. If you encounter waste thinness or enemies in the future, you must not discuss it, because even a delay in the battle may block the yellow group. In the future, while guarding against waste thinness, you must also pay attention to those new recruits. People. As for my 5 effective articles, it is indeed Banmaretu. I will hate you for saying the other things later. After Terunu and I have practiced for a week, our strength has reached the middle stage of Banshan. At the same time, many things happened in the city, and they also began to use various means to network talents as capital for the big world. So I also decided to start my own business. Of course, when looking for people, I have to rely on judo to take care of me. There is no threshold for joining. The prerequisite is that you must have a good character. The classical Chinese teacher's eyes lit up. If I couldn't get up, I could be the second in command of the vegetable garden. Randomly, it immediately exceeded the mobile phone and posted various chicken soups for the soul on the campus forum. However, the post I posted soon was downgraded in various ways. That 10 days was a blockbuster. Let me tell you a joke. Vanna Juxingzing actually said that he would be involved in the evaporation of power incident. Seeing such an illuminator's Yaoya Chi pool. On the other hand, it doesn't matter to me at all. I am just accompanying the pig to jail. And if you are willing to join in this situation, it is either because you really want to join a team or you have a unique vision. There is absolutely no problem. At this moment, my phone suddenly started to turn on, and I saw it was Senior Muwen calling me. Zhao's ability is amazing. I'm super. It's a big joke. I heard that he awakened the 5 souls and was stupid. Now Zhao has determined you. Could it be that he saw Tai Zi and wanted to join us? Just listening to the familiar gentle sound of the wooden bowl, I feel like my whole world is full of hope. I know everything you said during the campus discussion in the past 10 days. Now that you know everything, do you want to join us? Wen Yinmuan was a little confused, but quickly said to the bowl, "Why don't you and Zhao Neng come to the park to meet us now?" At this time, Zhao Neng and I came to the park near the tomb house. The ultra-short song with depth of field was directly completed, making his original temperament even more relaxed. It's not good to wait for demand. Muan said that she had seen my photos posted online and suggested that I join their family's government. After all, my soul sect is an organization that Hongfang has a strong tendency to vent his anger on. He forgot that he didn't expect me to come in and refuse directly. Instead, I invited him to join me in my self-inflicted harm. Sister Mushang, just leave me. I have really found a treasure trove. After listening to the behind-the-scenes story, the bowl failed to hold down the opponent who was heating up. Yu nodded in agreement and thought about it. But just then, Memon's parents suddenly appeared. The alliance was established and introduced to me and me. They are the friends I had accepted to join our government department before. Classical Chinese shepherd green sheep illuminates us even though we look a bit naughty. But the most important thing is that my daughter said that they are still capable. Then he asked the group, "Young people are here, you two have awakened 15 times each." After listening to Zhao Neng's self-introduction, Mu Qingdang went to buy a little bit first. A killer like he is only average in strength, but its meat and fruit ability is still good. Fatty, you can still barely join our Zheng Hongman. K2 waited until I just received the news that I am a scribe in Banma dance. Mu Jingyang's face suddenly changed. What kind of rubbish dance spirit is Banner? You just didn't accompany me until I think about it. When I heard that I was in the same place as Ji Lun, I wondered if the rebirth timeline would be distorted. The reason why I was able to join the government in my previous life must be because Yu Muan was behind my back to say good things for me. Now that Chang Guoyi is my second and fifth awakened 9 brothers, I must not let Mu Wan be in trouble again. So when facing Mu Qingdang, I don't dare to reach the position. So the dance soul he awakened is from the ghost by Huji. Uncle Mu, I think you misunderstood. The purpose of my coming this time is not to join your wedding witnesses, but to sincerely invite your daughter Mu Wan to come to our mountains and seas. Wen Yang's eyes were clear and he was not angry. He didn't mean anything to my behavior. But if you want to make the capital daughter order cause trouble, you must follow the rules of the world. So I challenged my soul sect spell at the same level and visited my door 3 days later. If I won, I would take the wooden bowl and join my mountains and seas. My soul sect will never be remembered again. Listening to the good words I put down, Mu Qingdang couldn't help but feel a little reward for me. It turns out that a mere 5 souls, just a batch of ordinary Hao Shengdong, had such courage to challenge this soul gate. Okay, I will accept your challenge letter and follow. He Yangqian laughed and turned away. At the same time, this news was quickly discussed with each other. Many people have become angry over my history-making behavior. But no matter how independent the verbal attacks are, I still resist them because I want to protect the Luwan Academy. He has done so much for me in the past. If he continues to stay in the government, in the end, they will still be lost to the forces in the rural country. And the most important thing is that I have already experienced many top-level security resources. I have kept them in my notebook and I can think of ways to produce more peerless knowledge. However, just as I was preparing to start my affair with the government, Li Leihe, who I had taught him a lesson before, had decided to come to me to settle his certificate. Li Mo looked at the maimed underground man and said, "Don't worry. He will definitely die in 10 days. Brother, I have already arranged good people in the government through my connections. A peddler who has awakened the demonic cow will definitely make Na Shiqian pay the due price." Soon, Bijou arrived 3 days later. At this time, the territory of the wedding ceremony gate was already full of people. At the same time, they also laughed at me, saying that I am a pure wet nurse with no skills. The self-destruction challenge is the most powerful certificate exchange door. However, I remained calm and weak and walked onto the inner platform of the wooden door to fight with me. He is a powerful king of sweat. Seeing directly behind him, Ran's eyes appeared, and he looked fiercely at the golden light. After seeing me coming up, he said without thanks, "Top 10 fierce lords, I'm really grateful to you for giving me such a great opportunity to strengthen the palace and youngling. No, just leave my words alone. You have no eyes at all. If you accidentally get trampled to death by my foot, don't blame me if you lose your eyes." It is said that the King Tiger quickly reported the true form of the 5 souls and launched an attack. I didn't bother to dodge the punch when Jian was hit, so I just hit Dongbei Lake behind him until the punch dissipated. Wang Hu showed an unknowing look in his eyes, and then he fell to the ground losing consciousness while gushing blood. At this moment, everyone present was shocked. Did Wang Hu talk about strength too many times yesterday? Why was he killed instantly with just 1 punch? The evil fox is like a horse. It is absolutely impossible to be effective. How can the fox not be effective? The horse is unmarried. I see Alton. The observation version must be moved. Therefore, at the same time, Mu Qingyang's originally arrogant face can also be revealed. Is my dance soul ban? He concluded that I didn't even know how to look at the government door. But just after Guan Mo played today's duel, he regretted not listening to his daughter's story. He begged for 2.5 days that day, but his determination was not shaken. Seeing that Wang Hu had lost such a big thing to our soul sect, Qingyang immediately ordered me to drag Wang Hu out and expel me from my soul sect and never join him again. Then he turned to look at the other young man who hit him. "The next game of Niugung is yours. I hope you won't disappoint me." But after seeing his father choose the lyricist, Kimaru immediately lost his composure. Because the martial spirit awakened by Niu Benju is a child witch. And the most terrifying thing is that in front of the ancient rivers and forests, Niu Ben had just won a Grand Slam. He was the Sonda champion this year. His ranking in the wedding ceremony was already top-notch. "Dad, do you really want to drive my friend into extinction?" At this time, Mu Qingyang just wanted to regain his position and face, and did not care about what his daughter said. In order to let Niu Ben get rid of 10 Tian in 3 moves, Mu Qingyang even injected Jin Yuwen with strength-enhancing drugs before playing. The bull who was hit hard in a straight line ran onto the stage of tears. Shen walked up to me in 1 step. At this moment, his realm had been upgraded to the spirit transformation realm. Even the child model Niu behind him showed a subtle change in the spirit transformation. People who eat melons were shocked for 2.5 years after seeing this scene. Niu Ben is a relatively famous person in S, so it is really unbelievable to see that he has arrived at the forbidden matter. The wedding ceremony is really hard to convince. You must know that the only people in Long Kingdom who can achieve the spirit of transformation are Long Fang. Sure enough, this is the true strength of the Zhenghan sect. Within 10 days he will be dead. On the other hand, I am also a little nervous at the moment, so I say that I have 9 chests and hands, but I think it will still be difficult to fight with the higher level of Han Shanjing. Moreover, with my limited level of strength, it is still difficult to summon the dance troupe required by one of the 9 brothers. But just as I was thinking about how to deal with it, Niu Benjin took the lead and used his strongest move to attack the demon Niu Hanqian. Immediately after him, the inner ringleader and the demonic bull shot at me like mountains of blood. He knocked me 10 meters away from the bowl. At the same time, my body was shot away with blood and smoke. What a mad cow! Seeing me being beaten and pushed, the audience couldn't help but cheer. It's no doubt that today's 10 days are really complete. Place your bets and I will do your makeup. Come and guess how many seconds will it take you to be killed by Niu Ben in 10 days. 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 2.5 seconds. Hearing that even Brother Hayes' little Heisey came to attack me, Terunu couldn't stand it anymore and was ready to go on stage and take me down. However, at this time, the demonic demon road hiding in the crowd has an evil influence. Just try it. But only Niu Ben knows the truth, because he is too clear about his sure death. Entering the demon cow Hanqian, that opportunity actually just retreated my 8-faced egg. However, he didn't do it privately. He had to be loyal to others when he was dragged by others. When the next move is about to come, he will definitely take Shichin's advice. As the Jade Dragon's ox-eagle sound sounded, Zitong touched the ox dance spirit and suddenly the light emitted. The next move is still his demon bull Handian Feng Shinu Ben, who has almost used up all the power of his aura. Needless to say, even Yu Gong's Nishikuyama will be defeated by this move. Big Cave Dragon, be careful for 10 days. At this time, I heard the 2 words of Jifush coming from deep. Looking back at the official photos and eyes, they persuaded me to surrender and admit defeat. If I continued to fight, I would not survive. But I still don't care. Although everything that happened here exceeded my original expectations, there is no way for me to surrender. And I not only want to defeat Niu Ben in front of me, but also let Mu Wan join my killing sea. He is responsible for his new self in this life. Because as long as I admit defeat once, it means that it will be harder and harder to admit defeat in this life. My heart is extremely determined. Faced with the continuing momentum of the demonic cow Hantuan Wu Wu Wu. Still, Luanqi punched through and rushed towards Niubeng Leng. But just when I was about to collide with the child model cow, my Jushin actually burst out with a strange momentum. The 5 souls of my classmate have become the most important part of my body after being delisted. I have been a clear private citizen for half a lifetime. My classmate seems to be calling. Right? And in the horrified eyes of everyone present, another dance soul competition breaks out of my body again. What appeared in front of them was Lin Xinxiang. I'm tired of this song. This guy is actually a Chenjio who dances warmly with 2 voices. What a magical thing, this is the mythical beast 70. However, their reaction was also unreasonable, because in the hearts of the Chinese people, Qi Lin Kuei was a person who was guarded by heaven and could be recognized by him as a dancer. Even if some of the more powerful effective plagues appear on the epidemic, they may not be his opponents. At this moment, the Zitong demon Niu behind Niu Ben, and then seeing the riding spirit behind me, a trace of bone death suddenly appeared in the huge bull's eyes. Oh, it's you. Give me the bold poison for 10 days and my grandpa will die. Everything happened in a flash of lightning. The Qilin Wuhuan did things in the foreign world. The long-term effect was just a search for the case. After a moment, the child demon cow was pressed by the Qilin Wuhuan. The bull's head disappeared during the treat. It was so handsome. He was shocked and felt a rollercoaster-like mental activity that made his heart beat wildly. 10 days became the absolute walker with twin 5 souls, and the second soul was still a 705 soul of divine beast quality. This was simply a great joy for the Shanghai Alliance. The 5 souls of the demonic ox dissipated, and 10 days also stopped moving forward, feeling the rumors surrounding the tier platform. After a burst of teachings. This is the feeling of being prosperous in front of others. I have never experienced this feeling in 10 days, but I unconsciously enjoy it. Teacher. That is to say, I have never thought about it for 10 days. If the 75 souls were not summoned by him at the critical moment, would he have died in the same situation as the demon bull? He found a way to make a contract before the Red Wasteland came. The 9 brother beasts, this is a fact, but if there is no surname Tai who is facing death at this moment, maybe he will get the 9 brother beasts, which is just a matter of pride. The god of war, who has the strongest determination to be effective in China, said before that if not, he has the heart of a strong man, even if he has a powerful dancing soul, he is still a weak one. Originally, 10 days' understanding of this sentence was not complete. But now he understands that the strong will not die even if it is clear. You have to dare to ride through the gap between life and death. There seems to be a little bit in the corners of Kimaru's 5 mouths and eyes on the platform. Tears were streaming down his face. He had never thought that Shichen was actually the awakener of twin 5 souls. He never thought that Shiqian would actually have 75 souls with the quality of a divine beast. Shiqian looked at Niu Beng, who was about to lose consciousness, and the light in his eyes was dull. The twinkle is in Jiang Yao's quilt and the child's cow-grinding costume. What was the difference last time? 10 days ago, the memory of the past life flashed through his mind. Did he remember what happened to the Niu Ben in the Zhenghun Gate in the previous life? At this time, the Niu Ben in the previous life did not reach Hualin Jing. You gave me a gift. Qi Lin should be able to get back this big gift. Practice again and again. According to myths and legends, Qi Ling is a sharp hand in the world, but being able to leave a place in the chest and hand is enough to show that Qi Ling is not just a very strong characteristic. When the martial soul is awakened after 10 days of blowing, it will be able to discern the appearance. The killing move Qi Ling, Qin Qin kills the world. Qi Ling martial spirit transformed into a flash of light and a terrifying power that made everyone breathe in unison. Niu Ben faced 10 days of murderous intent and Qin Shen collapsed instantly. Niu Ben gave an ordinary sound. I heard that there was still martial arts spirit left in the corner of my mouth on the ground. After the people dissipated, Ling Qi looked back at the remaining blood, spurting out and carving several heads on the ground. Spare me, don't kill me. The merits of defeating 10 days and revenge for Li Lei are all incomparable. Survival is important, even if his current behavior has already lost the face of the Zhenghun sect. In the 10 days of eyes, Shoyi still meets Cheng Niuben, who can't let go. It is already explained that he is in a completely different cultivation state than before. He has become someone's wife in the matter of his duel with Zhenghun sect. Since it is all due to ghost settlement, Niu Ben is willing to be someone else's wife. Mu Qingyang just looked at the look of 705 souls and knew that Shiqian's move, let alone Niu Ben, would be able to summon the 5 souls' real bodies again. I'm afraid ye will end up in ashes. You know that Niu Ben has already shown the precedent of turning into a spiritual mirror. There is no need for our soul gate to bear it. Such a loss should be dealt with and spared by the master. Please accept it. This time our Zhenghun sect has admitted defeat. No one feels how embarrassed Mu Qingyang is when he speaks at this moment. After all, 10 days is the twin 5-soul determinator who can defeat Zhenghun. There is nothing wrong with the door at all. On the contrary, it would be incomprehensible if we lost in 10 days. But for 10 days on the stage, it was obvious that Master Mu would not stop. Your family and I don't have any holidays, but you'd better not stop my fierce master from taking action. Zhao Neng stood up in the spectator seats, even though he looked so small compared to many people in high positions on the field. But as the 10 days of people showed up, Zhao Neng also showed some momentum that was different from before. Just now your people made a killing move and wanted the life of my fierce master. At that time, the owner of the wooden door did not stop him. So now, please, the master of the wooden door cut off the bowl of water, otherwise the result would be really unspeakable. Mu Qingyang suddenly became confused. The expression on his face was even more uncertain. Because of his emotions, Niu Ben knew that he was now on the verge of death, and his head was carved with bloody feelings for Mu Qingyang. If you haven't blocked the Pengpai murderous intention for 10 days, then only the broken jar has been broken for 10 days? You can't kill me. If you kill me, your family will never let go of your card. The Kirin 5 Souls lifetime wooden monkey arrives. At Thunder Zishuang, a line of lightning as thick as water formed between his feet and struck directly at Niu Ben's side. The thunder light dissipated, and there was no figure of Niu Ben anywhere on the thunder platform. All that was left was a deep pit that had been exposed to the heat. It had been cold for 10 days and a lifetime. It seemed to be in response to Niu Ben's previous words. What's so sexy about it? If I can destroy one of his sons, I don't mind if I destroy the rest. Even if the entire Li family was wiped out, it was still chatting and laughing. The voice of 10 days was brought by Sha Yi. The audience around the tier stand could not contain their excitement. They seemed to have forgotten that the performance of 10 days had changed their understanding. She climbed down and sat down. On the contrary, the birth of a strong man aroused the cheers among them. Among the audience who was preaching against everyone, the face of the person who ate the gift at the end of the ceremony had turned into the color of pig liver. She heard the words on the stage at that time. But not only did she grow stronger, but she also hated Niu Ben Shishan, who betrayed her family at the last moment. You know what? At the same time, Mu Qingyang also analyzed a surprising fact from the details of these sentences on the stage. Li Jiao and Li Lei were all destroyed by 10 days. You must know that before that, 10 days could 75 souls have not been awakened. In other words, when Shi Qianqian only had the 5 souls of Banma, He could easily destroy Li Lei. What a terrifying combat power. And now Shiqian has become the awakened twin of the 5 souls. What's more, it's the 5 souls of the mythical beast. Mu Qingyang's old face turned red for a moment. He felt deeply that he seemed to have missed something. After 10 days on the stage, he still looked around for any friends of the soul demonstrators who were willing to teach Mu Qingyang. 5 souls flew on stage for 10 days. In this challenge, Sheng Huanluan, lost. Mu Qingyang gave up very simply. At this moment, he no longer considered the face of Zheng Han. What's more, even if Mu Qingyang didn't admit defeat, he could kill Hua Lingjing in just 10 days. This point of Niu Ben was enough to convince the members of Zheng Han and others. Mu Qingyang randomly said that it was the output before the hour. No, in fact, you and Wanwan are also friends. He wants you to join the certificate exchange door. If you agree with it for 100 times, please forgive the output. The certificate exchange door welcomes you to join. Hearing Mu Qingyang say this, it is a high-level mentality. I have chosen my sister-in-law, so I must join Tang Ruo Shiqian. At this moment, I choose to join the certificate exchange program. Naturally, I will get all kinds of favorable treatment. Needless to say, the most important thing is that the face I lost today will be regained by joining the 10 days. The prestige of coming to the certificate to change the door will be even higher. In 10 days, Mu Qingyang smiled as if what happened before was unimportant. Uncle, the reason why I challenged the certificate to change the door was because of Mu Hao. Since I haven't won yet, can you allow him to join Shanghai? Mu Qingyang once again predicted in his heart. Dare I have nowhere to say it? If the older Zheng Han sect didn't like her for 10 days, then she would like her daughter. It's a very special feeling that makes people use their brains to write. It's really hard to describe. But Mu Qingyang doesn't have the brain yet. The wooden bowl was added to hurt Heman, and the actual objection was not learned in the 10 days plus. Join Zheng Hunman, these little episodes that happened between the two sides. It will not affect any future cooperation. Mu Qingyang. Maybe it's just a helpless and obstructive tone. I don't care about young people's affairs. Join Shanghai Gnome's production tonight. I won't interfere, but you can't bully my family for fun. 10 days are right. That's natural. I also want to remind my uncle that this Li family cheese cow run scared me to death. Maybe it's not that simple. Mu Qingyang's face was full and his eyes were wide open. Well, it's time to pay attention to this matter. Time changed. Call if you can. We won, and the gambling debt from ancient times should also be settled. The woman did not default on the bill. The former decorated the house mainly for credit, and the latter customer mainly focused on consumption. Especially 10 days ago, the gambling game was opened under the class table with a big name. Naturally, people would not dare to provoke him, not to mention those who do not have the intention to kill and silence him. It would be unreasonable to offend a future strong man. But if you calculate carefully, it is impossible to lose money. 99% of the people watching the game have bet on what they bought for 10 days. I lost the showdown and held it for 10 days. The gambling tickets on the goods are not expensive. It's not just 2. Zhao Neng took the bet and asked Zhao Zhuangjia to give him the money. The total amount was more than 300,000. Zhao Neng was naturally very aroused. He turned around and saw a thick hand in his hand. Muwen, who has thicker gambling tickets, learns from you. Muwen looks very happy. As the daughter of the Mu family, of course, she has a lot of her own soul money. This time, she took out the 10-day challenge to prove the soul gate, but she used it all to suppress it and basically suppressed it. Basically, I bought some of the Zhuangjia wooden bowls that were opened on the spot. What kind of luck is it? Zhao Neng saw Zhuangjia and brought up the wooden bowls in exchange for other wooden bowls with gambling tickets. The young lady could just place a bet on one of the loose dishes. He told Shen Haiman that he had bet all his money and asked about it. But let's press this small difference and not mention it. After 10 days on the tier table, he shouted to Zhao Ningju to exchange the gambling tickets, and nothing happened. So Mu Qingyang, so he pulled her to sit on the tier table. Now Mu Qingyang looks at the 10 heavenly stars. There are only 4 words in it that can describe the wonderful gains and terrifying things. When I was young, my uncle looked at the current situation. Maybe in a few days, Shen Haiman might become AS is the second largest 5-soul organization. For 10 days. He responded with a smile to be careful. The Zhenghan sect founded by Chu Fu with his hard work is always the person in charge of the Huahua sect. Not to mention the Niu Ben of the Zhenghan sect died in the hands of Shiqian. Mu Qingyang is so powerful right now. It's Ding Ding's famous shit family. It's more worthy of attention than a heart that has been dead for 25 years and will obviously arise in 10 days. So what if a bull rush dies? Mu Qingyang's daughter was abducted by 10 days. Ran away. No, there is no comparison between Dexiao and Lelong's Zheng Hunman and Shanghai Meng. Don't blame uncle. I sent people to investigate you. I didn't expect that you were weaker than I thought and could achieve such results as you are today. It's not easy in this world. 10 days dark. On the contrary, Mu Qingyang is the one who caused misunderstandings like this. It would be much better to be discovered by himself in the future. Mu Fu, just rely on my friendship with the senior sister. Mu Fu, just say what you want to say. Between Zheng Hunman and Huanhai alliance, sometimes there is a senior sister doing bull running if anything. It's non-negotiable. Mu Qingyang faintly realized that Shi Qianqian is a bit interesting and can do things well. You must know that the same meaning comes out of their two mouths, and the nature of the matter is completely different. If Mu Qingyang spoke first, the Zhenghun sect would be afraid of the Shanhai Alliance's intentions, and it would be more or less suspected of selling his daughter. The antenna has sent a signal that cooperation is possible. Then everything that happened at the headquarters of Zhenghun sect today can be completely understood as Zhenghun sect needs Shanghai League to set up a platform to help the little brother improve his reputation and discount himself. A song allows Shanghai League to be in the S-Strength clan. This is a human incident that tends to turn back and forth, but his appearance changed. Just when Mu Qingyang was about to continue speaking, Shen Fei suddenly came on stage and whispered a few words in Mu Qingyang's ear. Bofu is fine. Mu Qingyang just ordered Chongyang Huanxiu to Shen Fei. Just play by the rules, and you are not cheating when you play. Shiqian Wenyang glanced at the audience and saw a characteristic photo of Zhao Neng. He took Mu Wan everywhere to exchange tickets. You know, here, first, it is the headquarters of the Zhenghuns. People who can open and read here can more or less get involved with the Zhenghuns. Some of them are not big heads. But it is not surprising that Mu Qingyang looks embarrassed in Muwen. In the past 10 days, it was Shutu's turn to dig out his wall. Now it's Shutu's turn to dig out the real soul's tickets to make. Leaves. Mu Qingyang had a long talk. The girl is old and the senior is dissatisfied. It's okay, right? Get hurt when you get into trouble. Haimen now has an important wooden wrist. The heavy man is also on the way back. This time he made a lot of benefits. 10 days decided to invite everyone to rub the wooden wrist together. He smiled with his eyes and mouth, and his whole body flowed into this youth. Yangyi's aura is okay, but I heard that I don't plan to subsidize him with some money. Zhengren, who was so angry that he was even more stubborn, naturally laughed. Shanhai Meng is mostly young people, and he is optimistic and has no intention to give up. But it can be seen that Shanhai Meng's cohesion has reached a higher level after becoming the heartbreaker of twins and 5 souls in 10 days. The fire along the way is basically like looking at a national treasure. Lin Qing is a little envious after using it for 10 days to keep shining brightly. Boss, why are you so powerful? It turns out that you are twins with 5 souls. If I tell you about 10 souls with 5 souls, I am afraid I will scare you to death and then come back easily in 10 days. You can do it too. Ling Qian is not there. Understand, why did you talk like this for 10 days? 10 days didn't say anything more. The conversation turned to where to go for a big meal. Some things can be counterproductive if you talk about them too much. However, at this moment, the Shanhai Alliance came together. The crowd didn't notice that there was a pair of aviation models not far away from them, and they were alone. After Li Mo saw Shiqian Town killing Niu Ben, he immediately left the pass and attacked again, but waited for him to walk out. After some distance, it suddenly occurred to me that perhaps nothing could be more suitable for Li Mo as the 5-soul awakener of the 9 Nether White Tiger. Jiaji Li Jiao has studied the 5 souls in depth, so he is very aware of the horrors of 10 days in the future. However, Li Mordwa has seen with his own eyes that 10 days can awaken both 5 souls and release the ultimate move of blasting sand into spiritual tranquility. Now must be the time when he is at his weakest. Moreover, he has not been able to awaken the Jiao White Fox for a long time. He is very proficient in controlling the Jiao White Fox, but 10 days is just the time he has just awakened the 75th soul. According to my opinion, 10 days may not be enough. The ability to recreate the divine power on the stage was a life-and-death situation. Li Mo followed Shiqian and others to a street with relatively few people. Finally, I couldn't bear it anymore and directly summoned the martial soul's true form and blocked it in front of everyone in the Shanghai Alliance. For 10 days. You gave me your life and I came and I went. On this sunny morning, no one was provoked and no one was provoked. Under the sudden appearance of the end of the ceremony. Mountains and seas. You can still make everyone jump for 10 days. Facing the imposing brother in front of you, plus the opponent's martial soul true body has been revealed, the opponent's identity is immediately revealed. Li Mo, come on, you are familiar with my Li family. Li Mo started. Just blowing the martial spirit and spitting out a wave of light. The white tiger opened his mouth. The hair of the soul body moved with the wind, and the cold white light wave rushed straight towards Shiqian retreat. Shiqian said violently, tried his best to push away everyone's secrets. And faced the light wave from Li Mo head on. The light wave dissipated, and Shiqian swung with her arms folded in front of her face. She looked as if she had just come out of a dragon ladder. A wave of physical resistance floated up and down in her soul. Li Mo's bronze bones shrank slightly. This scene happened after she awakened the 9-nether white tiger soul. The first time I met Lee Morton, I felt that my decision was extremely decisive. After 10 days, I felt that every bone in my soul was different. Just by hearing the name. Baihu knew that this thing was Yuan and that Juyuowo could inspire power. Naturally, it will have the characteristics of wine, purity, and all things. No one can look back. It's been 10 days to celebrate my life. When I change, I have to go up and tangle with Li Mo. In fact, if you have time, you can push out the members of Shanhailong as cannon fodder and then run away quickly with some of their important friends, but this is not the way of 10 days. Since you are determined to be at the top, these threats are deserving of it. Extradition. Moreover, Shi Qianqian is now the leader of the Shanghai Alliance. As the boss, he doesn't have to say anything, but he can't fail to take responsibility. The members of the Shanghai Alliance have a very clear understanding of themselves, and they have not given Shiqian a bad idea in the past. When writing a plot for a TV series, if they were lying on the ground crying and saying they couldn't leave, then 10 days would really highlight that Li Mo had the five-soul true form again. As the war progressed and the capital became more and more powerful, there was an awakening in my heart called qi consumption. In the 10 days after the 5 souls of Lin Lin, how much power did they gain? 70 days, 70 days. 70 days, 70 days, 70 days, 70 days, 70 days. I have been in silence for so long, but I have not seen Li Mo for 10 days, and I have unconsciously put a benefit on my face. No wonder my brother will be beaten by you. You really have too. Brush, didn't you awaken the double-voiced 5 souls? Let your 70 come out. Li Mo screamed and pushed Shiqian to the limit. Shiqian Yingcheng gritted his teeth and resisted Li Mo's attacks again and again, but in his heart he was secretly guessing. Crime. The anti-Shanghai Alliance members are evacuated within 10 days, and they are not fools. Holding Li Mo down now is just one dose. After the safety of the Shanghai Alliance members can be confirmed, he will not continue to fight with Li Mo. However, Li Mo is almost excited at this time. What time is it? He has been fighting alone for 10 days. Sure enough. He has spent a lot of energy, and now he can't summon 705 souls at all. Killing this promising guy viciously in Yaolan was simply the wisest choice he had ever made in his life. Baihu Peng was about to send out his inner move at the end of the ceremony. As soon as a black shadow flew through the air, he directly hit him with a head hammer. At the end of the ceremony, the waist was attached to Shuno. The time was not limited to the episode. Shuno rushed back at this time and made it clear that he was looking for death. Why did you come back? Shuno stood up from the ground and stood up with a tongue behind him. The real body was spitting out happiness. It seems that evil deeds can cause harm to people. How could I leave you and run away? It's always been someone's home. You have a big fight with that Niu Ben. Leave this to me at the end of the ceremony. After receiving a gift at the end of the ceremony, I stood up straight and resented that it could ruin my good deeds. The white tiger only drank wine and pomegranates, and then killed a snake. If you don't mention me, you will feel sad and hateful. Let's think about the battle after the arrival of the prehistoric era. It can be roughly divided into 3 situations. Just like the beginning of the 10 days, relying on the strength brought by the 5 souls due awakening, it is appropriate to the second type of Bo's battle is to have the 5 souls kill each other privately. The third type is to communicate with the 5 souls after being strong enough to possess them and fight with the 5 souls in one hand. It can only be said to be a living thing. On the basis of the original effect, there are some changes, but there is no power but no divine will. The abstract line understanding is that at most a snake can fly. Or the Joyo white tiger, otherwise it can be brought out to the end of the wind in one move. The biting cold wind coming out of the Nine Netherland, not to mention that the Nine Nether white tiger also has the power of divine will, that is, a snake with a few rounds of Kung Fu Omen energy was hunted and shot by the Nine Nether white tiger, and it was even more difficult to find the original Omen energy. Because the 5 souls' real bodies reflected, they suffered some damage for 10 days, and then they replaced themselves with the weakest Banma Wuhuan, and used the healing ability of Banma 5 souls on Jiaoning. Only then did Jiaoning's face improve, and he had run out of green skills before. Just one move, but Li Mo has lost his previous caution. After all, he can kill a future terrifying strong man. At this juncture, it is really difficult for Li Mo to keep a calm mind. You spent my brother killing my friend. You really don't know how to write the word death. A woman named Lerong. Is your wife that important to you? Just because he cost my brother, you are returning to my Li family's future. Time ignored these. Bihua was secretly thinking about whether Li Mo was far enough away from him to kill him with one blow. After 3 years of living in the previous life, even a rabbit had learned how to be a human being, not to mention that he was not a rabbit at this time. At this moment, Li Mo appeared out of nowhere. Every time he kills Wu Huanteng, a certain cold light flashes, and he says to Mu Wang, "It seems that you are planning to help him." Mu Wang's face does not change. "I can't let you hurt them." Li Mo shook his head slightly and smiled. "It seems like your Mu family. I plan to put the treasure crow on this guy, but don't forget, my Li family is not a vegetarian. You are blue today. Does Baoqiu Lian want to represent the Mu family and leave home for a duel?" Mu Wan's eyes are firm and he means not to give in, but time is very clear about the situation of Mu Li's family. The Mu family is in the S incident. Zheng Hunman left home because before Hong Huang came to the spirit, he was engaged in the medical industry. After the red and yellow came to the spirit, he began to study the elixir industry, which was even more dangerous. Not to mention that the elders of the Mu Li family were still alive. There is some exchange of interests. If Komaru takes action at this moment, there is no doubt that it will bring losses to the government. Sister, it is not good for you to participate in this matter. Komaru is so excited. What can you say? I am already a person who can do harm. Li Mo suddenly said. A pair of love-hungry men and women gathered together. Just as Li Mo was joking, a handful of sand came from nowhere and directly blinded Li Mo's eyes. By the time Li Mo could see the world in front of him, the 3 of them had disappeared in Shiqian Zone. A woman cannot let time run away. She is alive and I, the Li family, must go to Li Mo in peace. Things have to start with Li Mo being blinded by the murder. Speaking of it, a murderer appears for no reason. This is of course not a sudden death from heaven. The Shanghai Alliance is not all useless people. Zhao Neng and Mu Wan rushed back to Jiyuan. 10 days later, Lin Qian followed everyone and fled to a safe place. When he thought that 10 days was still blocking the powerful enemy for them, Lin Qian felt something in his heart. His martial spirit is extremely courageous. I dare not say that it is used for escaping. It is still very rare. Even if Lin Qian has the title of heavy poison perforator in the Shanghai League, he did not show it when he and Zhu met the 7-star sect before. Good, but people will always grow, especially when Lin Qian witnessed the 10-day negative 7-star sect defeating the true wedding sect. She became one of her favorites. The inferiority complex caused by being weak dissipated a little. 10 days later, he still created many miracles with the talent of Banma martial arts. Even after he awakened the 705 soul. 10 days before that, he felt inferior again because of his weakness. So Lin Qian was like this. Self-hypnotized, Ji Yuqi had the courage to arrive at the place where the fight happened. Just in time for the confrontation. Lin Qian's brain suddenly turned. He cut a handful of kills on the ground and threw them towards the curtain, and then lost the ability to spit out a few wind blows. Dare hurriedly took 10 days and 3 people out of the exhibition hall. In Zhao Neng's lifelong seaman exploration, Lin Qian's face was so big that he couldn't help but blush half of the sky. It finally became a great business. This business is a business. 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 However, Lei Tian is a partner. Even if he has not become a complete kicker, Ling Qian will not be as successful as Jie Wei Trenhu in his previous life. However, imagination also knows that if there is no Heavenly Father, how could Ling Qian become famous in his previous life? Why didn't you let me help you? Mokumaru's voice was a bit plaintive for 10 days. Even after experiencing the danger for 10 days, he still remained rational at this moment. If you take action, it will definitely affect your two families. When it comes to this, my uncle will have to face a lot of trouble. I don't care. Shiqian smiled bitterly. I have to care. Pulling you into the Shanghai League has already made my uncle heartbroken. If your brother-in-law continues to control the outside world, he will work hard with me. Zhao Ning will go to Trenshui to see you too. Isn't it a little strange? Of course it is strange. Time is thinking about things from the perspective of Muwen. Shi Qianqian made a choice from his standpoint. Let's talk more about love. When Zhao Ning glanced at Zhao Ning, it meant that he should shut up. In fact, Shi Qianqian couldn't explain clearly. What is the relationship between him and Konamaru? His predecessor, Konamaru, was very good to him, and Konamaru, the Seiko, was even better to him. But he couldn't even explain whether this goodwill came from the origin. As for Konamaru, Shio's face turned red at the moment. This is a youthful and budding age. How can there be so many things like this? Why do girls see girls? It's normal to be open to the sunshine in the south and have yearnings. What's more, when boys and girls treat relationships, boys are timid and girls are bold. The difference is formal. Pink bubbles appear in the air. At that moment, a gust of wind falls from the sky again. Can you run? Li Mo's eyes were red and his face was angry. Ten Chenjuan gritted his teeth. This guy knows how to bite a piece of dog skin cream. It's impossible for him not to die today. Li Mo is the one who crippled your brother. I am the original debtor. If you want to take revenge, you can come at me, Li Mo sneered. That's exactly what he meant. White Tiger's fierce light, wine, oil. White Tiger's mouth sprays light waves to kill. 10 days. 10 days. This time, I didn't choose to continue marching hard. Last time, it was because all the brothers and sisters of Shanhaiman were here. She would hurt others if she didn't carry it. Now that everyone on his side can get out of the way, there is no need for her to fly. When Li Mo saw her dodging the light waves, he followed Shiqian's footsteps softly and directly dodged the flesh membrane with Shiqian. Whenever Li Mo is about to launch an attack, Joyo Baihu will subdue him from the side. When Li Mo defends, the White Tiger will turn into a 5-spirit shadow and transfer his power to Li Mo. After 10 days of spying, he will find out who the 2 Li family members were in the previous life. Zixing, how long has it been since Li Mo has mastered the control of the 5 souls? I don't know. Li Mo is even more excited about the Huang Kong family, and the level of excitement is much higher than that of Huang Kong. Huang Kong's is, it has been 10 days since I reached the level of this poor crystal. Until now, I still pulled him and forcibly opened this guy's waist. The degree of pinch is simply harmful to people. As for excitement, of course there is no need to trace back to this life and death. Gambling, suicide, he has already won 99%. As long as Ten Qian's life is taken by him, his name will definitely be the whole S. It's just that Li Mo didn't know that Ten Qian's ability to force a 5 opener by force was not entirely the result of 705 souls. It's the same as the lower 8 brother beasts. It's very impressive. The improvement brought by the 9 brother beasts for 10 days makes him invincible in the territory of Banshan. This is not just talk. However, the difference between the manpower and the poor before the food is huge and the strength is still very obvious. After standing for a long time, 10 days have passed and I have reached the point of exhaustion. Li Mo wiped the corner of his mouth. Damn it, you are really hard to kill. You talk nonsense like you have already killed me. Then you just wait to die. After I die, my brother will let you come down and stay with me, okay? The two have exhausted each other's energy so much now. His teachings have also been transferred from Chuanjia to Yenyu. At this moment, the most stable ones are Kimaru and others. Seeing that Tenten and the gifts have reached the end of their strength, the current situation is difficult for Tenten and others. Naturally, he retreated freely. However, just when Li Mo and Shi Qian were arguing, Bai Hu, the drunkard in the room, suddenly manifested the five-kiss true form. As soon as the white tiger split into pieces, the three of them were able to spray him. There was some mental calculation or no intention. Xie Muwen brought the two little baggage Zhao Neng and Lin Qian with him, so Li Mo succeeded in a sneak attack. Ha ha, why do you think I have been fighting you for so long? Now that you are so arbitrary, there is no time to save you. Now let's talk about who will live and who will die. Jiao, the white tiger, is officially in the high forest. Facing Shi Qian, the white tiger's split light is looming. Li Mo uses his killing moves one after another. Jushan's zero energy has been defeated by the army and the ground. In the end, he can only gather it slowly. The slow condensation of the white tiger's cracking light is also like Shi Qian's death path. I am not willing to accept it. While Li Mo is plotting against Shi Qian is also trying to resolve this crisis. Although Shi Qian faces many difficulties, he has been a man of 2 generations. He also knows that the only reason to never give up until the last moment is that the speed at which he can run zero chi is already at its limit. Seeing that the white tiger's fierce light is about to take shape, it may only be a few breaths away. Both are racing against time. It is the kung fu of thousands of troops. Li Mo ushered in the counterattack of forcefully blasting his own 07. The light waves in the mouth of the white tiger of Jiao were random. Li Mo's 9 nether white tiger and Shi Qian's twin 5 souls were shielded on the Ming chain. Comparatively speaking, according to geography, they were 1 dozen. 10 Qian's toughness far exceeded Li Mo's expectations. It was just the kung fu of the sleek strange umbrella. The 75 souls were again after being revealed for 10 days, only the remaining power of this system was left. The moment the 75 souls appeared, a mysterious light wave shot out from the mouth of the 9 nether white tiger, and the light waves dissipated into the invisible. Li Mo also lost his life because of the 5 souls. Things followed Li Mo. The originally scheduled dinner party came to an end temporarily because of the death of 10 Days' soul. This one can be said to be a heavy loss. Mu Wanbian hurriedly took Shanhai Mengcheng Garden back to Kaiyuanzi. There is no need to say any more nonsense. When you meet the members of Shanhaiming on your own territory, it is natural for Kuchiji to inject some people who have the healing ability into some niche people who are determined to dance. All miracles went into battle. A few injured people and the remaining people acted as if nothing happened under the command of Muwen. Minute Zhongyan just kept away from all possible accidents. This time it was considered troublesome. Li Mo Yi Li, the leader of the Shanghai League, was in the wooden house where 10 Days lived. When they gather together, Zhao Neng looks at the 10 Days that he will still wake up. I don't know when Qianna will wake up. Mu Wandao, I still know a little about the situation of the Li family. Although the Li Mo brothers have 2 intentions, the Li family has no power at all. Determined to fight, but the arrival of the Li family is still not easy for Xu Chu Zhao Neng to return to Qianna. He can't leave any secret business because of this. The scene of the wooden bowl Beauty Mo Wenny, the chicken boy pressing the prize, is really a bit changed. She has the skills to knock. The precedent of knocking on the table for 10 days is very scary. She just broke away and passed out. We must take responsibility for the affairs of the Shanghai Alliance. On her behalf, Zhao Neng Wenyang finally has the upper limit of his brain, but Zhao Neng is still a little naive about these things about the Li family. Li Mo died because of Wu Ban's rebellion. What does this have to do with Qianna? She wasn't the one who killed Muwen Skill. No's head was not different from the 4 students of Xiaoning. When Mu Qinggang was in the shopping mall, Muwen knew that interests are the unchanging theme between people. Needless to say, after Mu Qingyang established the Zhenghun Gate, Muwen also learned many things silently beside Mu Qinggang. Of course these things would not be revealed when Shi Qian was awake. But now that Shi Qian was in a coma, Muwen naturally took it out. With the strength of the successor of the Mu family, you don't think that the Li family will discuss with us who is right and who is wrong, right? Why didn't I see it before? Shui Jian, you are so violent. Zhao Neng's 5-needle brain is a bit full. I know that after 10 days, Zhao Neng is really nothing. He didn't care that he was rubbing the goose head in a wooden bowl. It was a bit painful for him to join Shanhaiming. Of course it was his heart's wish, but 10 days didn't think much about how Shanhaiming should be managed. A few days passed by and 10 days was once again alive and kicking. Shanhaiming's mental outlook suddenly changed. With his original intention awakened, and after a short period of recuperation, he brought together all the senior officials of the Shanghai Alliance who he thought were there. Zhao Neng was definitely going to attend. He had agreed to attend the Shanghai Alliance, and as for the head of the Shanghai Alliance, there must also be a place for Mu Wen. Otherwise, the time would be right. Even though he was able to lure him away from the government without going through all the trouble, he ended up with an unexpected result. Even he found it a bit unbelievable. How could he suddenly become the opponent of the senior officials of the Shanghai Alliance in Shiqian's heart? The members of the Shanghai Alliance are generally very married. How could Ling Qian, a timid girl, run back and live and die with Shiqian and others at the critical moment? I took a sip of tea like an adult and then spit the tea leaves in my mouth into the tea cup. It was so funny that I was not serious. I could have ruined the atmosphere with just one shot. 10 days later, I put the man with the teacup on the table. Now, in his lifetime, he was a young man. Lao Jiang is really not like that. What's more, no matter how old he is still an acquaintance. I was in a coma for the past 2 days. There are some things in my head like a movie. I feel it is necessary to say them out. Let's think about it together this time because the curtain allowed me to see a lot of Shanhaiming. The current problems and our personal shortcomings are, for example, I thought I was strong and lost my alertness at the critical moment. In fact, as soon as I opened my mouth, I immediately raised the meeting to a serious level. It is difficult to imagine that a group of people recruited the young people in Bloomberg will reflect on themselves at this time. If it were another person, he might have started to preach about how he fought against powerful enemies and finally became popular. Kimaru looked at the speech 10 days ago with a pool of spring water in his eyes. Zhao Neng's worry seemed to be invisibly filled with a lot of energy, and he could tell from Shiqian's Huazhong that he attached great importance to this matter. In fact, Shiqian was very serious about it. After all, since the 9 murderers in July, even if there was no one, this small lesson made Shiqian understand one thing. It doesn't matter. A hero in the world is just a piece of test paper. He will also exert unimaginable power at the most critical moment. After 10 days finished speaking what he was thinking, the other 3 people also followed him and reflected on the random wooden bowl game changer. The speech was like this. These 2 days were due to challenges. Regarding the matter of Shanghan sect Wusheng, many people hope to join the Shanghai Alliance. Among them, many powerful people have turned their attention to Xiaoning to recruit people. This matter should be done by Xiaoning. How to carry out ash by wooden bowls? Bao Ni Xiaoning, isn't this your main thing to catch? Why don't you just throw it away like this? Are you a bit lazy? The Mu Wen police explained to Zhao Neng that I had experience in doing this kind of thing. I told Zhao Neng before, so I can do it more easily than Zhao Neng. Understand human relationships and accidents can happen twice in 10 days. Then I will teach you to take responsibility for this matter. The Shanghai League's criteria for selecting people are their character. You should consider whether the officer is strong or not. You can slowly train him and then you can be in charge of the combat department. The main thing is to train the members of the Shanghai League. It's silent and silent. The boss is in trouble for me. When the time is up, you will. I'm not responsible for any specific things. During this time, you have been training with me. I think you are quite rich. Li Mu's time allowed time to see the money and quality of Ling Qianlao. Under the appearance of the soft alliance, Juexin first gave Ling Qian's double-voiced dance soul. It was born to add a powerful battle park to the Shanghai Alliance. It was also a follow-up effect of Li Mu's time. Li Mu did not go home for several days, which attracted the attention of the Ling family. Although Li Mu actually did not go home in the past, there has never been a call from Zero when they were not fighting. Li was tired and detailed what Li Mu said he would die in the challenge duel with Shenhuan in 10 days. Now that the challenge duel was over, there was no news about Li Mu, so the Li family sent people to inquire about the news about Li Mu. Finally the news came. God damn it, if I don't kill you and I, the Li family, for 10 days, if you don't give me an explanation for Xiu's mother-in-law's matter, I will kill you and force her to die. Li Mo's father, Li Ziming, went straight to his mother-in-law in a fierce manner. According to the information investigated by the Li family, Li Mo was mixed up. Tokimaru, the mother who was present at the scene, looked at Li Ziming with such a look. I don't know how many interactions the two of them have had to make Li Ziming, who is an old man, be so angry about such a thing. But I am not old, Li, you have a good temper now. It's fine. What should I tell you? Li Ziming didn't waste any time. He took out his mobile phone and played a video. The content was a surveillance video, in which the scene of Li Mo and Shiqian's battle was clearly visible. At the end of the video, Mu Wan appeared at the scene and formed a relationship with Li Mo. After 10 days of direct confrontation, after hearing Mu Qingyang's teachings about this life spiritual festival, Li Ziming instantly commented on what she said, "They are all my loving children." Mu Qingyang's eyes turned red. "Old face, often still a child, I am just such a daughter." One mouthful, 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 one mouthful. One mouthful, 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 one mouthful. One mouthful, one mouthful, one mouthful, one mouthful, a bite, 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 a bite. A bite, 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 a bite. A bite, 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 one bite, one bite, one bite, one bite. One bite, one bite, one bite. We can't let my Mu family die. My Li family can't die anymore. Mu Qingyang, why are you pretending to be so stupid? My son died. For a moment, a ghostly Jiangmi appeared on Mu Qingyang's face. As if someone had used a lamp. The atmosphere in Mu Qingyang's office was briefly immersed. Old face, don't tell me that my family killed your son Wanwan. Mu Qingyang's rain breath stole out a strong household poison. Li Ziming didn't even give in at all. Besides the people in his video, who else could do this in 10 days? Mu Qingyang slowed down the process in 10 days without thinking. You are not just busy investigating Xiao Mo's affairs. Didn't pay attention to the recent big news about beauty affairs? Li Ziming suddenly remembered something. Are you talking about 10 days? You don't think it is so difficult to control the spirit of the gods, right? Mu Qingyang's face was filled with hatred. If you want to kill Shiqian, I will give you a helping hand. Not only did Shiqian lose the face of my Zhenhuan sect, but he also abducted my precious daughter. He actually let her live and write it into the ashes of her ashes. They don't understand that Li Ziming is fierce. It's not that she doesn't believe in Mu Qingyang. The key is that the relationship between the characters here seems a bit messy. For example, there has been some improvement here in Shanhaiming. There are many people who are determined to join Shanhaiming. Especially in 10 days. He led people to build various infrastructures in the vegetable garden. It is a small world, but it can be regarded as a sparrow. Although the 5 internal organs are small. The drama is completed in 10 days. After finishing the busy work, Ling Qiyong's time orientation was locked. It was almost within 7 days. At this time, the wooden bowl knocked on the door of 10 days. My father called and said that the Li family had some thoughts about the Shanghai alliance. How did my father know about this? The wooden bowl was a cup of water that was sitting still across from the 10-day curtain. My father came to my father and asked for an explanation. My father sold you easily. He told me that you must know this. Why did Muwen feel strange when he called out this matter? When did his father and Shiqian have some unspoken tacit understanding? Shiqian Chen Yingqian couldn't help but laugh. If the sales are good, give the blogger a call. I need to discuss this matter with him myself. Muwen randomly called Mu Qingyang. A few seconds later, the call was connected. Do you know what happened to the Li family? Blogger, I wanted to talk to you right away when I heard what my senior said. Let's discuss whether you plan to take advantage of the holiday between me and the Li family to annex the entire Li family's property. Why should Xiao Huli say anything more when he was on the stage with Lao Huli? Soul Sect has lost a sum of funds. Maybe Mu Qingyang can discuss the cooperation with Shi Trenjiang clearly. At that time, the Li family's request to Mu Qingyang to explain this time is completely giving Zhenhuan sect and Shanghai an opportunity to cooperate. Let's talk first. How do you distribute the benefits? My daughter is in your hands and I, an old father, have to bow my head. Dad, Mu Wanjia let out a low cry. Regardless of whether Mu Qingyang's words meant any seriousness or not, Mu Wan was still a little bit in the woods. For 10 days. He was not impressed by Mu Qingyang's candy. He scored 4 or 6 points with just 1 bubble of egg. After all, Li Jioi wanted to kill me alone. What about the risks? Besides, uncle, you don't want your senior sister to suffer in Shanghai no. Mu Qingyang suddenly had a toothache and got 4 or 6 points. Forget it, as long as you can cooperate with me in the future. There are many opportunities for double sounding. I don't know how Li Ziming plans to deal with you yet, but you'd better be careful. Li Ziming's connections are still very scary. Li Jiao's connections are still very scary. 10 days of Wenyang thought about it and suddenly remembered that the name has been forgotten. Thank you, uncle, for reminding me and downgrading the water. If Li Jia has any ability, just let him come over. I'm sure, but there's only one thing. You have to protect me. It's fun, and I'll laugh for 10 days. Of course. Since I invited my senior to Shanghai Lane, of course I'll protect my senior's safety. Mu Qingyang said it randomly. There's one more thing I think we can talk about. Let's talk about the recent appearance of a very powerful army in the north. What is it called? A deadbeat snake or something? A deadbeat snake? Shi Qian has extremely profound skills in this title. In his previous life, this daring waste snake was the waste worm ring recovered by Li Lei. The ball dragon breath of Li Lei seems to have been used in the end. If Zero Tide can be used for a short period of time, the combat power of the ball dragon will be as high as the average. This beast with ribs will become a piece of meat on the table. Who can eat it? Until the mouth, but how many kilograms can be gained in the ordinary time? I don't know what Bofu's plans are. It seems that this shameless snake can be our energy to deal with others. After 10 days and Mu Qingyang discussed all this, Mu Wan did not avoid it. As a result, the look in Mu Wan's eyes when he looked at Shi Qian had some strange changes. I originally thought that the old camp would know it, but now it seems that the hat is worn by the small camp. Apparently, Lao Shi Qian didn't find out about Mu Wan's little salary fan. He just had it. The issue of the ownership of the snake has been decided. The 5 souls of Shuno are one snake. If he can subdue the snake, it might be able to help Shuning improve some of his strength. Although Snake is said to be a good place, I always feel that this thing is different from my painting. The wind is different, and after being reminded by Lei Pishi, Shi Qian who suddenly remembered another waste that was more suitable for him. For example, if the mountains and seas are gone and unruly guests come, I ask you to come out for 10 days. Since ancient times, people have been afraid of leaving the nation and growing up. The news of awakening the dual-voiced dancing soul in 10 days and suppressing the main soul gate has been spread among everyone. The herdsman came to seek refuge with Luoi Yijue. And there were even more people who came to challenge him and wanted to trample him. These young tailors think simply. If Tang can defeat Shi Qian, his reputation will quickly increase. On this side, Shi Qian was still talking to Zhao Neng and others about the fact that everyone was the deadbeat snake in the north. Zhao Neng, I plan to tame this deadbeat snake and give it to you. In this case, your combat effectiveness should be improved somewhat. Zhao Neng didn't even think about it. Jenna, since you said that snake is very powerful, I think you should accept it yourself. Only you have become stronger. For Shan Haimeng, it is a matter of concern. You know, the friendship between Zhao Neng and Shi Qian's 20 has never deteriorated. In the slightest. Regardless of whether only the weak Banma dance soul was awakened in 10 days, or should we say that 1010 is now a human advanced twin 5-soul Zetsu formed in Xiaono's heart. 1010 has always been the brother who can fight with the senior in the little elephant. For him, and he can also be beaten for him. Sister Ling, who is at home, has been chasing the original species for several times and shook her head for 10 days. I don't need to contact the outside to improve my strength for the time being. Don't forget that you are the second master of the Shanghai Alliance. If you can't stand the scene, you can be as good as me. After 10 days of understanding, it turns out that the snake and the 5 souls of your intended snake are very famous. If I conquer the snake, it will at best invite smallpox. However, you can have more possibilities with him. Brother, I will not allow the tragedy of the previous life. The recurrence of the previous life's teleportation was finally suppressed by 4 inhumane beings for 1 season due to their lack of strength. This was a painful blow to the 10 days of the previous life, and the previous life was just a show. Shi Qian, who was not in Hua Lingjing, always believed that the Juji who moved mountains and rivers was already a very powerful person. It was not until Shi Qian now had power that far exceeded. Before that it took him 10 days to finally understand what the gap between people is. Too big to imagine, Lingjing. Be careful and say, boss, is it too early for us to talk about this now? For Ling Qianer, it is normal to seek stability in everything. 10 days, although he has awakened the divine beast martial spirit, and he is also a rare awakener of twin martial spirits, and that deadbeat snake has not been here until now. It's obvious that the strength of the 4 women in the US dollar is natural. After being reminded by Ling Qian, Zhao Neng, who was optimistic, also reflected. Oh my god, can your current strength be compared to Master Duan's? Can you stand up to a swindler as powerful as Feng? 10 days. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Some secrets cannot be revealed, otherwise the plan will fail, but that's it. In the current situation, the zero-profit conditions for summoning the 5 souls of Lin are unstable. I really thought about the 6 meridian god who broke the jade stone and snacks. In fact, the matter is not as troublesome as imagined, as long as we can find the zero profit to restrain the deadbeat snake before taking action. When the time comes, Bao will subdue the lazy snake and it will be easy to change to thin. In the memory of 10 days, changing to thin has a strong restraint on the powerful waste. Unfortunately, it does not know who this thing is losing in the early stage. It only knows that it will be changed later. Ling's people have some hot-blooded fighters that make Neng feel low. How can Ling Bao get this side so easily? The words haven't been explained yet. The noise outside has become even more powerful. Zhu Leji ran in from the wind. The boss can't control the situation outside. After staying for 10 days, the guard stood up and they were crazy for wanting to be famous. Zhu Le followed Shi Qian and said, "Who knows? Anyway, we persuaded them for a long time and they didn't give up. Those Hua man who came in seemed to be hiding something in the night." 10 days later, I realized that the graphite situation that had reached this point was just some awakened people who came to challenge me. It has nothing to do with it. The main thing is that the original gate of the new city of Shanghai League has not yet had a collective consciousness. I am afraid that they are also thinking of using these people to find out their own background. This is a matter of human nature. As long as I establish prestige, people who are willing to accept it will naturally do so. Show your loyalty and call your alliance leader to come out. Stop pushing me. Today I am going to build the so-called Twin 5 Souls. No one can say it, and time is not enough. My professor, I definitely won't leave. I just want to let time come out. I want to see if his 75 souls are more powerful or my Nanhai Xuangui's is more powerful. Zhu Le followed Shi Qian and heard these teachings. Unconsciously, I fell in love with Ban Jian. Of course, an opponent who can come to challenge me will not think that I am worse than Shi Qian. Whether it is Luozi or Ma, the boss will sign it out. With the appearance of the 10 days, the mountains and seas covered the troubles in front of the ground gate, and the shield suddenly calmed down. The 10 days are here. Who can come up first, or who can you fart? You screamed the most fiercely just now, people names and figures. It's one thing to ignore these people for 10 days. But it's another thing to say it when you come out and face them directly. 10 days chuckled, "It's you who are shouting to challenge me," just a simple sentence. From the words of Shi Qian, who has already cultivated some master's qi, he cheered up the people present and regarded him as nourishing qi. At this time, Shi Qian's temperament was much more powerful than in his previous life, and his temperament was even closer to that of those big gangs. Just looking at spiritual guides makes people happy a lot. Yes, we are going to challenge. Suddenly, a businessman came from the crowd. Everyone automatically separated. A pair of people in uniforms shook hands and could not expand their hands. It was a young man with triangular eyes. People are from the Chengqian clan. I heard that they are very overbearing in what they do. Don't recruit them easily. Now that beauty is an organization that is more powerful on the surface besides the government, it should be the Chengqian clan, right? Triangle Eyes walked all the way to Shi Qian and was just high-spirited. 10 days of oxygen brightening. These people are especially trash. I'm here to fight with you. How can I save you? 10 days are even more unceremonious. If someone comes into me, I will walk into someone 10 feet. This 3-legged eye comes up and disappears like this. Of course, Zhong Tentian will not close her 3-legged eye. Didn't you hear that 10 days of unrealistic harmony and laughter for several lifetimes? Even if you keep doing it, I would say that if you defeated the Shenghun sect in 10 days, I would cause trouble and Tangtang Venghun sect would also be suppressed by this guy like you. It was only a few words that caused the two powers to fall apart. It seemed that Triangle Eyes was very confident in his own strength. Just when Shi Qian was about to tell him to go back, Shi Qian suddenly saw an ancient-looking zero gear hanging on his waist and shoulders. Why? If he didn't say anything, he would admit it and dare not answer. From now on, don't be so closed-minded. The ancient musical score hanging on your waist and shoulder is the replacement retail item in your memory. It's really a perfect place. Just 10 days ago, I was still thinking about where to find the replacement retail supply. When you come out, you don't have to use the help of a permit to change the door. I didn't expect that something would appear in front of me. Are you afraid that you will be so unruly? Shiqian's tone was particularly serious. It sounded as if he was not talking to Triangle Eye anymore, but directly confronting the senior officials of Chengshenmen. Triangle Eye curled his lips. What do you mean? Door-to-door challenge? I also have to see if I have bumped into the Chengqian faction. If you are like these friends and just want to have good communication, then I am still interested in playing with you. But you know that you will have to tear your face and step on me to get the mountain and sea dragon. Why should I help you directly lead people? Wouldn't it be a good idea to start a war? I said a lot of irrelevant things for a while. It sounded like Guang Guanjia was resisting, his triangle eyes were closed, and he was smiling darkly. You must be afraid. Right? You said you had good communication, and you said you planned to start a war. I think you just don't. Dare you fight me? It seems that you really don't dare to fight with Chengqian. It's nonsense. It took a lot of effort to deal with Shiqian Soul Gate. Cheng Chenpai spent a lot of effort this time. If it were me, of course I would not tell Cheng Tuanpai that the person who came this time was the chief judge. The time was not written. According to you, what kind of grandma is this? You will find a dog to challenge the all-day sect. Will your leaders stand up and fight? No one clicks and stomps on the head. It is not interesting at all. When the all-day sect is shielding, everyone laughs and stomps on the head. You don't take pictures of yourself. It's just good luck. Soul 705 awakened. Who do you think you are? You have to stomp on your ambitions. You have to keep your life after you say it. If you are angry, you have to fight with them. Stop him in 10 days. Okay, but if I win, I won't take your lives. I see that ling dang on your waist. I have all my triangular eyes, smells, eyes and skills. I touch the bones of my waist. The ling dang is his family heirloom. After the red frame came to the spirit, some changes in the bone monster occurred. Although I have only developed the function of enhancing spiritual power for the time being. This bone shop Lingdang is obviously more than that simple. The disciples of the Chengqian sect are even more excited. First of all, this is you. How can you use a family heirloom to make a head stomping pair? I think these 10 days are just because I don't dare to fight you, that's why I made such a request. He's just afraid of us. Anyway, since he's so desperate, he knows how to make excuses not to compete with us. His triangle eyes must be good. If it were you, I'd give it to you. Give you something. Shiqian doesn't have the ability. For example, Mu Wan was called home by Mu Qingnong because of the cooperation between Mu Qinggong and Shiqian. Li Mo's death must have nothing to do with you. Right? Why are you so suddenly like this? When asked Mu Wan, some differences have reached such an extent. Why did Mu Qingnong suddenly ask this question? He couldn't help but misunderstand the first principle. Master Yi Yueji, the 2 pounds were pressed by the desk room. The mother of Dengshan was able to dial it so quickly. It was really impressive that the 10 days and the mother sheep's phone consultation had just passed. It didn't even take half a day. The Li family had already pulled the card to Cheng Chuanpai. I have to go back quickly and tell Shiqian that mother sheep has caught me who wants to go back to report. The news. It will be tonight. What are you so anxious about? Mu Xingyang pressed Mu Wan on the chair. I am your father. Of course I have to consider you when doing things. Li Ziming's death made that old fox Li Ziming almost go crazy. You must give me some peace of mind, Mu Wan. I was so angry that even if I killed Li Mo, it would be Li Mo's own fault. Who asked him to take action against us? Besides, you have also told me to do it when dealing with people. Let's be kind and be bullied by others, or let them know what kind of people can't be hot. Does Li Mu want to kill me? I still have to laugh and let him kill my mother. Young Dunqing lamented that her daughter can remember what he teaches. It's already a sense of accomplishment to be a father. Wanwan, Mu Qingnan can't be fooled. In fact, it doesn't matter whose hands Li Mo died. What's important is that Li Ziming can't be made to think that you are related to Li Mo's death. Mu Wan fell into 4 people at once. The former, Mu Qingyang, has reached a cooperation with Shiqian, and Mu Wan also knows the details. When they cooperated verbally, Mu Wan was listening to the latter on the phone. Mu Qingyang bit him to death. He couldn't let Li Ziming know that Mu Wan was with Li Ziming. Is there any involvement in Mo's death? Did new variables lead to this? This has become the focus of the plan. In fact, a family like Mu Wan still attaches great importance to the concept of family inheritance. Mu Qingyang has achieved such a great success with his bare hands in the United States. It is not possible for him to succeed if he is not a member of the Mu family. But Mu Qingyang's daughter is expected to get married at that time. What about the family's property? But you have to know that even if his ideas have achieved some success, Mu Qingyang did not choose to give anything to Mu Wanqian's younger brother. When he called Mu Wan home this time, Mu Qingyang wanted to know what his daughter really wanted. What is Tian's attitude? After a while, Mu Wan finally asked her father, "You must remove me from the incident of being killed at the ceremony. Can I know it's because of Shan'en, eh?" Director Mu Qingyang, "Sir, of course, it's because of the intensity of the Li families. Revenge that I can't help but feel fear. I was really a kid before." After seeing Li Ziming's evidence, Hu Li, the older man, started researching the essentials. The Li family was originally engaged in the medical industry, so today's Li family still does not tolerate Xiaoqiu. He can ask the Chongqian dispatch to take action. Of course, Li Ziming, I still don't really believe what Mu Qingyang said, but it also proves the influence of the Li family at the moment. In short, I am your father. How could I harm you? If I don't block the Li family's revenge in 10 days, at least I can find a way to make it happen. In this section, you are all over your body, but your legs are open. Dad shouted excitedly, "You are a hand mouse with 2 ends." Mu Qingyang was not surprised and smiled bitterly. His lovely daughter, Qiao, would actually say this to her. "My dear husband, my heart was very hurt." It wasn't her. Hands and mice are at both ends, but things are as they are. Although he is determined to cooperate with Shiqian and the Shanghai alliance he founded, Mu Qingyang will not be stupid enough to put all the security on Shiqian and be flexible in doing things. Mu Qingyang's unique skill often looks at the excited Mu Wanwan. "Tell Dad, what do you think of this young man in Shiqian?" Mu Qingyang's reign is full of inhalation. But at the same time it is also somewhat misleading. At least, Mu Wan sounded like Mu Qingyang was playing the melody at the moment. Ask him if he likes Shiqian, and if he has deep feelings for Shiqian. His mother's choice when he came down from Yangjie was influenced by him. He couldn't see anything in his life. And he thought of many memories from the past. Girls think more about feelings or feelings. Even if I ask her to say something specific in 2 words, she can still only express the feelings in her heart. The brave emotion is not a specific thing. She is a very sunny and kind boy. I feel particularly at ease when I come into contact with her, because I know that even if something happens, as long as she stands up, the matter will definitely come to an end. My mother has to take responsibility. In fact, I can't explain how I like her. I just feel that compared to other people with the same mindset that I have come into contact with, she is the only one who makes me feel pure. She is not because of my family affairs or my appearance. Her affection for me is entirely because I am who I am. The wooden bowl slowly became thinner like this, completely unaware of the old father's heartbroken look. How could Mu Qingyang not understand his daughter's thoughts? Maybe now, it's too early to call them together. My daughter prefers 10 days just because the environment in which she grew up brought her into contact. Most of the people she came into contact with were those who worked extra jobs with ulterior motives, so she took advantage of the extra 10 days to be different. But Mu Qingyang couldn't be direct about this matter. How can a father not take care of his daughter if he says so? It's too sensitive to expose these beautiful imaginations in my daughter's heart for no reason. Wanwan, do I understand what you said? But in the end, you took me to see her now. The few times I had contact with her in the past 10 days were too superficial. I want to confirm that this time is the final rule. At the same time, Shanhai Meng's side is bustling with excitement. Xiao and Xiao Xiao, who came to challenge 10 days, have all given up on continuing. The chief of Chengqian sect. The portion size is heavier than theirs. This is a scam. This is a good thing, and it's a good thing. Don't be too enthusiastic. It's the first time for the Injury Sea League headed by 10 days to encounter this kind of thing. Fortunately, 10 days has rich experience and let everyone clear the field on the spot. They also briefly know the bases that need to be prepared for the duel. Although the visitor was unkind, Zhao Mao Huahu imitated Mu Qingyang's methods and arranged seats for the triangular eye detectives for 10 days. The alliance gained a wave of passers-by's favor, and the base platform had just stood on the base platform without knowing it for 10 days and handed them over, holding the power and paying attention to the surroundings. Friends who have been sent all day long today came to challenge me for the 10 days of Rongxing. I think everyone is also looking forward to talking less nonsense for the 10 days. Before I finished speaking, Triangle Eyes jumped onto the base platform. Today I am, let me guess you. Who do you think you are with so many criticisms? Shiqian smiled slightly and did not take the other party's attitude to heart. For the entire Shanghai League, the challenges that are sent to the door every day are almost like a show. In the hearts of more unknown passers-by, leave the seeds worthy of joining the Shanghai League. Okay, it seems that Gesha can't wait anymore. Let's stop talking nonsense. There are no rules in this challenge. One-on-one, fight to the rotten position, it should have been like this a long time ago. The aura suddenly dispersed. Behind the triangular eyes, a tongue of fire with 10 heads appeared immediately. Its hands were split and its tongue was raised. Let me go. These are snakes, crabs, and 5 souls. I heard that it was because of these 5 souls that he became a hand striker all day long. I also heard that the elders of the Zhenghuns once fought against him. That time when the Zhenghuns lost, I wiped Zhenghun. You guys are worshipping me so much that you have the nerve to say that the United States is the first in history. This is just one-sided. The power of the righteous souls is not due to the prowess of one person being able to stand at the top of the beauty room. The righteous souls mainly wear high-end clothes and stand strong. Most of the people in the sect have triangular eyes. Listening to the lively discussion in the audience, I feel very proud and proud. You are still give up early. I am a hand-trained young tongue. I have never lost to me since I asked. Life is worse than death. You talk a lot of nonsense. 10 days of birth. 75 souls appeared immediately. Ever since he Limo's battle. These days, 10 days ago, mind cultivation. These days, 10 days ago. These days, 10 days ago. These days, 10 days ago. These days. 10 days ago. These days, 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 10 days ago. These days. 10 days ago. These days, 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 10 days ago. Hong was able to refine the 07 handsome enough to summon the 705 souls under the improved environment. So handsome. Although he had already seen it once, he was still very excited when he saw the 705 souls again. What a handsome man. It is obviously elegant and not the sharp hand of China. Look at the claws and the feet. Compared with the disgusting and strong stone hand splitting snake, it is obviously the legendary 70. It has more visual effects. The stone hand splitting snake is on top. The triangular eyes are refreshing. His limelight was snatched away by Shiqian, and he immediately launched an attack with only the stone hand split young snake. The 5 souls of the stone hand split young snake manifested and opened their big mouths, spurting out flames, just like Shiqian tearing them apart. Shiqian was in a hurry and stepped back. He rushed towards the Shisho splitting snake and looked directly into the mouth of the snake. Shiqian opened his hands and grabbed the mouth of the Shisho splitting snake. He shouted with both arms and rushed towards Shisho splitting. Yangshi fell onto the platform very quickly, and the dead stone hand cracked. Yangshi screamed loudly, and then the snake shook its tail and kicked towards Shiqian. Shiqian smiled for 2 days. It was a good time. At this time, Shiqian was still holding the stone hand with both arms. The big mouth of the splitting snake is urgent. The 2 hands are working hard in the opposite direction. The stone hands are flying and the splitting snake is shouting. It is even harder to kill Shiqian with its feet. Although it is said to be a stone hand splitting snake, it does have a stone head, but don't forget. Yeah, 3-legged eyes. The current state has not yet reached the time when Shisho Lian raised his tongue and turned grey with all his power. At this moment, the powerful head stove is just one of them. The remaining 9 are just looking fierce and hungry, shining under the tier table. Looking at Shiqian with his tongue raised by the stone hand, a corner in his heart twitched. Taruno had already awakened the snake dance soul, so he knew the snake dance very clearly. Among the round's attack methods, this move that kills the opponent's feet is definitely the one that kills Zhao Qian'er without attacking. Why don't you use your power? Triangle saw Shiqian behave like this. If he stood aside, it would be ha-ha. This is Qi Lin Wu. In his hands, the soul-defeating god was worse than a dog. Before I exerted any force, this fire was already helpless. Injuring Haimeng for 10 days was completely like blowing out the fire. At this moment, when the hand was split open, the strange teacher made a sound, waist and abdomen hand. It took a while to pull out, and it seemed that something was wrong. Let your mother-in-law's stinky fart die. The stone hand cracked and the snake was raised. But at the same time, its head opened its mouth and screamed strangely. Then, the snake's body, which had been moving tightly, suddenly relaxed a lot. The stone hand cracked. Yangshi flew more than 3 meters high under the weight of the heavy wood. 10 days on the stage was a demonstration of the value of sports. He raised his hands high above his head and could not see the impact of the previous stone hands and feet of young snake on him. What's the impact on the triangle eyes? How is it possible to have the same unity for 10 days? What's impossible? You're a perfect snake. You haven't even mastered it yet. Even my inherent level of 3 levels is not as good as the members of the class. The hot gaze is not too guilty, but who else can have the so-called inherent nature in Shiqian's mouth? This exaggeration is a bit too exaggerated. Yang Fen Qian Shiqian Bu Xie, the island is always in trouble with God. God has summoned the hot water. The water is just as thick as a pillar of fire falling from the sky like a thundercourt. In an instant, Shiqian is shrouded in it. The flames flicker and move to the food without food. The smooth side of the mine is lit up at the same time, and the fire pillars unearthed from the current. Food hand training and Yang Tung are suddenly orbiting. Immediately afterwards, I saw a strange spirit emitting 5 colors of divine light appearing under the pillar of fire. It raised its hand and stood up. The strange spirit transformed into lightning and flashed, moved to thunder and stopped, started from bottom to top, and even the pillar of fire changed its shape. The stone hand cracked and the snake Wokao appeared. It was this move that killed the stone hand and split the snake. I had seen Shagua, who had used this move for 10 days to kill the powerful spirit transformer at the Shenghan sect headquarters. And the crowd was instantly excited. It was not easy to imagine that he could kill instantly with just one move. What would it look like if Hua Lingjing's move was put on the current stone hand splitting? Snake? Although the triangle eye is not online, I have heard about the power of this move. At that time, my face changed and I quickly retreated. The triangle eye blew the stone hand splitting snake, but the real body of the 15 souls dodged, but it was too late. When the lightning rushed forward, the scene was changed. The original log was given to Shisho Lian Yangtung again. After the thunder light washed away, Shisho Lian Yangtung's soul body descended from the sky and filled with black smoke. It looked a bit weird when it was smashed on the stage. Triangle Eyes was happy to see this. I'm actually a little confused now. That's it. So this is the attack that is killing Hua Lingjing? It doesn't look like much. Triangle's eyes are wide open and he smiles. He reaches out his hand to make a flowery gesture. At the same time, the stone hand that landed on the ground raises his hand. He also laid his hands and stood up again, spitting fire smoothly, and the flames covered his body. Ten Qian's eyelids twitched. He really didn't want to break the illusion of the guy in front of him. Since he was planning to put on a show, how could it be so easy? After 10 days of fighting, I don't know where the strange self-confidence in the triangle eyes came from. This was a lie before, right? It's still moving and jumping around now. How did he kill Lingjing? I had known about the 5 soul Zusujing before, so I went up to fight with him. I was really deceived by this chore for my whole life. As for the thought of Teruneng, I beat Mai on the head. As the person who is most familiar with 10 days, Teruneng instinctively felt the sky is full of water. But now I can't find any positive actions to refute these doubts, which makes people feel a little uncomfortable. On the Wei stage, San Jiao saw the stone hand cracking and the snake covered in flames, and his smile became even more wild. Shiqian just cleared the enemy, and I won't let you go anymore. Do you know why my 5 souls are called the stone hand splits and raises the snake? Shiqian laughed. You'd better say a few more words if you don't have the book. I'm afraid you won't be in this mood after a while. The stone hand splits and raises the snake. The stone hand splits and raises the snake. As long as the flame does not hesitate. The stone hand splits and raises. The snake can always maintain Chenfeng's fighting power. Shiqian said goodbye. Luo Liliuoshu also explained that you should try to defeat someone. There is no more dirty words than this, but the triangle eyes are so distinctive, I think. The way he explained his moves was really a bit like the anime I Kill You. The stone hand covered in flames split into snakes. It was terrifying. He rushed towards Shiqian in an instant. He was suddenly shocked for the rest of his life. Just now returning to the wooden bowl of Shanghai League, I saw Shiqian. The scene of fighting with someone was followed by a man in black robes behind the wooden tattoo. Shiqian turned his head to look at his face and showed him a reassuring follow-up. 5 Souls Toyama had previously said that there are 3 fighting methods for the 5 Souls determinants, but in the combat methods developed by the determinants in the early stages of the Red Wasteland Soul Resurrection are not yet comprehensive. The third combat method of 15 Souls Fushan is even more unwritten. However, seeing the stone hand-trained young snake fruit leaning against the flames will cover it for 10 days. At this time, Shiqian's arm suddenly transformed into a Qi Ling Bai, and the Qi Ling Phantom behind him was blocked by the Qi Ling Bai. Immediately after the attack of Shishoyang Snake, the lightning moved to his arm and struck him. In an instant, the thunder and lightning spread around the body of Shishoyang Snake. The power of the thunder and lightning was so painful that Shishoyang Snake was disabled all his life. He didn't even have a chance to scream before he was instantly knocked out of his 5 soul. True body state. Triangle Eye spit out a mouthful of blood, and the 5 souls reincarnated made him fall down on the stage. 10 days later, he walked up to Triangle Eye. There was still time for you to perform a smashing show. It seems that your luck is not very good, Triangle Eye. I feel my sorrow, otherwise I would feel as if I have fallen into the abyss of death. For 10 days. I have purely killed the Triangle Eye and ordered the Triangle Eye to cut off the stimulation. It was only at this time that he surrendered and begged for mercy that his Triangle Eyes came to his senses. His own stone hand and Liu Yang hand were able to catch Shiqian's move just now. It was not that Shiqian was very good, but that Shiqian had released the water during the battle. I thought very carefully and only Shiqian's kick was unexpected. I didn't expect that the clown turned out to be his own Shiqian. Since Tuancheng Triangle Eye has said that he is very skilled. Let's get the things. Triangle Eye. The lightning flashed, and the elongated baby now belonged to someone else. Moreover, with his triangular eyes, he suddenly realized how he often used the baby to enhance his strength when they fought. Just now, Shiqian didn't care what he thought in his heart, he snatched the Huan Shouling away. Okay, this has nothing to do with you, get out. Jade and Qingyang saw the crowd of people worshipping Triangle Eyes for 10 days, and they suddenly exploded into one piece. After all, no one thought that the hand attack sent by Cheng Qian would be so easy to worship in Shiqian's hands. But having said that, the move of worshipping the Triangle Eye at the end of the 10 days seems to be something. I don't know, after joining Shanhaimeng, this moment. This moment, 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 this moment. This moment, 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 this moment. This moment, 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 this moment. This moment, 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 this moment. This moment, this moment. Will Shiqian teach the technique of this move selflessly? At the same time, Mu Wen also came to Shiqian. My father came to the first hall of Shanghai League. Shiqian let everyone go about their business. He was dedicated to receiving Mu Jiniang again because Cheng Qian we sent members who failed to challenge, so some of the people who originally wanted to challenge 10 days became supporters of 10 days. Pointers immediately expressed their intention to join the Shanghai Alliance. The Shanghai Alliance won a lot of people in the recruiting mission. Mu Jiniang took off the black robe she was wearing and looked at Shiqian with complicated eyes. Ours, what is the name of the trick you used to send your hands every day for hundreds of days? Shiqian ordered. Mu Jiniang poured a cup of tea and brought it in front of her, turning around. After returning to my position, I didn't expect that my uncle would be interested in this move. In fact, anyone can do this move. It's just Wu Hun Fusheng. Mu Qingyang's hand Wu Ziju shook as he picked up the teacup. Wu Hun Fusheng, it's Mu Qingyang. It was first heard that it had only been less than half a month since the arrival of the Great Desolation. Many people were also trying to cross the river by feeling the stones when exploring Wu Hun. This should be difficult, right? Mu Qingyang pretended to be calm and tried to keep his tone calmer. 10 days later, it was particularly relaxed. It shouldn't be difficult, because originally Wu Soul awakened as a waiter for Chuanxi. When Wu Soul awakened, everyone changed like a completely different person, and Wu Soul became a part of the individual. If you want to achieve Wu Soul's prosperity, you must communicate. Wu Hun and Mu Qingyang drank all the tea on the spot, without comment. Things that I didn't understand before Shiqian came out about the idea of 5 souls suddenly became aroused. In fact, Mu Qingyang's qualifications as a Juxiner of Yubaihu are very high. Again, Mu Qingyang also talked to some of the soul-certifying souls before. Strong people have communicated about the application of the 5 souls, and one of them once proposed that since the 5 souls can be transformed into the true form of the 5 souls and appear, is it feasible for a part of the powerful 5 souls to directly appear in the body of the Juexin himself? Qingyang really didn't expect that since Shiqian walked in front of them, Shiqian no longer shouted. Only then did Mu Qingyang notice his state. The two of them were a little embarrassed for a while. Fortunately, Mu Qingyang became shameless and thirsty. Shusheng turned the atmosphere into another topic and brought it to another topic. In fact, you shouldn't easily accept the challenge today. When Mu Qingyang resigned, I received the news that the Li family has united with the Chengqian sect. This time the disciples of the Chengqian sect came to challenge you. I am afraid that they are trying to find out about your system. For 10 days, without changing their expressions, I also felt a trace of regret. Uncle, you should give me a hint. If I knew there was such a disease, I must be very disgusted. It should be very important for him to send a sect subordinates all day long. At this time, Shiqian also arrived once. It's strange. After all, the matter of Mu Qingyang coming to see him is a bit sudden. If it is the cooperation between Shan Haimeng and Zheng Hunmen, I had already made it clear on the phone before that I didn't want to make a special trip like this. But if it was something else, the only thing I could think of in 10 days was to hook up with Mu Wan and let him go. You are definitely not talking about these things when you are looking for me. Mu Qingyang nodded, but you can see through my secret. The purpose of hurting Haimeng is actually to knock him over. Let's see what you think of me. The more I talk, the more confused Mu Qingyang is. The fact that our plan is linked to Pish will lead to the cooperation between our two families in the name of Muwen. Then I will use this cooperation to make Li Ziming think that I will betray him at the critical moment. Listening silently for 10 days, he seemed to have guessed what Mu Qingyang was going to say next. Since Li Jiao had already roped in the Chengqian sect, Mu Qingyang's behavior at the moment unconsciously wanted to say that Li Jiao had also roped in someone who made him feel like an egg. Mu Qingyang looked at it. 10 days of vision. After a while, Bolan guessed that 10 days might be associated with the changes brought about by the Li family, and he couldn't help but secretly feel that the carbon wood bowl is really good. Although he is not sure yet, the Li family seems to have been in contact with a family in the gods. If that family is willing to help the Li family, when the time comes, we will not only face the Li family. I don't dare to confirm that the 10 days have indeed been broken. In fact, Shiqian's memory of Jishen's Wang family still has to be traced back to Li Lei. The hatred of the past life made Shiqian pay attention to Li Lei's movements all the time. The Li family in the previous life has been developing in Maiyuan for a period of time. Soon the news was reported to the Wang family. This also led to the ending where Jing Wenmen was rushed away from Maiyuan by the Wang family. It seemed that our plan really needed to be adjusted. 10 days before we finished talking, the mother sheep started to fight. Although I don't know where you got the news about the Wang family, I still want to make it clear that the Wang family status in the province is not a trivial matter. What's more, the Wang family had a lot of resources before the red and yellow spirit descended, and now it is even more important. With the resistance in the past, a huge force emerged with him. Of course, he understood these things, but it cannot be because the Li family just had contact with the Wang family. Just give up as a class. Uncle, now he has time to spare. Li Mo died in my hands. Even if I give up the idea of dealing with the Li family can't let me go against it. Mu Qingyang randomly comes to you. Kid, what are you doing? I can feel that uncle wants to persuade you to give up. The reason why I came to you is because I want to cast a bigger Tushu 10 heavenly shield on you. When the spirit uncle came, did he plan to play with the big wood Qingyang and use my entire Zheng Hunmen to do it? Is your hatred of being an accessory enough to win? He couldn't help but hear rumors for 10 days. Zheng Jing and Shamu Qinglang said these things. He didn't even dare to think about what the entire Shenghan sect represented. He knew very well whether Hong still wanted to keep digging, but be sure to fight really hard. I will hand over the secret manpower of Zhenghun sect to you. When the time comes, you take them to bring Zheng Hunmen and Li Jiao together, and your Shanghai alliance will naturally become a beautiful and first-class determined organization. It goes without saying that for 10 days, but if Bofu says this, the risk you are taking is too great. Senior sister, the relationship with you has always been our biggest failure. Li Jiao will not trust you at all. If you talk about Zheng Hunmen being defeated by the Shanghai League, there will be no benefit at all. Mother Yang Dunsha, he is a little proud. At this time, he has gained a little satisfaction from the elders from Shiqian. Xiaoshe, how could you, a smart person, forget that there is also the existence of the Wang family? In this matter? What I want now is not just the machine of the Li family, Yi Shanhai. In the Alliance Consciousness Hall, Shiqian sat in his seat for a long time and moved. If Zhao Neng hadn't come in to look for him, Shiqian would have been sitting there until Yi Mu Jiangning arrived. Chenna, what's wrong with you? Zhao Neng felt a little strange. After Muwen brought a man in black robe, he stayed in the house for 10 days and did not go out. It was obvious that the man in black robe had left. For 10 days. He felt like he was traveling in a dream and wanted to say something. Just take a look and see if you can use this thing. Ten Qian took out the exchange bell that he got from the Chengqian Pai Shochi. Zhao Neng took the exchange bell and tried to focus the spiritual energy in his body into the gold exchange bell. It seemed like it's useless. Really, it's very random. There are just a few methods. You've read so many online novels about how to identify the master with low blood pressure. You haven't seen the method of collecting treasures and identifying the master. As long as you master this thing, you can go back and conquer the lazy snake. It will be a lot easier when you can take photos without even thinking about it. Why do you know that retail sales can play a role? Here is a high-quality material study on how to make retail sales. Recognize the owner. Go to the real point and watch. After Zhao Neng left, he rubbed his face vigorously with his hands, and then said to himself in a voice that only he could hear, he was really getting more and more playful. And he dared to attack the Wang family. Before Mu Qingyang left, the last sentence is that he will use this cooperation to swallow up the Wang family's intelligence. Hoping that Shiqian can gather his strength and cooperate when necessary, and Mu Qingyang also left behind the happiness who can command the secret position of the Zhenghan sect. On the morning of the 4th day of the morning and 10 days ago, he will take care of all the members of the Shanghai Alliance. Dear brothers and sisters of the Shanghai Alliance, since the establishment of the Shanghai Alliance, I, the Alliance leader, have not officially said hello to you. Perhaps you have also heard that our Shanghai League senior sister Muwen and the mother sect master of the Zhenghan sect are women. In the past 2 days, a piano appeared for each of them in the north. There is a company of Tang University's Zhenghan sect and we, Shanhaimen, stand together on the stage for 10 days and give a good speech. The central idea is to explain the evil. Shanhaimen and Zhenghunmen are allies, and there is also a Zhenghunmen in Shanhaimen. Seeing the characters joining, a good thing has happened to Shanghai Gate. There was a flurry of chatter on and off the stage. Some people knew it, some didn't know it. They were the beautiful women in charge of personnel management in the Alliance. When I went there, I thought I chose the wrong organization. I didn't expect that our Shanghai sect would have such a background. That's why you don't understand. How did the Shanghai sect come to the fore? Isn't it because of the Zhenghan sect's support? The leader of the Alliance, Mr. Qian Zanxing, had this not been specially set up, I can't even turn it into a novel. For 10 days, Lu Wei waited for a while and then asked who was willing to participate in this operation. Zhao Ning took the people who wanted to participate in the operation and came back to the side. Now the Shanghai Alliance can be regarded as a clear target. If the early strength position was a wave of 5 souls absolute heartbreakers, and later a wave of powerful 5 souls absolute heartbreakers joined inexplicably, when it was said that they were going to take action, who would go and who wouldn't would naturally be divided based on their strength. I roughly took a look at the time. Jula, take the rest of the people who stayed behind to continue their daily routines and follow me. This time we must create the spirit of the Shanghai Alliance. S is the north exit of the expressway. Mu Qingyang and the elite of the newlyweds were waiting at the meeting place early and watched from a distance as Shiqian brought people over. Mu Qingyang, my eyes unconsciously turned to a hidden place not far away. It didn't take long for 10 days to arrive. The tone of the words broke into the stars. Uncle Mu, I still want to thank you this time for sharing a cup with me. Mu Qingyang Lungheng waved to Mu Wan in the Shanghai Alliance team. Before you could come over, Mu Wan was startled by the protruding severity and felt a little aggrieved unconsciously. Mu Qingyang's attitude suddenly changed to this, but the relationship that Muwen knew was completely different. Muwen knew about Shiqian's conspiracy with his father, but there was nothing about him at all. If he said it was related to him, it could only be the polar opposite between the two groups. Because of this, Mu Wanxia took half a step back, looked at Mu Jingyang, and said half truthfully, "I won't go." The members of Shanhaiming were confused. Why is the current situation different from what the leader said? Just looking at the fierce aura of the Mu sect master, it doesn't look like he is in the thick of the mountains and sees for 10 days. Only this time Mu Qingyang amplified his voice, breaking and closing in a deep voice without looking back, with his true soul. The disciples of the Zhenghan sect, with their heads dripping, covered themselves up in the deadbeat place, and followed me behind the Zhenghan sect like a doormat. Xie seemed to be a little too much, and Zhao Neng was even more. He couldn't take into account the joys and sorrows of the spirit master who had already changed. All he had was the Guanamu uncle on his forehead. What happened to Uncle Chenamu? Did I miss something? In fact, he didn't say anything, but instead pulled Ling Qian to his side without leaving a trace. Ling Qian stuffed the thing in his hand and then muttered a few words of blessing. Everyone at the north exit was gone, and then a group of people came out of the camp next to it and stood at the front to formally announce Li Ziming. Li Ziming. This Mu Qingyang seems to have something wrong, and he must have said something to Wu Zhong, a young man with a noble temperament. Because Li Ziming got it for himself. It didn't matter whether Wang Xiao or Mu Qingyang had any problems. All I want is for them to find the tongue. The young man who was respectfully called Mr. Wang smiled and served a pot of food. Li Ziming's eyes gradually changed with intention. You must know that after the death of the two sons of the Li family, the eldest Li family became an empty frame. In order to take revenge, Li Ziming almost sold the entire Li family, just to be able to retaliate against the young Master Wang in front of me and the family behind him. At first, after Li Ziming asked Mu Qingyang for an explanation but failed, for a second, he felt that Mu Qingyang really hated Shi Qian. But as time went by, the more Li Ziming thought about it, the less it was like that. Hurt Fu Chenjian, the hardest Li Ziming has ever seen. He didn't know how much of a certain ghost agent there was. Even if Mu Qingyang didn't harm him, he would still guard against Mu Qingyang. So Li Ziming contacted the Chengqian sect, which was second only to the soul-suppressing sect among the beauties, and tried every means to shoot him. The Wang family in the provincial capital has established a relationship. This time, the Shanghai Alliance and Jin Hunman were killed by Mu Qingyang. Mu Qingyang revealed the news to Li Ziming. Mu Qingyang even said that if Li Ziming wanted revenge, he would take action at the right time. Mu Qingyang, I don't intend to let anyone go in Yangshan Haimeng. I believe Mr. Wang is also very interested in the resources of beauties. I really admire you a little. You are a smart man. After Zhu Honghuang came, he only had a slim waist. It's not too common. It's already familiar in the first 10 days. But compared to the experienced 10 days, the members of the Tianshan Sea Alliance and even the disciples of the Shenghan sect were a little excited. The previous unhappiness had already dissipated in the excitement. The two parties were also on the way and quickly took a photo. They could secretly glance at the quiet Mu Qingdao. Hu was walking in front of the team. Uncle Mu's reaction today was so strange. 10 days, Ruru couldn't figure out the things in the corners of his eyes. Don't think about it. Uncle Mu is old and has a bad temper. It's normal for him to take care of himself. Horizon looked listless and played with it to change his spirit. However, people who have such thoughts are not only confused about the care of the wooden bowl. Well, it seems that his father's transformation was due to meeting him for the second time in 10 days. Will my dad hit you somewhere in the future? Even if it's not directed at him, I still have to look at your face. Half of the wooden bowl was lit up by Shi Qian. I always felt that Shi Qian was hiding something. Shi Qian saw the mold of the wooden bowl shining brightly. He said that he suddenly felt bad for his brother, Mu Qingdang, and he was too grateful for this game, so neither of them said anything. But looking at Mu Wan's performance now, it is very likely that he is going to be promoted outside the festival. You lowered your voice, senior, don't ask anything, don't think about it for a while. No matter what happens, just follow me. Why don't you all cheer up? Just when Mu Wan continued to ask questions, he walked in front of the dance. Mu Qingyang suddenly made a combined force sound. Everyone was still looking around. On the originally framed highway, there were some signs of giant snakes on the side of the mountain. The worried waistline was moving around here. For a while, everyone's performance had already made it clear that they were rookies. This is not difficult to understand. After all, half a month ago, everyone was still ordinary people working hard to live a life. Facing an increasingly cruel world, I took 3 steps for 10 days and took 2 steps. I walked to the snake path and rubbed my hands a little. You also put the clay in front of your nose to show it. You are still a little agnostic. From the time, it is inferred that the tongue passed here a few hours ago. Shen Fei looked at Ten Heaven with some differences. He couldn't imagine why Ten Heaven could rely on Xiao Wen. The dirt on the tongue will tell you when the shameless tongue passed by. At this time, for 10 days, I have no other thoughts. I just followed the experience of the previous life and began to assign tasks as usual. There are sound effects for rudeness. I am a dog. I have 10 days of skill to summon you with one finger. The 5 souls asked him to track the smell left by the deadbeat tongue to prove that the members of the Zhenghuns looked at each other for a moment. Qingyang and Shen Fei saw that the two had no objection to spending their strength in 10 days, and then they summoned their 5 souls. After the arrival of Red Wasteland, the 5 souls Taigetsuro awakened, which is similar to the 5 souls in electricity. After giving birth to the 5 souls, there are many kinds of awakenings. Some of the 5 souls awakened. He awakened an animal soulless soul whose effect was similar to his own. After his soulless body appeared, he followed the instructions of the awakened one and began to cultivate continuously. The smell of the deadbeat snake lingered in the air. Xuanjiang went to follow Ten Qianisheng. After giving the order, he immediately threw away the 2 big mouths and chased after him. It took him a moment to realize that he should do something divine at the moment. Mu Jinyang Shen Fei was right behind. Not only did he not hesitate to follow Shen Fei to fight for 10 days, the performance at this moment is full of praise. Brother, this kid is a bit interesting. It is obviously the first time for everyone to do this kind of thing. But he is an acquaintance. He looks like he has killed many waist-thin people. He is not too light. Can he just say maybe? Some people are born with children. And maybe if we hadn't taken advantage of being older, we might have been thrown behind them. Then I'll slap you in the mouth. Brother, why do I feel that you are a little weird today? It's not your trick. For example, Yu Lang has already chased you. In the end, the scent of the skin-loving snake penetrated deep into the stone sky in the mountains. Looking at the worried Tao Yulang, he turned to ask questions to prove that the disciples of Sheng Han sect could not pursue him. It gives me a very bad feeling. Shi Qian looks at me and feels very humane. Everyone, what you are going to face next will not be the relaxing environment like usual. Sparring. Now listen to me, Hao Li, the people with the 5 soul abilities in Tianzhong's defense stand on the outside and summon the true form of the 5 souls. The attacking person summons the 5 souls and is ready to manifest the true body at any time. If you don't get my next order, just follow the team and explore slowly. The skinny snake is simple to say. But the facts are so complicated that you need to know the price that humans paid for killing their wastes even in previous lives. The tuition fees paid are not comparable at all. From barbarism to civilization, Mingxia is even less. As the team's exploration scope expanded, everyone showed a vague mood. 10 days of planning flashed, and all the 5 soul Jew walkers who took effect were whispering. Manifest the true form of your 5 souls for in the blink of an eye. A group of snakes were dancing wildly in the forest. At the same time, in the distance of the team, a harsh private voice suddenly came out. The most obvious characteristic of snakes is that they cannot tolerate other people of the same kind appearing on the same territory as themselves. Listen to the mountain road. Last time when the giant dragon wanted to treat guests, a giant snake covered in dragon skin appeared in everyone's event. The 2 eyes that saw the shabby snake at first glance. Just wait for the bull-eyed Chena. This thing is too ugly. I ignored him for 10 days and continued to give orders to everyone. Don't mess around. The defensive martial arts party is mainly affected by the first wave of attacks. It is far from successful. Those with skills hurriedly took action and used whatever they had. Flames, storms, ice-breaking cannons. Laughing wood spirits entangled the scene for a while. In the Bliss Online game, the Union opening and closing spirit $$ screen moved to attack Shi Slong, who was attracted by the same kind of breath. Just after the first wave of fire attacks by the snake, Ten Qian took the lead and rushed out of the crowd. His Lin Wuhuan stepped out of the air, attracting the snake. Soon after, everyone looked at Shi Qian and Shaij, like the official Wang Tuanchen. The snakes were so entangled that the horse even forgot about himself. Ziying was doing something. At this moment, Mu Qingyang's voice suddenly came from the crowd. It was actually time to take action. Who should do it? Mu Qingyang suddenly shouted loudly, making everyone in the audience confused. I was in a daze. However, I was already engaged in a battle with the snake. At this time, instead of being beaten by the snake and being hit hard on the ground, would you instruct me to follow the birth and let them take action? Recalling the words that hurt my time are full of complaints. No matter who listens, it seems that he is accusing Mu Qingdang of ruining the situation of the production competition between himself and the lazy snake. The lazy snake does not have as many thoughts as human beings. After concentrating for 10 days, he immediately launched something more violent. At least in the eyes of the lazy snake, there are currently no humans who can cause harm to him. It was only 10 days after 75 souls were summoned. The whole scene of fierce killings became extremely chaotic. There was a sea of shouts and golden shouts. The people of Shunhuan sect were okay. After all, Mu Qingyang, the master of the sect, at the very end of the battle, there is a commotion. As long as they can see the figure of the gate leader, they can feel at ease. The first level of the Shanghai League is on the side. However, the Shili Lake Road is in chaos. Something is wrong, but something is wrong outside. The eyes of Mu Qingdang, who is far away to hold the battle, are all tingling. I always feel, today, since I set out to hunt for the waste man, every scene I have seen is wrong. He has gone through it all the way. Mu Qingdang is very abnormal today. But now if you think about what Ten Qian did, isn't it abnormal? Isn't it abnormal? In Neng's heart, Shi Qian was not the rich image he is now, even though Shi Qian's current strength was worth. It has made Zhao Neng immeasurable, but the brother who was bullied by the older seniors together with him has never been a strong man. Whoever has been bullied by the front foot and bullied the back foot will try every means to squeeze him out. He can still make the sufferer unable to even see his face when he goes back. So Zhao Neng shouted without thinking, and Shan Haiming laughed at me for 10 days. The effect of letting Zhao Neng manage the combat department was immediately apparent. Zhao Neng knew that his strength was not strong, so he had a good grasp of the discipline of the combatants. Very strictly, following Zhao Neng's life order, the people who were originally entangled dispersed in a moment. Zheng Hunman and Shan Haiming Jingwei were clear. Why did Brother Zhao suddenly ask the members of Shan Haiming before they finished asking? Zhao Neng followed closely. Is Isheng commanding the whole world? At this moment, Isheng is like a crow, and the laughter is coming from the woods. Brother! This is what you are talking about. Li Ziming walked slowly in the woods like a blood-sucking girl. When he came out, Zhao Neng's colleague unconsciously shrank a bit. Mu Wan revealed Li Ziming's identity almost immediately and struck his face with surprise. Zhao Neng caught the change in Mu Wan's expression and couldn't help but feel excited. In terms of this cushion case, which originally belonged to the Shanghai Alliance and the newlyweds, there shouldn't be anything that even Mu Wan wouldn't know about, but now Mu Wan's reaction is enough to show that Mu Wan really doesn't know anything. Momentum is such a wonderful thing. Sometimes the leader's momentum even appears. I noticed a slight wavering, and the people below also started to riot. What's going on? These people look very serious. They are the ones who are here to cause trouble for me. Mu Wan shouted to Mu Qingyang at the top. Dad, are you kidding me, right? Mu Qingyang's eyes were cold and soft as he watched his daughter come over. Dad, Mu Wan was like being raised by lightning. The driving and bending in it really made her feel bad. He pointed her in a hurry. It's as if the brain has lost the ability to think. Mu Qingyang, I can go on to talk about what good things about that brat make you willing to give up your physical life for him. Now you come over obediently because my father and daughter still have feelings and anger. Stop acting. I don't believe you are willing to give up your daughter. Suddenly, the ghost appears and the real body appears. The tiger laughs and wants to eat the mountain spirit. Li Ziming, what do you mean? Li Ziming arrives. If you really plan to destroy the Shanghai League with me, you shouldn't have been born just now. Wait until that beast fights you like this. If you ask me to take action, wouldn't it mean that you have the love to clean up your mother's fart? It's so complicated to recruit a child. Why didn't you tell me to check it out in advance? I'm so special. How do I know if you will join me smoothly? In this conversation between you and me, Shan Haiming Zhongren finally figured out what happened? The fierce friend in the fierce master's mouth will be killed by Simu Qingnio at this time. You are so unethical and a deadbeat snake. 10 days of fighting and not cultivating suddenly shouted. However, at this moment, 10 days. The state of heaven is the real Langbei Lipi snake's strength brought into the human realm. Not to mention that it is still in the middle stage of spiritual transformation. The degree of physical strength of the waist is already amazing, not to mention the concentration of Lipi snake. There are strong toxins, which can be transformed into a means of attacking prey at any time. If Shiqian had not used the 5 levels of possession skills, he commented on the characteristics of 70. Naishiwei beasts who are unclear about hundreds of poisons. At this moment, I am afraid that it has already become a dragon chicken case. The meat bowl is made of porcelain. It took a moment for the brain to realize what the sentence 10 days really meant. It never thought that its father would do such a thing, and it has always been smart. Mu Qingyang ignored the reactions of Shiqian and others and instead looked at Li Ziming. Brother Bai, what are you waiting for? Do you want me to make the first move? Li Ziming smiled blackly and said, Brother Mu, you are really happy. I am just waiting for you to make a move. Mu Qingyang gritted his thick teeth. Then I want to keep Nuan safe. Sister Li is a parent, and her children are in the army. The piece of meat in my heart, Li Ziming, spoke clearly, and the shadow of blood still flowed into this sad and painful meaning. Mu Qingyang took a deep breath. The Xinghan sect belonged to me and followed me to kill the mountains. And seize. Then the white tiger became an immortal. He directly took the lead and rushed towards the position guarded by Shan Haimeng. Just when the two sides were about to come into contact, a beauty woman with a tongue and a body stopped in front of Yu Baihu. The snake took effect and the martial spirit, Mai Ji Kill Mu Wan, took action. Dad, you want it. What are you doing? How can you attack Shan Haimeng? How can you hurt my friends? Why do you want to join the Li family? Mu Wan, you want to identify me? I am a father, come here now. This person, time, hurts people, and the sin is nothing but the ill word spoken by relatives. The wooden bowl is handed over for a time. I don't know whether what is happening in front of me is true. I stepped on it for 10 days. I am returning. The face of the door, do you really think that I will tolerate him growing up? You are my daughter, don't you still understand what will happen to those who are against me because of my temper? You can't even see the black and white of the world clearly. How many years of friendship have you called Uncle Li? Can't you let go of the friendship in your heart? He is afraid that it is Mu Qingyang who has been hiding in the woods on this occasion. Among them, young Master Wang came out selling brisk cloth. It was so exciting. He hadn't seen such a funny thing for a long time. Mu Qingyang turned around and thought about it. A hint of lies flashed across young Master Wang's face, and then suddenly turned into a wave of Jingya Wang. Young Master Wang laughed and said, what Master Mu said is really interesting. It sounds like that. Mu Qingyang's face was all over. Young Master Wang, what does this mean? Li Ziming said, of course, it's a test of what you mean. It's all about such a big show. Just enjoy yourself. Do you think we are blind? Is Mu Qingyang so cold? In my heart? If you don't want to cooperate, just say so. Do you think I can't turn around and deal with you now? Li Ziming laughed. Then let's see, Brother Mu, are you capable? As soon as he finished speaking, another group of people appeared in the woods. The corners of Zhaoling's mouth twitched slightly. I'm just having fun. Is it really impossible to hide in this small forest? Come on, Miss Huang is a kind of person who is sent all day long. Li Ziming brings a few Emperor Dao. I have never believed in you. Today, since I can listen to your instructions and play this trick of Tang. Wang's greed, I won't lend it to you all. The Qingyang buds of the wood were almost chewed to pieces. Now it is built on Xianshang, but the situation is embarrassing. At this moment, young Master Wang suddenly said, Master Mu, there is actually a way for you to gain our trust. Please give young Master Wang some help. Tips the daughter who is blocking your way is your best choice. Young Master Wang Hanguang said, actually, I am too lazy to care about the heat in your small place. For me, it is the most convenient way to just pick all of you. But I think I still have some plans, and I want to mention that my family will treat you like a dog with such murderous words at this time. But in addition, everything seems to be reasonable again when it comes to the Wang family in the provincial capital. Mu Qingyang looked at Muwen a little bit. Are you really not going to let it go? Muwen clenched his teeth at this moment. There was chaos in my mind, and I wanted to break Yin Ya, but I could only say one sentence from the bottom of my heart. I can't let it go. No matter what happened, no matter what kind of difference there was in it, Mu Wan could only hold on to the only belief in his heart without any doubt. The current situation is just one sentence. My father wants to attack Shan Haimeng. I am Shan Hai Hu Yu. Baihu doesn't show any emotion at all. The big tiger is looking for a platform and it becomes red on my Jusha's body. The real body of the 5 souls of the wooden bowl is reflected by the window and is immediately reflected to this body. Blood spurts out in one mouthful. Worldly love is gone. Follow me and kill Mu Jingyang. Do you dare? At this moment, an extremely well-prepared eye appears in the forest. Mu Jingyang is his father. Yang Yang was frightened by his daughter, but Shiqian accidentally rushed into the battlefield where Zhijiang was fighting, leaning against the goal of their trip. Shiqian had 75 souls to protect his name. The last second he pressed was still 5. The next second after the soul-possessed state, the 5-soul true body will be manifested. In short, Shiqian is as young as a young man when it comes to the martial soul-switching move. However, the deadbeat snake who was inexplicably involved in the battle is completely confused now. When the situation is over, I just rely on my own primitive instincts to dig and dig inside my little head, digging and digging out the dirty grass Nima. It's good to have a good time. The white tiger mythical beast, the 7-0 demon beast, the 3 snakes have powerful combat power. They got entangled right away. Either you hit me or I said hit him. At the same time, after watching for a long time, I couldn't figure out what the right wind was blowing today. The members of the main marriage sect and the Shanghai Alliance were also involved in the battle. We have been involved together to this point. Where are there any enemy troops? As long as there are soldiers, the relationship is hostile. It is almost a scam. This inexplicable chaos between the guests is thought to be fatal. Mu Wan felt so bitter in his mouth. How could things have turned out like this? Mu Wan's eyes were busy with me. I don't know what the second-in-command of the wedding witnesses on the other side, Shenfei Kenki Qingdang, was having with Shiqian. Although I also didn't understand how things could develop like this, Shenfei, the second-in-command, thought there was nothing wrong with him. He immediately thought of Mr. Wang and let him go. Mr. Wang, now my marriage witnesses are qualified to have more conversations, right? Mr. Wang smiled. I have to say reluctantly. This dog-eat-dog behavior makes me very happy. Shenfei's face suddenly became a little difficult. I couldn't help but blurt out, Mr. Wang, my sect leader has shown his sincerity, but I still don't understand what kind of deal my sect leader made with you. A deal? Who told you, between me and the Zhenghun sect there's a deal? Listening to Mr. Wang's indifferent words, Shenfei's heart suddenly burst into laughter. And he said that since there is no secret communication area, this brother is just having trouble. When Li Ziming saw his enemy trapped in the cave, he suddenly felt a joyful feeling in his heart. And he became much calmer. Shenfei, you'd better stop thinking about it. All this is just his mother's own cleverness. Shenfei said in a Chensheng voice, Brother Li, please don't try to fool me. But now, even if you let me, the Zhenghun men suffer a big blow. Head. You also need to make me, old Shen, understand. Okay, I showed you my kindness. Ten Chen killed my son, and Muwen was also there. I asked his mother for an explanation, but he said that it was all Ten Chen's fault. When I am ready, I will take revenge. At that time, his mother jumped out again and said that there was a way for me to take the youngest one away. What happened 10 days after the outer armor was removed is what you see now. These old brothers are out of their minds. Even Shenfei, as Mu Qingyang's old partner, couldn't figure out what Mu Qingyang was doing. But at this moment the battle in the mountains and forests has entered a fierce stage. It is common for blood to appear. People who are seriously injured and lying on the ground are like Ji Maizi. We have reached such a situation, go help them, but don't hurt our friends. The situation of the battle became clear as soon as the people brought by Li Ziming joined in. The reflection was so bright that I could see my friends falling one after another, and my eyes were filled with tears. He was about to bleed. However, facing this situation, he could only stand aside and watch like Lulu. Speaking of which, every minute and every second was the price of writing. But is there any way to do this? The strongest person in the entire Shanghai Alliance has already fallen into the chaos of Shenwei. The second strongest person has been beaten and beaten by the old Father Ji and his son. Is there any hope? Fight at this time. In the 10 days in the circle, suddenly the sea generated the energy. I gave you that 0 gear. It was not for you to listen to. The energy suddenly seemed to be controlled by a force that was spinning straight and spinning, suddenly holding the soul to say other things. Zhao Neng may be careless, but when Shiqian mentions this Lingdang Zhao Neng, his heart suddenly bursts with 0000. As Zhao Neng pays attention to the spiritual weapon and blows, there is a person in the Changshou Ling station who has recognized his master. The 800 chief disciples of the Chengqian sect. had a clear feeling in their hearts that something was going away from them. The lazy snake who had been shouting endlessly in Shiqian heard the ring of the skin-changing spirit. Suddenly he became stunned. Shiqian felt secretly in his heart. Ling Qian, haven't you brought this person back yet? As red and fragrant, cheese red is as beautiful as white red. This is a situation where the subordinates have been fighting for 10 days. Mu Qingyang's opponent is never fixed, and Mu Qingyang was fighting with the cheat a few seconds ago. As he exchanges for retail, he thinks of the cheat looking for Ling Sheng. After being lured away, Mu Qingyang suddenly lost his opponent. Before he could react, Shiqian killed Ingji and heard a small movement. Mu Qingyang's ghostly white tiger transformed into a tiger and was lifted by the thunder. The 5-soul avatar was even the 500 phantom. Looks a bit on the order. On this side, Zhao Neng watched the shabby snake running towards him, and the frequency of his hands moving for sale became very fast. At the same time, he also started to dance with his own hand. During the treat, the two snakes were entangled together. Zhao Neng just moved his hands for sale. Zero directly brought the lazy snake to an exhibition venue. At this time, after 10 days, he finally had some clear time. There was a steaming and painful heat all over the soul. It seemed that a lot of physical strength had been digested. Li Ziming saw that his situation had changed and he saw it again. There was a cold feeling in the eyes of Shiqian, who was not far away from him. Shiqian Tian only responded with a more measured tone. Go Dong wrote, thinking that after colluding with Mu Qingyang, you could feel that I had been watching Wang Xiaobu. Self-consciously headless Weizheng if you say that everything you see is an act. How should you explain this blood-type scene with real swords and guns? But if everything is true, then there are a lot of things worthy of scrutiny. Now that I have only watched 10 days, this performance seems to be really betrayed. Li Ziming laughed wildly and was helpless, right? I felt the same way when you killed my son. Now I am as confused as you. I have the advantage of being all over the ground. Am I right? 10 days randomly sneered, and the real body of 75 souls smiled towards the sky. It was like a magic weapon descending from the sky. A lot of farmers appeared in the woods again to ask for help. The front one is, Ling Qian has not been to the top of the face for a long time. 10 days before departure, he gave Ling Qian the token to mobilize the secret guards of the Zhenghan sect, and clearly told him what he should do next. This is how Ling Qian is now. Li Ziming's face instantly turned ugly during the rescue scene. It's very unlikely that you, Shan Haiming, called the helper for 10 days. He laughed so hard. How can I save you? You're allowed to go to the provincial capital to ask the Wang family for help, but I can't go to the provincial capital to move general reinforcements. Wang Xiaoqiang, his eyes turned to the provincial capital. Is there anyone who dares to go against me and the Wang family for 10 days? In the eyes of Yi Yilo, the Wang family is nothing. Young Master Wang suddenly breathed in unison. From this moment on, he noticed that his opponent seemed to have appeared. In the Tang and Tang dynasties, the Wang family was entrenched in the provincial capital. Naturally, there were waves of existence. But if you had to find someone who could resist the Wang family's separate court, it must be the most mysterious organization in Ji province. It is said that Yi Yilu's business is very extensive. Pedicure, ear removal, killing and silence. As long as they can think of business, this mysterious organization will accept it. As long as they can afford the price, there is nothing that Ilo won't do. Wang Xiao immediately thought that the origin of the 10 days was different, but the reaction was different. If you think about it carefully, it is indeed true. How could an ordinary person come into contact with an existence like Iran Lu? After 10 days of congratulations, those masked men had to fight with the people brought by Li Ziming as soon as they raised their swords. The masked men were very capable. It's amazing. Every move is a clumsy attempt to take away people's lives. In just a few breaths after joining the battle, Li Ziming lost more than a dozen lives on his side. For example, in 10 days on the battlefield, 705 souls were emitted from the shrinkage. The intense light was getting closer and closer. Li Ziming exclaimed, "Mr. Wang, help Mr. Wang." He didn't care. He thought too much and immediately summoned his effective martial spirit. Behind Mr. Wang, a wave of energy condensed. I thought there was no need for me to take action for a mere beauty. So what with 705 souls? Then Xiao Shulong has also awakened the mythical beast Yazi with 5 souls. The dead sailor is still unknown. There is no heroic voice in 10 days. he can directly use 5 souls to recover his body. 70B. Immediately he slapped Mr. Wang's face. Mr. Wang's 70B, which made him look good, immediately patted Mr. Wang's face. In order to make Yazi's 5 souls manifest their true form, Yazi stood up to block Shiqian's ferocious alien 5-soul complexion. This trick has not been researched yet. Almost no one knows it now. Wang Xiaoji is more shocked than Shiqian. Qian can actually use his 5 souls like this. At the same time, he feels that it is just a drive. How could his teeth not be able to catch this move? But life is always. There will be such illusions, such as that I can counterkill Wang Xiaoxi or forget that in the current situation when the gap in strength between everyone is not particularly big. 10 days have already become as thin as Hua Lingjing's mid-stage waist or even Hua Lingjing's late stage. The wood-green sheep has endured for a long time and has yet to see its skin. In the 3 pieces of teeth, he leaned forward to attack the party for 10 days. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of colorful smooth 3-foot breeze. For 10 days, the 4 little ones did not dodge or close for 10 days. He just shined a light on young Master Wang's head and grabbed him. Just when his life was on the line. Young Master Wang suddenly heard a laugh. When he came back to his senses, Mu Qingyang had already pushed him away. He blocked the voice for young Master Wang. After receiving the blow that lasted for 10 days, Wang Xiao's eyes suddenly turned into a smile. Hearing Mu Qingyang's somewhat weak words, young Master Wang, hurry up and hit him one after another. Mu Wen, who was attached to him, couldn't bear the scream. After a lifetime, he fell head over heels and passed out. For example, the 10 days between the knowledge and Mu Qingyang's eyes were intertwined, and his teeth were threadbare. After rushing over for 10 days took advantage of the situation and came directly to Li Ziming's side. He was also dead. 10 days' calmness in the battle allowed him to seize every opportunity that appeared in front of him. In comparison, Li Ziming was a little too late to react. He obviously came for revenge, but he could only watch helplessly as his enemy sent him to another Shenzhen. He groaned and thought about it for 10 days. At this moment, I heard an angry roar. Wang Xiao, who had been humiliated by Shiqian, struggled to a certain point. How dare you pull this attack? 10 days, Huang Huan pulled his arm out of Li Ziming's body. His arm stained with blood. It looks like a mouth-watering breast cake, and it has the spirit of struggle. It seems that you don't realize the gap between us. Wang Xiaohu said, the biggest gap between you and me is that I want to stick to you more than I stick to a bed bug. It's easy. The dragon gave birth to 9 sons. The 9 sons are all different. In the legend, Yazi loves Daobin the most. The sword in his mouth is Yazi's destiny. With an angry roar from Mr. Wang, his 5 souls, Yazi fell to the ground with a low mouth. Not only was it shaking, he sent the sword in his mouth, and bottles of swords made of zero air appeared in the sky above and below Jushan. Forged fish bowls were as long as the great rivers. Cast fish and trees were released. Riding bells, towers, mountains, rivers, 10 rooftops, 7 coins forward. With endless movement, Shunjian Kailingerling's martial arts spirit transformed from his palm and flew out. However, when Kai Lingling stepped on the sword with his foot, dozens of pieces of lead were broken into pieces with every step he took. In just a moment, Wang Xiaoliang appeared. The trick was resolved. At this time, Mu Qingyang rushed to young Master Wang with Li Minute, who had been knocked out of the body, and quickly retreated, facing the situation of successive defeats in front of him. Young Master Wang glanced around the battlefield and noticed it. Most of the people who belong to them on the entire battlefield are trapped in a bitter fight. And the ratio of combat power between the 2 sides has reached a very dangerous time. Now is the time when the treasures of the foot are lost. Wang Xiaoxian is very moved by the 10 heavenly eyes. I will come back. Don't you think you are too wolf? But the reality is that when Mr. Wang, Mu Qingyang and others evacuated, they stood there for 10 days and did not raise a finger. After everyone left, the people brought by Li Minute were also the government secret guards had all been executed, leaving only the surrendered Chengqian disciples and the wolves in the forest. At this time, Lin Qian came. Shiqian's side frowned after experiencing such a battle. Ling Qian's self-abased temperament receded a lot. The boss just let them go. Shiqian's body moved towards Yicheng. He sat down on the ground and the smile on his face was somewhat miserable. Otherwise, do you think you, boss, am a Superman? I stood there for 10 consecutive days. First, I entangled the scoundrels, and then added Mu Qingyang. Finally, I was able to have a good fight with Mr. Wang. Even if I come back again and again, that's it. After 10 days with 9 brothers tied up, they still couldn't bear the consumption. Lin Qian shrank his head and seemed to be aware of this problem. 10 days later, he asked everyone to clean up the station and bring the seniors here. Why send these people all day long? I thought about it for 10 days and thought that if I informed them, those from the Chengqian sect who were willing to surrender could become a peripheral organization of Shanhaimen. If Sholing didn't surrender, there were many people in the cold state who fought before, but the Sho Chengqian sect would still be willing to surrender. The Chengqian faction is 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 willing to surrender. The whole S is a tenable existence. It is just the number 1 Zhengshengmen and the other forces that are not ranked second. Although they are also quite large, they are basically the same. Since this station it was the Shanhai Alliance that won the final victory, so naturally it was the Shanhai Alliance that swallowed the final fruits of victory. Lin Qian no longer hesitated and followed Shi Qian's instructions to do the next thing. The Chengqian faction wanted to lose to death, but just before they Wen Jiao was about to resist, Zhao Neng came back. Zhao Neng showed up with the tame deadbeats. This waist-thin man with the ability to transform into Lin Jin suddenly made the people of the Chengqian sect realize the reality. Chen Shiqian looked at the new height. The fierce Zhao Neng took a sip. Why was it so slow? Zhao Neng's new sucked it so hard that I couldn't do anything. After I took it away, it still took me a long time to figure out how to subdue it. It took a lot of effort and I would have to thank you. If it weren't for you and Mu Shu spent a lot of energy trying to conquer this guy just by fighting me alone. It was completely a dream. This guy has toxins on his body and should be able to control it independently. You'd better communicate with him. If he brings back the injured Heman and then physically injures one of your own, it won't be easy to communicate with him. You should avoid him and use the Qi art. Through the Qi Ju between you, you can communicate. Try it yourself. Put your hand on his head and pour 0 Qi into his body. You can feel his consciousness. Later, you will become familiar with each other. You can communicate with each other and be a little surprised. Looking at how much you know in Shiqian, it is obviously the first time for everyone. Shiqian was silent and then thought that in fact, I should have talked to the elder about these things long ago, but I just didn't. Qingyang's layout was too big for 10 days. Even now, I still feel that this matter is a bit exaggerated. So many things have not been done. There is nothing to say about what happened next. The Shanhai League cleaned the battlefield, was busy receiving service routes, and was responsible for rescuing the injured brothers and sisters. However, the only person who could get 10 days of hands-on treatment was to miss one person. However, the impact of this incident is far more than that. You must know that after the Battle of Killing the deadbeat snake, Mu Qingyang returned to the Shenghun sect immediately and announced that he would take the entire Shenghun sect to evacuate $1. As a result, it is taken for granted that the Zhenghun sect, except for Mu Qingyang's Iron Core, is willing to follow him. It seems that there are not many people leaving Mayan City. After all, when people leave their hometown, who would be willing to leave the place they are familiar with? In the end, Mu Qingyang reluctantly took away his DI people, leaving Zhenghun sect weak and a slut. On the other side, due to the involvement of the Chengqian sect, Ji Yugan and Jin Rui lost their lives. Until recently, the Chengqian sect, which had not seen the light of day in the past, had also become a thing of the past. It was not until this moment that the 5 soul absolute walkers of all sizes, suggested that it be to go to a certain place. Things have changed in my Yuan. It's pitiful that I'm floating half part. I'm a foaming main attack. I'm weak. I'm worshipped as the eldest brother and sister in a certain hospital. Take pity on me. Just let me join Shanhailu. From today on, I'm a member of Shanhailu. Anyone who has trouble with Shanhailu will have trouble with me. With the emergence of the beauty change, the Shanhai Alliance has become the target of everyone. People who wanted to join the Shanhai Alliance all day long are even more reluctant. or are trying to protect, or are determined. In short, there is no one to calm down. Shi Qianqian has no experience in dealing with these things at the moment. He still has to deal with Li Shi's waste and the last one left behind at this station. After Mu Qingyang left, a letter was sent to the Shanghai League station at the same time. You see, when I wrote this letter, Shu Shu had already left the beauty room with people. From now on, the beauty room will be your world in the Shanghai Alliance. I hope you can seize this opportunity. One doesn't know what happened in the meantime. I want to ask you to take more care of him. In addition, the newlyweds who stay in the beauty room should be regarded as gifts from me to you. When you come to the provincial capital to develop, you and I can continue to toss and toss after losing our jobs. The cost of breaking into the Wang family this time is not small. It is very likely that I will not contact you again in a short time. Take it very seriously. I read the letter for 10 days. Unconsciously, I thought of a kind of happy and resentful eyes. All this is a bit cruel to the eyes, but there is no choice but to do the whole thing. Absolute secrecy is required to deceive the Wang family. This is a helpless situation. After being deceived, I decided to tell Mu Wanxue the truth about the matter. Mu Wan leaned on the bed with two people. The circles under my eyes are red, and there is some snow on my back. I have seen it for 10 days. Many of them did have too much to say about the causes of Mu Wen's birth, but they just didn't know how to go on. 10 days later, they set up a chair next to the bed. Wen Yanan said a few words to Mu Wen and chose the topic. When it came time to officially go to school, the sister didn't lose everything. The wooden bowl broke down and she couldn't stop crying. 2 lines of soft tears were left behind. Her father had already become close to her. How could it be called that she had lost nothing? After 10 days, she looked at the wooden bowl flowing. Tears immediately filled his eyes. He immediately took out the letter written by Mu Qingyang and placed it in Mu Wen. When Mu Wen saw himself on the letter, he immediately recognized his father's notes. It was 10 days ago. In fact, I shouldn't have said it. But I always hate to see you sad in my heart. But it turns out that day Mu Qingyang found her and told her 10 days later that the Wang family in the provincial capital had a tendency to help and repay the people. The price was the entire Riga's accumulated karma. It didn't matter that things had developed to this point. Shi Qian and Mu Qingyang prepared to join forces to deal with the family's plan. However, if Mu Qingyang was able to get married in her previous life, she was destined to be a loser. After getting greater benefits, Qi Qingyang and other families were no longer in the eyes of Mu Qingyang. The whole thing was a bitter affair. Li Ziming went to Mu Qingyang to ask for an explanation. In fact, no matter what Mu Qingyang did, Li Ziming would, instead of trusting him, he will rescue the opportunity. In other words, no matter how many tricks there are in the process of dispatching the hidden snake, everyone will do it in a fierce way. Appearing in the same location at the same time, their original idea was that as long as Li Ziming appeared, the Shanghai Mengzhengun sect and the 2 families would join forces to suppress people. Since the Jili annexation of Lijia was precisely because the Wang family in the provincial capital was involved, Mu Qingyang immediately, the revised plan proposed to directly give up the entire reality to Shi Qian, and he and his team from the Shenghun sect took the opportunity to integrate into the Wang family's sphere of influence in the provincial capital. At this time, the scars on Mu Wen's face were still dry. He was already dissatisfied when he slapped it on his face. How can you be so sure that the Wang family will accept the Shenghun sect? 10 days pretended to be relaxed and said, of course I'm not sure, but the blogger is sure enough. Anyway, he's trying to stop me from accompanying him in this scene. The appearance fee is even more expensive. If that's the case, you shouldn't tell me. The more people know about this matter, the greater the chance that the inside story will be exposed. Time has taken a step forward. So I shouldn't tell you, but I just can't see you sad. For a moment, the atmosphere became a little comforting. Mu Yang was thinking in his heart, if 10 days could treat her like this. It would be better if she was in the mountains and forests, partying in front of her father. She still absolutely chose 10 days like this, but the demeanor of being in control was gone. There were some little boy-like moves in every move. After about a few minutes, I thought that if it was almost time, I would leave first. Wooden still needed to cultivate, but Wooden was at this time. Please, have you thought about how to deal with the matter on the first floor? The 10 heavenly eyes that can't help but look at you are the first floor of Qingqing. He kept saying in Lindsay that the person who came here is you. The Wang family who invited Qingqing on the first floor will definitely not ignore this. When the situation comes, if the first floor knows that you are an imposter, they will definitely not hand over Xiaomu Qingyang. Her daughter is not of ours. Even though her emotions are ups and downs like this, she can think of such details as soon as she mentions it. Officially, it returned to its original state immediately after 10 days. The way to deal with this situation freely is very complicated. The Wang family can't stand it even if they hold a meeting for a while, let alone easy to find us because of this matter. Even if the people of Iran Lu find the Shanghai alliance, I can still find a way. After dealing with them for 10 days, he knew very well about Yanyan Building. He even dealt with the owner of Yanyan Building in his previous life. The two of them can be considered to be in love with each other, and it can even be said that this was a few encounters in the previous life when Shiqian didn't have many dimensional skills. From the moment Shiqian called out the name Yi Lu, he made up his mind that he would still be with his old friend in this life. Then, in the last life, I was too weak and could only drink and play games with the other party. Now, it is very different. Mu Wan trusts Shiqian very much and sees what he said. You didn't continue to struggle with this issue. How do you plan to arrange the marriage witnesses? Mu Wan once again asked a question related to him. Unexpectedly. Of course he asked you to manage the marriage witnesses. He was originally a GN of the Mu family. Uncle Mu, give me meaty food. I can't possibly want everything I see. Mu and Wenyang smiled slightly, everything was unspoken. At this moment, Zhao Minute, suddenly, Daddy Zhuang ran over and suddenly broke the peace between Shiqian and Muwen. Something big happened. Someone from the provincial capital came. Why don't you guys talk anymore? It's useless. Of course Zhao Neng can tell. At this moment, the warm girl between Shiqian and Mu Wan, even this little love girl has already passed the invitation. You can speak, but you are actually a little speechless. Looking at Zhao Neng, you can think that this is not a random job. If someone comes from the provincial capital, they are here with bad intentions. Take me to see if you really don't lead the way. There will be a hall at the Shanghai gate that I just met. Inside, the businessman was sitting with a man who looked spiritually enlightened. Behind the old man stood two ferocious black-clothed treasures. If you can enter first, there will be a great old gentleman. Our alliance leader has arrived for 10 days. Ang Shou spreads and walks into the hall. The king of Da Ma Jingdao is standing next to the one above. I'm on Haimeng's so-called suitability. The old man gave a light roar. It was obvious that he did not take Shiqian, who was already the overlord of Rongdeng, into his eyes. I, Wang Huai, are the ones who injured my young master. Shiqian, drink up. Wang Huai, this is irritating. This Wang Huai is also an old man. Faced with Shiqian's teasing tone, his calm expression did not change at all. Why did you think that I, a good old man, have no intention of running away from you? I am here to question the guilt on behalf of the Wang family. Ha ha, Shiqian didn't. Laughing out loud, what a grandeur. It's you, a member of the Wang family, who went to the beauty to boil this muddy water. Now you still dare to talk about the son of the emperor. I want to hear what your Wang family plans to build. Wang Huai faintly paws you 3 days later. Come to the Wang family and make amends, enter the house from the middle door. And buckle it all the way to the front of my old man. If you are a good director, Mr. Chow, my grandpa will not blame you. In addition, you, the teacher, Shan Haimeng. Don't ask for hypochondria and return to the Wang family's car manager. Zhao Neng, who was sent by the Wang family to take over, immediately laughed out loud and looked at old man Wang Huai with evil eyes. You are here to be funny, right? There really is that W2, what's one step, one dunk, what's taking over, it hurts Haimeng. It seems that the Wang family only needs to use their own name to speak out. And the sky is already dead and there is no place for survival. 10 days of lifting. I took a sip from the teacup. The old man's forbidden door is just a guest. I'm hurt. Although Heman is a rough start, he still has to go back. Today I won't, but you'd better get out of here, this blind boy, and go back to the provincial capital. I'll call you Ku if you keep too many cheating customers. Taxiang Wang Huai Zhenzhuang and Xiaoli Sheng actually. Serve tea and see off the guests with a bit of style. I mean, the old man doesn't care about your ways. You only have one chance to think about it yourself. Wang Huan, tell me, did you take the people out of Shanghai immediately? Zhao Neng looked at Shiqian Tutsao and said, this old man is really interesting. It is obvious that they have lost people. But it seems that we still have to beg them. When 10 days are up, this is called attacking first and then attacking. It is not uncommon for the Wang family to do such a thing. Not all people have the mentality that I am the first in heaven and earth, and that kind of behavior is not all about the explosive and protective mentality. For existences like the Wang family in the provincial capital, Papa, I will treat you as if you are in heaven and earth in all aspects. Always having to take responsibility, please refer to the same authority. Known as the fantastic for of acting consistency, everyone needs to take selfies, such as looking up to their parents to discover by look up to the most spirited comrades of Mother. J. Skewed transition square body. Just be clear and simple. Since the world is here, the English example of the producer is the best. This thought, even the gas poison, has some arrogance under the superior spirit. Wang Hui has not gained momentum here, not because they are content, but because there is no need for animals in Wang Hui's heart. He wants to show off the soft fingers of Shi Tianfu. Even if the Wang family's name is changed, even if they really want to start a war, it will be because the emperor is so powerful that there is no need to engage in such messy things. Although Zhao Neng is still not used to this feeling, looking at Shi Qian, he has no intention of trivial matters. And he is convinced. If that's what Ji Yuyolu Chena says, we really need to take this matter seriously. If the Wang family sends people to fight, there is no need to worry. Even if the Wang family wants to take action, it will be 3 days later. Again, we should first think about how to eliminate the benefits we have now. A random Shanghai League has found the meeting scene of the new Huiyi will be far away this time. When Big Fish was founded, Shanhaiming only had 10 days. They chatted with several people. 10 days, as the leader of the mountain, sat on the main seat. Next to him was Mu Wan, who had a hint of white on his face. After that, there were Zhao Neng, Lin Qian, and Zhao Neng. Lin Qianxiang sat next to her. One is Bai Nianxing, the original elder of the Zhenghun sect, and the other is Sui Jincang, the new leader of the Zhenghun sect. Furthermore, several of the original 5 sole determinants of the Shanghai Alliance are among the top 10 in the entire Shanghai Alliance in terms of their 5 sole qualities. Now we are at odds with each other. Time started jokingly and taught everyone together. Today, in order to talk about how Shanhaiming should be managed in the future. For 10 days, Shenshou has been Muanbai. Zhong Lao must be very familiar with the academic festival. After that, all the main marriages in Shanhaiming will be handed over to the academic festival. You are destined to choose the original main marriage. Everything else in our headquarters remains unchanged. What does Bai Zhonglao think of this? Bai Nianxing didn't care about it. There is no need to mention the intimacy. What's more, after all things are said now, everyone has the final say. Even if it is 10 days, Bai Nianxing could only nod his head on behalf of the big life of the newlyweds. The impression was led by the eldest lady. It was too late for us all to be happy, so how could we have any ideas? But I think the alliance leader still didn't treat us as a family. Where are the main marriages now? Aren't they all brothers and sisters who hurt the dragon? Shi Qian smiled and nodded in vain. The other party's in her flattering look was quite intense. Although he couldn't say he liked it, Tentian didn't think it was a shortcoming. The sky fell again, and the people below said that the Chengqian sect will be my harming dragon from now on. Just settle down on the atom, old man. So since you have recognized the leader, I will not move on your position. But if anything happens in the future, I hope you can discuss it with Zhao Neng more. After discussing with him, he will be responsible for the peripheral organizations of Shanhaimen. Sui Jinchang smiled a little bitterly. But all day long I was afraid that the station would suffer heavy losses due to the fierce killing of the deadbeat snake. But because I was under iron, I had to bow my head. Zhao Neng felt a little relieved, so he sent me out for 10 days. He said this angrily. You're quite unhappy, Zhao Neng said. How could that be possible? I feel a little uncomfortable when I think about not being able to stay here anymore. Oh, Jenna, you said that feng shui guarantees electricity here. I haven't seen anything magical about this place until now. I always feel sorry for it. As soon as I said this, I also felt a little embarrassed. Just take over your role. Unfortunately, the next decision was made squarely on Shanhailong, but he personally held it together. 721C. Next, let's talk about our old team. Zhonggui account and the power of Sina. It is impossible to integrate well into the entire Shanhaimen, so the 10 days are right. Dealing with them is very simple, but once you open up, as well as the mountains and seas themselves, there are some problems. First, let's talk about the time when Shanghai Alliance was first established. Most of the members recruited are strong. The Dance Soul Awakener is not a strong person, but later on, his reputation has grown greatly over the past 10 days. A part of those who are determined to become effective martial arts have also joined the Shanghai Alliance. If the status of members in the Shanghai Alliance is determined by personal strength, then there is no doubt that the first people to join the Shanghai Alliance will think of their background. At the same time, 10 days will also lose people's hearts. But if on, this will make many powerful soul dancers feel suffocated. How come they are so powerful that they need to stand out in front of a group of weaklings? Nowadays, it can be considered a troubled world, and everyone is the standard of troubled times. 10 days said this to Zero on the side. Qian unconsciously moved his body slightly. As an existence in Shanhaiming that can represent the emergence of the small effective dance soul group, Ling Qian does not want his weak partners like himself to be ignored or even abandoned by Shanhaiming. But in my opinion, people still have to be humane. I have the rules that Dang Dang has set up here for the past few days. Everyone, please take a look. As Ten Qian spoke, he distributed the few documents he had pressed under his hands to everyone. As a result, the documents became a tank in his heart. I was very afraid that I would see something in the document that would be detrimental to the fire. But after Ling Qian finished reading it all, I immediately gave up. I was not satisfied with how the old team of Shanhaiming had dealt with the system of using the union contribution in the game for 10 days. In terms of status, it mainly focuses on a 5-soul resolver with a high degree of contribution and strong hatred. He can prove his role against Shanhaiming through fighting and get various treatments from Shanhaiming. A weak 5-soul resolver does not need to worry about being useless. Honghuang after the arrival, all kinds of waste products and medicines were transformed into existences with special effects. They could use their 5-soul abilities to engage in these things that did not require strong combat power. 10 days attached a member to the document to stay in detail. We also formulated a relatively fair set of contribution criteria with the help of Muwen. After reading the document, I was able to speak first, but I didn't even know there was such a thing. These systems are very good, but I have a question. I can speak freely during meetings, and I am not the only one who can take photos in the hall. But now we can't even provide the most basic welfare. Is it just empty talk and costing everyone a lot of money? Pie? I came back randomly in 10 days. Didn't you read carefully? The document already mentioned the most basic security system. It's not enough for a member of Shanhaiming, to get a sum of more than 3,000 yuan in real money every month. Although this topic is relatively tacky and it doesn't sound in line with the chaotic and turbulent flower style after the red and yellow spirit sects, eating pigeons and diarrhea is still something people have to face. Even if there are many powerful people, they still have to eat. Now that time has passed, I want to talk about the survival of Shanhaiming. I know that before, we only chose to fight in violent groups to avoid being bullied by others. But after a period of time, after the new order emerges, organizations like ours will also face the problem of upgrading. Now we have become a big force where beauty is one finger at a time. And we have accepted it. The top priority of some industries is still the batch of elixirs left by Li Jiao, so what we have to do in the future is to make good use of this part of the foundation. Shanhaiming will use pulse medicine to maintain our development for a long time in the future. After the meeting, the newly born Shanhaiming started to move tightly like a fat man who suddenly weighed his hands and started to get injured. Everything is moving towards positive planning, professional planning, time spent with Mu Wan who was still recovering. Walking in the residence, Mu Wan looked like Mu Guang for 10 days. I felt a little admiration. I never imagined that you could think of so many things for the future in such a short period of time. Wei Wei blushed a little. This was also the experience he brought from his previous life. After all, as it said, the early Red Wilderness came to zero. After the 7 Fusu, there was a period of turmoil in the world. However, new opportunities could not completely collapse the existing order. However, after the formation was burned, new opportunities immediately emerged. I just have better luck than others. In fact, what I am most worried about now is how we should face the official government after this period of chaos has passed. I am also worried about this. After all, everyone has strong power and the situation is the most difficult to survive. The question is whether people's hearts will be the focus of troubled times or whether a new rule of law will be established. This is all in confusion. Not to mention how many people will recognize the official government when they already have absolute power. Then what are your plans? 10 days later, he suddenly thought of what the cycle of eyebrows had become. He almost forgot that in fact, there is no need to think about these things by himself. Because soon people will realize that the official existence after 0 Chi Fusu is what's even more unwise is that the strong are always in the minority. However, there are many beings who are more likely to cause disasters than the strong. If you don't mess around, leave everything to time, we will all become the trend of the times. Is this considered appropriate? Just bury your head in it. In the sand, it takes only 10 days to talk about whether the bowl is closed or not. In the center of Kaiuanzi, there was a strange fluctuation first, which immediately attracted many Shanghai League City to pay attention to what was going on. Kokumaru's reaction was slow, and he looked at the land that was emitting waves. Has it finally arrived? Shiten patted his head and felt that he almost forgot about the official Shanghai alliance. The land was the blessed land that he personally decided to move the sky. Now isn't this the official picture of Lingqi starting to break out? 10 days later, Senki Komaru's hand led him directly to the center of the Lingqi drama. Everyone listened carefully and followed the previously announced contribution list. They arranged to wait until the Lingqi broke out and then started to practice collectively for 10 days. The members of the Shanghai Alliance were ordered to join the Shanghai Alliance one after another. The first batch of members to join the Shanghai Alliance noticed that their eyes were about to fall out when they saw it. They didn't expect that they had recruited the force in the first place. The declaration turns out to be true. This ordinary vegetable garden is really true. The sky gradually froze. For a time, the entire Shanghai Alliance began their first collective practice. However, the trouble caused by the explosion of zero energy also came here. The zero energy in the cage area in the Shanghai Alliance also caused many thin-waisted memories are good at places where zero energy breaks out, such as the Mountain and Sea League. Many people who have just calmed down from the Five Souls Awakening incident are once again plunged into chaos. The awakened people join in to snatch the zero energy. The place in prison is even more aggressive. However, you must know that thin waists are more sensitive than human beings, so in Lingqi, when the growth exploded, we also had a great interest in these places full of rich spiritual energy. Everyone in the 10th Mountain Sea Alliance was immersed in cultivation. A stream of energetic spiritual energy filled their bodies. More information about their dance. In the 10 days of the soul, there are 9 big brothers in the body. Xena's spiritual energy has reached the point of harming people. He is like a dry sponge, fully absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. With the spiritual energy of each member of Shanhaimeng, Xena the cultivation has come to an end and everyone has gained some benefits without knowing it. The improvement in strength is even more astonishing. For example, Mu Wan, who awakened the every degree killing martial spirit, was instantly upgraded from the late stage of moving mountain to the early stage of painting Lingjin after enough Ling Qi entered his body. However, just after everyone had finished practicing, Shiqian was still sitting on the ground with Panchi maintaining his cultivation state. It must be said that Zhao Neng was very lucky. Even though Shiqian was the only one who sent Zhanjun all day long, the good thing about the first wave of Ling Qi was that he was caught up. Zhao Neng squatted next to Shiqian. He looked at Shiqian Sr. with some doubts as he was about to finish his training. It was hard to tell how far Qinna had to practice. Mokuan shook his head uncertainly. After all, Shiqian was a double-voiced dancing soul and our need for zero energy. It's definitely different, but before that, people must not disturb him. His improvement in strength is very important to our Shanghai Alliance. He was able to look around and didn't burn out the corners of his eyes. Revealing this strong feeling, he was afraid that the Shanghai Alliance would kick over the lacquered star lantern, but his worries were too unnecessary. Although the Shanghai Alliance focused on the earth-moving heaven and blessed earth, everyone enjoyed this first time. The benefits of one wave vary according to each person's autonomy. The increase in the fire is also within the understandable range, but no one at the scene can circumvent what impact the workman will have on 10 days. At this time, look for someone who can suddenly move his ears. Senior sister, have you heard any sounds? Focus on the point. The first person seemed to have a strange thought. Zhao Neng suddenly looked bad. He was waist-thin and had signed a contract with Zhou Neng. The deadbeat snake wanted to talk about his understanding of waist-thin. In the entire Harm Alliance, apart from 10 days, only Zhao Neng was left. A deadbeat snake seeks Neng through a contract. He conveyed that he was very eager for the 1-year energy of the zero period, and he quickly reflected how attractive the zero period that broke out here in Shanghai League would be to the waist thinner. In just a moment, several waist thinners appeared near the Shanghai League. Everyone also saw the roar of the Yosho group of people who were flying towards me. The wooden bowl was cut off to protect us for 10 days. I led people to resist the Yosho Mountain and Sea Alliance brothers and sisters. The people from the combat department came with me to protect our homeland. Others, Hide the people in the department quickly and protect your own safety. After the 5 souls of Xingxing manifested, they shouted in various ways. Muwen took his own beauty to kill the 5 souls. And Wan was like the female war goddess, when Ting and the members of Beast Chaos Han and Haimeng who came were all rushing to panic. Now this is a good time to harvest contribution points. It was no surprise that Huohuo could think of something at this time. It's not like life and death. So many days have passed. The main jade of Sheng's childhood has left its mark on everyone's heart. What's more, there are a lot of welfare arrangements in the detailed rules of Shanhaiman established by 10 days. At first, the fire didn't notice it. How could the fire suddenly realize that what Shiqian said was not a whirlwind after this wave of zero energy erupted? In the ground? If you fight bravely at this moment, perhaps by contributing points, Benxi can get more benefits in the future. The new breeds of waste hands are not that complicated. Most of them are prototypes of creatures that can be seen in the city. For example, there are groups of dog-like waste hands, cat-like waste hands with a speed of 7 blocks, and waste-type waste hands that fly around in the sky. The blowing wooden bowl blows the kill every time martial spirit, releasing a powerful canine waste man that can kill the enemy with a lot of force. They all turned into reality in an instant. Every time they killed 5 souls and swept away the reality with their tails, they were beaten to pieces. Among the teams currently performing in the battle between mountains and seas, the most outstanding one must be said to be the rat dragon's Zhong Shulong. The existence that makes a loud sound and has the word dragon on it is basically a mythical creature. Zhong Shu's 5 souls are a thunder dragon. From the moment it opens and closes its mouth, the thunder dragon spurts out from its mouth and comes close. It is a land of friendship. Although human resistance is strong, the thin waste is not in vain. As time goes by, members of the Mountain and Sea Alliance who sacrifice their lives appear. Machines kill him. The thin waste is a horse that is almost ready to rebel and become a giant wolf dog. With a thin waist and a slim figure, he caught up with a 4-wheeled power train and slapped the ground like a bead like gale wind Muwen. When he saw something was wrong, he dared to rush, so he took Midusha directly to face this house. At this time, Zhong Shuai also came over to see this horse with a thin waist and eyes. You are very kind. Senior sister, be careful. This beast is a cross between a Hylock dog. I don't know about other dogs, but he still knows about the famous Mongolian dog, a Hylock dog. At the moment, it even slipped into a thin waist. No one knows to what extent the combat power of this thing has expanded. What is even more despairing is not only that the existence of thin waist and middle chest has begun to increase, but at a glance, a figure has appeared in the distance. The amazing huge waist has been slimmed down. Then, I can't stop it. Why is this pig's skin so thick? I'm a tiger. My love tiger can bite through the hard version of love. Don't give up. The leader hasn't woken up yet. As long as the leader wakes up, we will definitely stop him. During the confrontation, the giant waist that made Muwen despair had already rushed to the bottom of the Shanghai Alliance. It was a bear that was more than 10 meters high. It seemed that this bear's ability should be to control ice and fire, because when he was half a year old, he appeared with harmful weather changes. The giant monkey in his life shattered the confidence of many members of the Shanghai Alliance. Standing still, they almost didn't know whether to move first or to move their feet. At this moment, he stepped on the 5-color smooth. The figure burst out from the bottom of the mountain and sea. Alliance, thank you for your hard work. Next, you'll see what happens to me. Chalin and Wan Leihong have completed their first 10 days of training and released the misguided moves in their hearts in front of the members of Shanhaimeng. You must know that after the effective period, many servers will be unscrupulous. But it is impossible to ask for it. For example, the degree of evolution of Shanhaimingju this time, the timing of heaven and earth, the zero-energy origin emitted for the first time is as ordinary as the afternoon under the 3-star frame is the best. After the cave heaven paradise is truly formed, the zero-energy source will be integrated into the environment. During the ring, it will be in a state of thin water and long flow. For 10 days, it will be the ring. This time the cave heaven paradise is formed, I will take advantage of the benefits that can be obtained. The ultimate move, 10,000 Thunder Explosion, is like a thunderbolt that has been practiced until the thunder is thrown down from the sky to treat guests. But it is likely blasted in front of the gate of the Shanghai Alliance without any breakthrough. The repair process had already reached the point where the wooden bowl of the Zero Mirror was being built and the shield was being built. Along the way, he noticed that after 10 days of repair work, he was still moving the mountain mirror. This was actually what some fans thought. To know that it was only 5 tons of quality and 70 for 10 days. 5 tons will be better than it. It kills 5 tons every time, and then it is already average. Then every time the innate ability to kill the soul was successfully promoted to the level of transforming into a spirit, how could it be possible for 10 days to still stand still? Zhongshu on the side had even bigger eyes. This scene of Lei Ruyuan made him dumbfounded at the wooden lamp mouth. Compared with Shiqian's move, its Thunder Dragon is like a small long bed. At the same time, the energy exchanged for Shiqian also joins the battlefield. It is different from Shiqian's blowing 705 soul Big Sand Silk Square. The oppressive feeling caused by the illumination. Energy is all due to the deadbeat snake at its feet. This guy's luck is so bad. The main and deputy contract with Zhao Neng also enjoys the benefits of Meng Mai, who is outside the residence of the Shanghai Alliance. At this moment, the farm bag on the body of the deadbeat snake. Soul has shrunk a lot. It looks scarier than before, but the station is far away. It's just a slap on the head and a spray. The lazy snake's only thing can kill a lot of people in the Shanghai Leagues. Residents. If you put some other things away and hurt yourself, you have to act like a spirit. Under the 5 souls, Zhao Neng was directed at Zhao Neng for 10 days. After conquering the mountains and seas, Zhao Neng was so proud that he followed the scammer to rush towards Shuntiana with a small number of personnel. Now that you have finished practicing, how about we compete with each other to see who has a slimmer waist? 10 days of laughter. Okay, let's compare and see how friendly we are. In the set environment, Shiqian and Zhao Neng, the 2 heads of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, were able to be so good and virtuous, which immediately changed the fighting spirit of many people. On the other side, the skin snakes danced with Zhao Neng and rolled up waves. The Qi Ling on Yangshan side was crushed by the dampness, and the waste that could be measured was as if you could squeeze it in front of Qi Ling's dancing soul. Why are you so weak? Mu Wan came to direct the Qi Ling's dancing soul. In terms of the risk of Kakusha Shouchao, the section where 1010 takes action seems to have some priority. 705 soul is responsible for killing randomly. 1010 will fight behind you. Take a closer look at Mu Waning. Shen looked at Shouchao 7 in and 7 out 705. The soul spirit Yi's dark grey eyes, including Shen Tai, have some smart changes. This he ran is Hua Lingjing's 5 souls. There is also a smart change. This he ran is Hua Lingjing's 5 souls. I don't know how to express the meaning in my heart. I explain it randomly. I can't do it. It's 7-0. It's 7-0. But now, even if I encounter Hua Lingjing's opponent, I won't retreat. In fact, this sentence should be called Brother Cheng Yi Ju Da Yi Ju. Because of the fierce and thin members of July 9th, Shiqian can only improve his basic strength by moving mountains. When he is in good condition, it is no problem to move against the spirit transformation realm. But at the same time, if he wants to break through the realm, Shiqian needs more spiritual energy than others. There are also a lot more people. If you look at this from a game perspective, the situation of 10 days can be completely explained by the fact that the basic attributes are ridiculously high and the requirements for experience points are also ridiculously high. It is just a weird data ratio due to the appearance of 10 days. There have also been some changes in the Shou dynasty. After all, the spiritual wisdom that appeared along the waist has not reached a high level. Compared with the source of spiritual energy in the Shanghai League Center that they have been hanging on but can't get, it has just been swallowed up. Shiqian, who had a huge amount of spiritual energy, was a bold figure in front of him. Therefore, a lot of pain in his waist, even though he couldn't stop the 70-5 point shot fake. Still moved towards the giant dragon at Shiqian, which suddenly relieved a lot. The pressure on the members of the Shanghai Alliance is at this time of crazy killing. During the 10 days incident, some thin blue light spots appeared. During the 10 days shield, I lost my spirit for a while. As the age of the effective era decreases, the waste thinness of living on this planet will slowly change in the body over time. A kind of light blue essence is condensed in it. This is the common currency in the era of Guanchuan's effectiveness. At the most exaggerated time, one essence can be traded for 100,000 megabytes. Everyone has paid attention to the quality of this batch of waist-thin ones. It goes without saying that if there are blue essences on the field, everyone can collect the blue essences while ensuring the safety of the sashimi. Please ask the leader of the alliance to order more members of the Shanghai Alliance to use young people to play more to ensure the second grade. What's more, now that we have 10 days of action, everyone's pressure has been reduced a lot. It's not appropriate to shout out to adjust the atmosphere at this time. The leader is really awesome. He also has energy. 0 chi baptism. He can hit 10 by himself. I'll give it less. I have a gold medal on my face. It's obvious that there are only 100. Not 1,000. Why are you still standing there? Even though your waist is hurt, you are attracted by the Alliance leader. Let's go and collect what the Alliance leader said. At this time, we have already approached the giant of the Emperor, the leader of the Mountain and Sea Alliance. Bear Che Zhong, who had passed the Shou dynasty, stretched out his big bear to look for it and patted the 75 souls. 10 days Chen Xing explored the ice and fire model bear, in the memory of the other overlord in his previous life. Even the Shenghan sect wanted to deal with him. It was also the street that launched several operations in succession. Qi Lin stepped on the mountains and rivers. For 10 days, Qi Lin's 5 souls were blown away. By stepping on the mountains and rivers, he knocked away the ice and fire bear. You stabilize the war army. I am a beast now. I will go to other places to brush up. The ice and fire bear has a strong power. Leaving him here to fight might even destroy the environment of the heavenly blessed land. During such a chaotic battle, no one noticed that he was driven away by Ten Quan on a small hill not far from the Mountain and Sea Alliance. Wang Huai was still observing everything that happened in front of the Shanghai Alliance. In fact, it was always a coincidence that the immature Wang Huai was able to appear here. It was the credit of Shou Chao. Shortly after he left, Wang Huai of Shou Chao appeared in front of the camp. In the end, we had no choice but to return to the Shanghai Alliance. The two of you find a way to rush out and bring all the people sent by our family. At the same time, you can spread the news that this place has turned into a heaven and earth. Yu Dao is to do what is convenient. According to the wishes of the old man of the Wang family, the Shanghai Alliance was wiped out in 10 days. The Wang family ordered him to go to the provincial capital to punish his sins and show up as a center. After all, the Wang family's power in the provincial capital can be regarded as a giant. Can you still be so excited just because you drive away a small character who has just emerged? But things have changed in such an interesting way. Originally, Wang Huai didn't want to do anything. He had already completed his last mission to the Mountain and Sea Alliance, and the rest of the things he had to do would be discussed in 3 days. However, at this time, the people living in the Shanghai Alliance had changed and had begun to transform into an existence like cave heaven paradise. Wang Huai couldn't help but my heart beats. I want to know that the Wang family in the provincial capital controls 2 caves, paradise, and other resources. I also know very well that going against the Wang family is a capital crime. A total of 1 trip to the center of the earth can bring back a paradise for the Wang family. Wang Huai didn't even care about his original mission. The Wang family guards who were following Wang Huai had already killed the insect guards and soon found the same people who were resisting. North Korea's guards, the mountains and seas covered the land, and the blessed land and caves were discovered. We and others spread the news as fast as possible. Saying this, how much slower can the speed of the Wang family be afraid of? On the streets of Myren, the determined people who inexplicably began to face the Shou dynasty were already immersed in it. In the joy of gaining a slim waist and blue lean body. In fact, the slim trend is not just a patronage of mountains and seas. Things like this should not be too long in the previous life. There are 2 or 3 wars between human beings and waist slimming. It breaks out once a month, which is why 10 days comes up when thinking about how to get along with the authorities. Suddenly he realized that he didn't need to be so bold. The fundamental reason for being accepted by the dynasty would make mankind consciously unite and re-examine their official power, which had nothing to do at the beginning of the effective era. The benefits of killing me to lose weight are all in the Shanghai League. I just came from the Shanghai League. I don't know how many waist slimmers are attacking the Shanghai League. It seems that this time the attack is because of the changes in the Shanghai League. I'm so stupid. Is this the alliance between mountains and seas that kills waste and thin feelings here? The news of the clone's fortune made the public opinion loud and clear in an instant. Although Wang Jiahu's method of guiding public opinion was very crude, in this chaotic time, once a sentence was spoken in the second person's mouth, it became another person. She looked like a beauty under a cave under the protection of the Wang family. The waste dampness that everyone should face together has now become an electrician in the shameful march of the Shanghai Alliance. No, waist pain is something everyone resists together. Why should the Shanghai Alliance only think about its own interests? I'm still making a fool of myself in the city. I'm going to Shanghai League to waste a cup of tea. I'm going too, fellow citizens. I am the director of the beauty story. S is our common home. Please stay and protect our home. In the chaotic city, some people rush towards the Shanghai Alliance without looking back. Note the ground. After hearing the official call, some people still stayed and fought bloody battles with waste injuries that appeared in the city. For 10 days, they had restrained the ice and fire Morsho and arrived at a venue suitable for him to perform. The ice-fire model's big eyes were filled with the darkest thoughts. At this moment, the zero fluctuations emanating from Qianqian's body are simply a good tonic. This is full of vitality for the ice and fire model. You must know that even if the ice and fire demonic bear enters the focus of the Mountain and Sea Alliance, there is still no way to practice in a short period of time. After all, if you want to compete for the moving heaven and earth, you still have a lot of waistline. Time to exercise. Jingwa did not say anything. A half sentence of nonsense was immediately summoned by the 5 souls and the 5 souls possessors to teach the past part of the 5 souls possessions for 10 days. This time, the full version of the 5 souls possessors was successfully used. And 2R1, the 10-day level is chilling. The chilling is the 10-day boom boom boom. The battle between the 10 days and the ice-fire model hero is really amazing. It is not only a simple static body, but also all kinds of thunder and stop. The collision with the frost and flames was not a small one, right? The 2 invitations were fighting here. I haven't heard anyone say that the mythical invitation appears in the world. This strange spirit is definitely not the invitation of the first 10 days. Qiling is the leader of the Shanghai Alliance. Shiqian is a group of determined people who are planning to go to the main emperor of the Shanghai Alliance. They pass by the scene of the battle between Shiqian and the ice and fire Morsho. Among them, the smart people immediately figure out the true nature of the matter. At this time, they notice these sudden changes. It is very possible to reflect on the history of unruly guests that appeared during the period. It is the news that the residents of the Mountain and Sea Alliance has become the paradise of cave heaven has been known to more people. Now these people are here to share the benefits. What's going on? It's not just the 10 days that held back the ice and fire model hero. On the other hand, the ice and fire model hero is often not held back. 10 days later, people from the Shanghai Alliance came out to give us an explanation. Why do you only think about benefits? The greedy crowd appeared in the Shanghai Alliance's residence. The wave of grass growing instantly left everyone in the Shanghai Alliance a little confused. Why are you helping people? If it has been solved, it has not been solved. Zhao Neng, who was short and thin, looked at the crowd of people with a somewhat evil look. Mu Wan was smart and instantly thought of the purpose of the people who came. They are coming to our residence. Zhao Neng suddenly realized it and couldn't help but curse it at Cao Na. Why do they have to be so polite? Do it with them and then you can force them to do it. Brothers and sisters of the Shanghai Alliance, listen up. Separate a group of people to follow me. Dare to leave these ignorant guys. As soon as the members of the Shanghai Alliance heard Zhao Neng's summons, they guessed the truth of several things. When this place of the Mountain and Sea Alliance was ordinary, no one cared about it. Now that it has become a paradise, some people are planning to pick peaches. What the hell were you doing there? Not to mention that now humans and wastes have been beaten to death. At this time, I don't want to deal with the common enemy. But I am still triggering a similar war. The drama of fratricide, the wrong grasp of human hearts, really makes people swallow the real hardness. There is a free-for-all, no cultivator, and everyone is thin and bloody. The whole Mountain and Sea Alliance is full of blood. Let's fight. The harder it is, the harder I will stand. De Guangyu Wang Huai never carried it. They are always paying attention to the situation of Shanghai Long. At this moment, everyone in the Shanghai Long focus heard the cry of the giant bear Chaban. It was Shiqian who happened to him. You need to know what happened to him in Shiqian. Lure away the CCP, and it was impossible for him to take the ice and fire mold bear too far away. Otherwise, if something happened to the Shanghai Alliance, he would see something bad happen in Chengmoji City. Then when Shiqian realized that someone had taken the Shanghai Alliance's idea into account, how could he still do it? It only took a few rounds of 10 days to be able to endure the ice and fire bear. With peace of mind. I used my understanding of the ice and fire bear in my previous life and took advantage of the ice and fire bear's move to convert the sword into frost and flame. I drew it very carefully for this person who was born into a family of fire. Chilean University's ice and fire model bear's paws were not much smaller, and he stabbed the ice and fire model bear's waist with a righteous hook. When the ice and fire model bear saw that the happiness in his lower body was reduced by half, he opened his mouth and swallowed it. The businessman called a tattooed person sad and shed tears. Ice and fire model bear. Yin Xiong didn't hesitate to use the token. Seeing that he was no match for 10 days, the next moment he chose to take the battlefield back to the Shanghai Alliance. However, when he saw Bingque Mo Xiong rushing to the Shanghai Alliance gate from a distance, he opened his mouth and bit it. A waist-thin man who was still looking for his opponent was tricked into the mouth of the ice-fire model Xiong. Without Yikan's teaching skills, the ice-fire model Xiong swallowed it into his stomach without even using his feet. This scene was like a person with a bad wind. The hot and cold model J203 rushed into the cafeteria and lost a lot of weight in this episode. There is naturally a reason for this. Under everyone's evil eyes, the wounds on his waist began to emit a faint glow after he devoured several waists. He had already begun to witness this photo. Ning discussed his skills for a long time and patted his own waist and hands. Can you do the same to Lai Pai Snake? Lai Pai Snake looked at Zhao Neng as if he was mentally retarded. It's really true that waist and hands are all omnipotent. Each waist hand has different characteristics. It's good. Oh, the ice and fire model bear has regained some of his energy. The big monkey shakes the sky and the earth, as if the king has returned. I have seen the mountain and sea Mingzhong people with the aura of ice and fire bear. Fortunately, after all, the scene of Ten Tian knocking the ice and fire bear away still remains in their hearts. Despite this, they don't think how terrifying the ice and fire bear is. At least they still have Meng Lord 10. God can fight it, but those who want to pick peaches may not be able to do it. My brother, this bear is so unreasonable. It has recovered. He even beat it on the head. This beast will recover after a few waist injuries. Sooner or later. We will recover. What a death. In his hands, he said that he should not come to the mountain and sea alliance to join in the heat. The greater the opportunity, the greater the risk. These dead ice and fire model heroes immediately sent to Huali Palace. Anyway, in his eyes, as long as they are human beings, it doesn't matter if he is a member of the Mountain and Sea Alliance or a loose person. It is right to kill him anyway. Those who are determined to kill him are unprepared and are directly copied by the ice and fire model hero with a coffee ruler that smells like human flesh. I don't know how many people were frightened by this harmful scene. The ice and fire model hero instantly became a little excited. After all, this is the only way to show his style. Zhao Neng suddenly complained that this was necessary and it was bad luck. Muan asked what Zhao Neng was. There is no such awesome existence in front of Daoshan Haimeng. Ordinary people just hear a huge thought that shakes the sky and the earth. After the sinking, where is the shadow of the ice and fire model hero? Under the irradiation. The light shines even brighter. The one standing under Qi Ling's feet happens to be the member of ice and fire model Xiong Haimeng. Such a lively and flexible Qi Ling appeared at that time, and I was so moved that I almost shed tears. The fierce and awesome ice and fire model Xiong was just about to see the magic light. The cold Qi Ling's feet moved and fell to the thunder in an instant. It exploded and directly sent the ice and fire Mo Xiong to his old hometown. The ice and fire Mo Xiong walked very safely. Zhao Neng shouted at Qi Ling before thinking that since Shi Qian blew the Qi Ling, he could kill the ice and fire Mo Xiong so deeply. Qian himself appeared not far away. And as soon as he appeared, a few of these Sanren Jushin could muster up the courage to face him directly. However, after Zhao Neng called out, instead of seeing Zhong Yi for 10 days, Qi Ling spread his hands among the thin group. There is a walking bowler who rolls around Chilling Terrace like a king looking for a shot of 4 or so waist thinners. Suddenly it is a local native Yang Kun show who has more than one share of power. It is just because after cheating customers, he gradually starts to have waist thinners and runs away to a place where no one is Yang. I think it should be like this. After all, the most powerful ice and fire model hero in this wave of thin dynasties has been killed instantly. Even if the remaining waist thin is eager to move the sky, it is the Qi Ling that actually reaches the Mountain and Sea Alliance at this moment to move the heaven and the blessed earth. The pattern has been formed. The benefits in zero breath are slowing down. The attraction for thin waists is not as huge as it was at the beginning. Zhao Neng has been discussing it for a long time. I arrived yesterday, Qi Lin spoke. Mu Wan smiled slightly. What Qi Lin said was clearly 10 days. As soon as this sentence came out, Qi Lin began to shrink gradually. As if cooperating with Mu Wan, everyone turned around. 10 days later, he restored his original appearance. Qi Lin, I can't tell how he turned into his 5 souls. Are we still fighting now? Shi Qian's strong combat power has brought a strong deterrent. Not only is it a Yu retreated in shock. Even the determined individuals who came to cut off the bargains also had many thoughts in their hearts at this moment. They did not shrink back and did not dare to go forward. It was not that they had not experienced such a thing 10 days ago. It was a pity that at that time he was just a small man. He could only stand aside and watch the main actor of the show his voice as a senior. Don't worry about anything else. He took someone to pack the Ice and Fire model hero's fur. The Ice and Fire model hero's fur was a good thing, not only for defense. It's astonishingly tall and I don't know why after wrapping it up, I can change the size at will. This is similar to some space scenes. Neither. The main reason for researching the mystery of this thing is that today there is enough excitement in Shanhaiming. Shanhaiming still has to host a few friends. I don't have time to accompany you to cover up your pain. If you retreat, I won't say anything. If you stay, you will be killed for 10 days. How indifferent can you be? After I clicked my words, many people expressed their gratitude. At this moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd and asked me, Lingjiao Shimeng's master sprayed with a great move. Before Shi Qian could take action to replace Ji Feng Rabbit, Wu Huan's Lingqian activated my soul's ability and hit the opponent with a headbutt. Both sides ate some xiaokui, but Lingqian Shi Qian was pleasantly surprised by his true performance. He knew that this was something he had not been able to do before. Hu Shi Qian took action to cover up the attackers into flesh and mud. The determined ones were weak in the legs and sucked blood. They dared to leave Shanhaiming in a hurry. The residence was right there. At this time, as soon as a figure came against the crowd, Mr. Bian Jiu Changsha Mengzhu was so bubbles. I admired Wang Huai. He had already met Shi Qian in the earth. Where San Ren determined Luo Yida decided to go to Shanhaiming's residence. He felt that someone must be causing trouble. After all, Caiunz, it's a paradise in heaven. This matter has long been taken seriously. Earlier, there were many people who were obsessed with locking up mountains and seas for 10 days because of the iron on the internet. It can be seen that even with the advent of the sect, people are busy fighting against waist thinness. How could I have the leisure to pay attention to the changes that have taken place in Shanhaimingju? Then the remaining questions will be solved. If it weren't for Wang Huai, who had just left Shanhaiming, who had been doing it for 10 days, I couldn't think of anyone. When Shanhaiming was rising strongly, he would give him half a day. Ten Qian calmly raised his hand and Zhao Neng, who was standing behind, immediately ran to the front to cooperate with him. He installed a wave of Zhao Neng and lit one for Ten Qian. Yang Shiqian took a sip in a defiant manner. I already gave you a chance. Wang Huai and He Qingxiao's childish behavior in Shiqian was quite different. Even though they were hostile, Wang Huai had to say that he was doing well. Master Shimeng, I do it for your own good. Originally, even if you went to the Wang family to ask for forgiveness, you would end up with your cultivation level wasted. But now, Wang Huai put his hands behind his back, pretending to be a teacher who knows that he can get 3 points in 10 days. As long as you have enough heads, and you have to leave this blessed land, I will keep you safe and sound, and maybe you can become a good dog for the Wang family. Take a few steps back from the door and look at your mouth. Dao, it must be unlucky again. Shi Qianxu flicked his fingers, half a cigarette in his hand, and pointed towards Wang Huai Feichu. A blue light flashed in front of Wang Huai, and a spiritual energy passport that looked as thin as a lingerie blocked the cigarette from the club. It seems that there is no way to play. I haven't seen you for 10 days. I am born to be incapable of learning how to carry a dog. And I can't get off when I go to Wang's house. Wang Huai sneered, saying so much is just a formality, so there is no need to continue playing. This time, you gave up the chance to live for 10 days. Following Wang Huai's words, a kind of Wang family guard team rushed over from a distance. When the 5 souls were opened, the Wang family siege team was acting like a big show. They laughed loudly one by one. The 5 souls appeared in vain, and the entire gate of the Shanghai League was surrounded by water. Shi Qian laughed unconsciously. It was interesting. Are you, an old guy, really afraid of death? Wang Huai is the only offensive and defensive family leader who loves me too much. I am in the position of the Wang family, and it is natural to bring so many people with me. If you are willing to endure the Prince family district policy for decades, you will do the same thing or let it go. You young master of the Wang family, come and listen. He was beaten like a dog by me. At that time, I didn't see any of you in the Wang family. Wang Huai suddenly became angry and started to feel angry. It's just because Mr. Wang, as a member of the family, photographed each member to see the situation. What's more, the young master doesn't like to be surrounded by too many people when he goes out. Of course, the point is, Shiqian went out of his midst to cultivate into Mr. Wang, and even into the Wang family. This was a capital crime. Shiqian retreated back. He could still see the current situation clearly. But not everyone was like him. 19. Now he still has the energy to continue fighting with the brothers and sisters of the Shanghai League, but they are not so good. He gave me the bearskin, Shiqian Chuang said Muwen and shouted Muwen and then returned it, making a fuss. The hot ice and fire bearskin was sent to Shiqian's hands. Everyone pulled back their spiritual energy and hearts. Shiqian gave another order to insert his own spiritual energy into the ice and fire bearskin. In just a short moment, it was the ice and fire bearskin activated the ice and fire bearskin, and the members of the Mountain and Sea Alliance were prayed for misfortunes without any worries. Shiqian's smile suddenly became full of joy. Chilene's 5 souls were restored again, and they were released. The terrifying existence that killed the ice-fire model bear appeared again. Many people in the Wang family guard secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Chilene's power, they are a memory game. I'm careful about this family's method. The captain of Wang Jiahui team yelled and stood at the front of the team. He should be a tiger. His effective martial spirit looks like it is the master's. Savior. The king's family surrounding the team separated a part of the manpower to summon him. Shiqian swept past these people's effective martial arts. All of them were dogs, and the breeds after the determined martial arts were amazing. Lei Tong Wang Huanin laughed to himself. This was the Wang family's pregnancy. These people were all trained since childhood, and it was just right for them. The effect is that the dog, with the help of the Wang family, collectively awakened the hunting dog's martial spirit and was born with a set of tactics, but you still recognized the reality early. Some good political and legal forces who surrendered and formed a bodyguard captain became an immortal. Only then did Shiqian clearly see the secrets of political and legal affairs. They really wanted to catch up with the wonders of the era of Kaikai. The political and legal forces formed by a group of crack dogs could actually concentrate their power on the strength of a certain person who is now the captain of the escort team is the gathering of these people. He directly transformed into the last 10 days of Hua Lingjing. The corner of Lin's mouth slightly raised and he saw the political law clearly. The method of breaking the earthquake also came up soon. Kilinta Mountain River, Kilinta Mountain River, Kilinta Mountain River. Yudao is to rebuild Wufeng, great injustice, etc. This kind of political and legal earthquake-breaking method that gathers the power of people and craftsmen to fight is simply not possible. It needs to be so complicated. Tang Tangxing just stepped on it. The strongest person was unable to resist. All the people who provided him with strength bonuses fell down. All political and legal institutions were no longer able to support him. Hong Feng Feng went through the mountains and rivers for 3 consecutive seasons in 10 days. The captain's eyes could fly out. It's impossible. If he doesn't take effect in 10 days. There are always people who think that his strength can be judged by long rituals. Could it be said that his strength has been improved to that of Hua Lingjing? Surely it must be stable? It is simply ridiculous. As the guard captain of the formation, the guards who maintained the formation were repulsed. The formation was also affected by the formation. The formation was unable to do anything, and they immediately squatted back. Wang Fanmo focused his light and suddenly understood why Mr. Wang would be in 10. Tian lost money on his hands. It seems that his understanding of Shiqian is still a little superficial, but the trouble is not big. At least he, the old man, hasn't taken action yet. The methods of Sha Alliance leaders rear army. It seems that if the old man doesn't move, it won't work. That's it. Chaitos, Kyuju, Chaitos, what kind of martial spirit is this? Not everyone has entered the bearskin to praise the wall for a while. After all, the enemy outside is Judo Kimaru and others. They don't want Shiqian to stay outside and face it alone, so they break the evidence in Shiqian. At that time, Mimaru and others were also protecting the ice-fire bearskin and fighting against the Wang family's guards. At this time, Wang Huai personally took action and released his martial spirit, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Jiao Ningdao, I have heard that eunuchs are 9,000 years old. What a coincidence. Wang Huai heard this sentence and almost poisoned himself in one breath. However, what caught Ying Ruzhong's eyes was the false embrace of the marshal. Spirit that appeared behind Wang Huai. Wang Huai's martial spirit is an old-fashioned one with a medium-sized cut on its head. It's not quite accurate to say it's a cut because it seems that Wang Huai hasn't reached the real level yet. Therefore, the quality of Wang Huai's martial soul needs to be improved. Once the invisible water wave moves in Wang Huaiju's deep movement, he can tell that the martial soul has the ability to control water. Shiqian chuckled and said, "Isn't this just a big bastard?" Wang Huai said angrily, "Yuyin Wuju, this is the beginning of 9,000 years. The 9,000-year-old man in Wendong Hailong Palace awakens the rat dragon martial spirit. It is this dragon rule that is stained with dragon energy. For 10 days, he will not hesitate to return with a blow and complain. If you are a snake, you are. Shengui is still a martial law, bastard, Shengui is Shengui, Shengui is Shengui. The bloodline snake is one of the myths about snakes taking effect in martial arts. With a squirt sound, the evil spirit's big move hit Wang Huai's martial soul. The movement was not small, but the damage was not big. It was even. Yesterday, I felt a slight sting. The source of the sting was the Qi Ling coin used to attack Wang Huai's martial soul's true form. He didn't need anyone to explain it. After 10 days, Wang Huai remembered the universal ability of classifying martial spirits. Ishio at this time, the escort team and the warriors such as Konamaru and others were fighting to capture Wang Huai. Naturally, he would not make a coin. He immediately split up and used his martial spirit body to block it for 10 days. Then he rushed into the fighting power of Konamaru and others with a flash of sound. After several rounds, Wang Huai cooperated with the help of others and injured Mu Wan and others. After 10 days, when he saw the situation, he became angry and released the possessed state of Wuhuan. He used Wuhuan to fight against Wuhuan himself and rushed to rescue the members of the Wang family guards. Thinking that they were unlucky, Shiqian couldn't be their opponent without a martial spirit. He went straight to Shiqian with 1 punch and 11 punches. Superman Qian appeared again. The Wang family guards awakened and Chai Lang Hu exploded. All the guys with activated martial spirits were beaten till they fell to the ground with rabbit blood by 10. Qian. Qian was furious. Looking at Wang Huaisuan, you are really good at playing. You have to be angry for 10 days. You know his strength, but he is 1 finger in the hand area. However, because Wang Huai is standing at the moment, his defense is uninjured, so he can only watch one of his own Wang Huai get hurt. Looking at Shiqian's appearance, he knew that he had no chance of making any small moves in front of Shiqian, but there was still no problem in saying a few words about cocksucking. Did Master Meng plan to angrily say, "I touched you? Are you aging backwards?" I advise Master Shemeng to recognize the reality early. In the Wang family, an old man who is about to save his life, am the most useless candy. If you are willing to ask the Wang family, when he was thirsty and drunk, he showed up in this paradise of the mountain and sea alliance. By the way, give me the little beauty in your arms as a young master. From then on, you will become a human being in 1 month. In 10 days, you will be cold enough to listen to your wishes and even do it. A dog of the Wang family will also become a human being in the future. Wang Huaisi is so unafraid that if anything goes wrong, it is natural. This world is not the same. It's not as you can imagine. Being a dog of the Wang family is better than being a human being. Once every 10 days, I sent Wooden Maru and others into the bare skin of ice and fire to recuperate. I feel that I have been very naughty in my life, but you are the most disgusting person I have ever seen. This guy is really a bit of a lie. There is nothing that a person should see through in 2 lifetimes. He has already seen through it. He is scolded and scolded for 10 days. But Wang Huai is different. It's really annoying to insist that he act as a verbal host for the Wang family, not to mention that he dares to speak out. Fan Wan still has to give him a lesson today. What is your lesson? I want to give you a sentence right now. Damn it, I will never be a superior person again just because of this incident. Qilin Juqian was once again face to face with Professor Luo Duangu's 10-day anger, which was almost righteous and severe. Qilin Junshan secretly kept Wang Huai's 500 shell secretly, even at the cost of retaliation. It seemed that he would not break it. This broken shell cannot be repaired. At the same time, the private killing of pigs by Shiqian and Wang Huai is also unfolding. In the end, they are the enemies of the Wang family. Wang Huai actually has good kung fu training. He is just teaching 3 or 5 moves. God saw it. Wang Huai Jin passed a punch. Wang Huai was also secretly. The snake couldn't help but open his mouth and look for it. Master Shiliang couldn't see that you were young and you were in the 8th level. Circle. Who is your master? 10 days of sneers. Wang Huai could ask this in other words, he was telling the truth. He had said before that there were 3 ways to fight after the awakening of the 5 souls. The first one mostly depends on one's next skills. This also led to the victory of a group of 5 soul awakeners, represented by Chuan Wu, who specialized in martial arts. 10 days ago, because the 5 souls were weak, he was an old friend of Yuanlu, but he made friends with him specially. He has some kung fu on his feet when Tai and Wu Bia are both Ten Tian and Xing Li Ming. He is the person you think of. Ten Tian Yi Duan He and Shen Jing employ one move 8. Which means Tai's hand relies on Wang Huaizhong to move back one after another. The moment he took more than 10 steps to shield himself, a mouthful of old blood spurted out. And the look of shock in his eyes lasted for a long time. The 9,000-year-old Wang Huai suddenly summoned the 5 souls to protect him. He couldn't fight head-on for 10 days. So he had to attack Shemeng's heart. I'm sure you are still the master. Although I can't bear with you today, the Wang family may not be able to make you hate you for the rest of your life. At that time, you will be completely different for 10 days. With a smile, Qi Ling's real body will look for Shi Strong and Wang Huaiwu. Between the lightning and flint on the right side of the souls. Neck, Wang Huai transformed into a ghost. How did you know that you didn't answer for 10 days? He just asked a question, your life is in my hands, but you continued to pretend. It's true that it's 9,000. Swimming men, the reason is that Bo Zi moved to the right for 10 days. Now that Qin has captured the life gate of Wang Huai's martial soul's true form, it is equivalent to taking Wang Huai's life. This is mainly because there are many people who don't understand the art of using martial souls to fight. Wang Xiong's accident has been lost. It cannot be used in new ways. But for Shiqian, this has long been an instinct that he has developed in his previous life. Shiqian ordered Qi Lin's real body to carve a mark on Wang Huai's 9,000-year-old body. You bastard, don't come. Let the bastard come and he will fall down in 10 days. You bitch, take the full antidote, go back and let your master see clearly. I gave him a big gift. The war is over. He will stay by the ice fire bear for 10 days. Although no one will come again. The safety of the Shanghai Alliance at this moment is still remembered by him alone. There was a time when I was alone in the desert for 10 days, watching the wind blowing and looking at the clouds. In the sky. It was such an atmosphere. For a while, I could feel several figures appearing around me. Only the brothers and sisters who followed the Shanghai Alliance also replied. Zhao Neng went to bring the wine. Zhao Neng led people to move more than a dozen fragrant wines from the warehouse. For 10 days, he poured the wine bottles one by one with the brothers and sisters of the Shanghai Alliance and waited. Everyone had clinked glasses. Shiqian turned around and looked at the sight lying on the ground in front of the residence. Today, we have lost a lot in Shohai village. In this glass of wine, we have lost comrades in arms, in our opponents, in this great war of disunity. But brothers and sisters? Wipe away all the tears. The living people still want me to do what I am already a person who has gone. We have to take their clothes and live on. I can dig it out and cry. Many members of the Shanghai League also cried. Everyone is a miracle and the pain bell follows closely. After all, it's just to clean up the battlefield. And being exposed in this way without proper treatment will cause diseases, not to mention there are many corpses with thin waists, which are all useful materials. Ignore a gust of west wind and tell Zhao Neng how to deal with this gust of people who gave their lives for the Shanghai Alliance. The members are thick. After all, the proportion of these people who are alone is very small, and many of them have families. Zhao Neng felt that after the west wind blew, there seemed to be something on the top of his head. He touched the thing on his head and grabbed it in his hand. Heart, you must have managed to see the crying liquid. This is a joke. It is a good season now. 2 days ago, everything was still green. How come there are several pages of crying yellow? It has been 10 days since I pretended to be light. You can tell me all the things I said before. Have you already written it down? Can you come back to your senses and remember all the people who sacrificed their lives for the Shanghai League? Their families will be honored by the Shanghai League. If they are willing, we can also find some light jobs to provide them with a place to live. You slide the people from the combat department out to me. I want to lead them to kill some waste thinners. During the time I leave, the defense of the Shanghai League depends entirely on you. If Qianhe is a little surprised, he will take everyone away. Who should I use when the time comes? The overall organizational structure of the Shanghai League is still relatively simple. It is mainly divided into three major departments: the General Materials Department, the Combat Department, the Tree Department, and the Time Belt. The knowledge of these component forces is still from Zhenhuan Sect School in the past. So sometimes it sounds like various departments of Shanghai League have revealed that this smell of Bu Fu and his age can you can drop the people from the government to the core of the settlement to defend the people from the Qianqian faction. You can also drop the people from the Qianqian faction and bring them over. However, because the government has the relationship with the senior school sisters, we don't need to worry about too many things. The key point is that when the Qianqian faction conquers them, after losing too much blood from the disciples of the Qianqian sect, they could not completely trust Zhao Neng until they completely subdued them. When the time came, they understood. I specially win over the people who are close to our Shanghai Alliance and tell them that this is the benefit after becoming the Shanghai Alliance. After all, our residence is now a cave and a paradise. Have a drink and laugh in 10 days. Your mind is spinning so fast. In this case, I will hand over the residence to you. You're relieved, but you haven't told me yet that you suddenly plan to take it with you. Why do people go out to kill the waist-thin stone? After this dampness, the waist-thin stone will probably take a long time to become active. Did you see the crying fluid just now? According to the current form as the second leader of the Shanghai League, it is 10 most of the time. Tian has to leave important matters to Zhao Neng, so it is necessary to tell him in advance some changes that will happen in the future. The coming of Xingxiao era is not only the arrival of troubled times, but more importantly, the arrival of the Mo era. In addition to things like the rest of the place other than the cave heaven and paradise where I live will soon become a source of tears. At that time, money will become worthless, and the gold waste box we discovered today will become a circulating hard copper fire lamp, which can offset the economic effect of the currency. It should not decline so fast, according to the 10-day guide. If you are placed in a battle position and become the boss, you will be a little greedy for wealth, and it will not decline very quickly. However, even if the reserves of materials are enough to exchange for the issued index coins, the value of the index coins will shrink as the resources are seen. So you can still use it. My brain is so bothered. I suddenly felt like I was in class. Shi Qianhe and Xia were fully mentally prepared for Zhao Neng's behavior. However, no matter what Zhao Neng said, he would carry out his ideas and put things into practice. Just be beautiful and the rest doesn't need to be strong. For example, just when Ten Qian led Shan Haiming Chengyuan all the way to the gathered fans, Shan Haiming's manpower in Mahora City began to harvest all kinds of seeds frantically. Wang Huai also returned to Wat City and came all the way back in the 10 days when Wang Huaihe went to Miling. What they saw was almost the same as the decay of vegetation and the end of everything. It was the tendency to say that it was the Wang family's mansion first. It was just the right time when the Wang family built the mansion. That is, after choosing a feng shui treasure land. The Wang family's mansion became a floating land. The scene that Wang Huai saw when he returned from the Cave Heaven sect is that the greenery of the bloody people is still maintained here. Patriarch ah! Wang Huai entered the mansion, and the expression on his face suddenly became a bit dramatic. The way he sang about being powerful and humiliating the rich was like a middle-aged man. Ordering food, he came to the door again, and Wang Huai even fell to the end. Use your own knees as your feet to walk, sucking all the way. Only then can you lie down in front of the head of the Wang family. During this time, not many family members of the Wang family were present. It's just Wang Dingbang, the head of the Wang family. In the middle of the Wang family's main hall is a green leaf. Wang Huai came out of Ping Feng Pang. Wang Dingbang took a look at it and his eyes were calm. Ning Wang Huai, why are you, Wang Huai, so sad and angry all his life? 10 days of directly lying on the front of the Wang Dinggang's family, the Shanghai Alliance. He is no longer a human being. He is a young fierce leader from a grassroots team. He dares not to give me the face of the Wang family. Wang Huai summoned his 5 souls. The 9,000-year-old Gui Ke who clearly engraved a line of large characters. Bastard, don't come, let the bastard come. Wang Dinggang Mo slapped the table and was about to get angry. Suddenly, someone burst into the main hall. The owner of the house. Something serious has happened. All the fruit trees in our orchard are crying to death. All the fruit trees in the orchard are crying to death. Wang Ding. Gang Dengsha must know along the way that the Wang family's power in the provincial capital is by no means an ordinary orchard that can be noticed by the Wang family. Of course, it will not be the small orchard of the Wang family. However, not long ago, the leader of the Wang Ding gang said that it was enough to enter the 10. If you want to know what a truly powerful industry is, these 4 words. Jiao Jinjian are stationed there for a while. This is a serious and long-lasting heirloom industry. Jinjin is just a rough calculation. The output of the 500,000 yuan orchard purchased by the Wang family alone is estimated to be hundreds, tens of thousands of tons, but the supply to provincial cities can completely form a monopoly trend, not to mention the millions of tons of fruits before. The effective era of zero reduction. It's a rejection. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Dingbang's eyes turned red. Sure enough, there was something wrong with the fruit tree. This thing is enough to make the Wang family feel pain. It's 500,000. The mother emperor cried to death for 1 or 2 trees. It's possible. How is it possible for everyone to cry? At this moment, Wang Huai wanted to kill the guy who came in to report the news. He was selling ammunition and suddenly said this kind of thing. The person who reported the news didn't believe it at first, but the facts were so true. How could he feel worried about this matter? The patriarch, Wang Huai, who was reported in the orchard, said, "Principal, I saw a lot of eagles on the way back. Will the scene in our orchard be the same as outside?" Wang Dingbang turned his head and looked at the guest. Character engraved on Wang Huai's 9,000-year-old rule. He was even more angry. What bastard? Don't come, let the bastard come. Isn't this talking about him? The head of the Wang family in Tang and Tang dynasties? Is he a bastard? This guest word can only be damned. Smelly, it is the letter from the Wang family. And when you think about Wang Huai's identity, this sentence can be said to be a 3-point curse. When you close it and curse it, Wang Dingbang will still measure you. What are you doing with 5 points if you don't know how to be embarrassed? Looking back and trying to find a way to save myself, now move to the orchard. The big family has made a choice between the natural gold pass compared with the temporary humiliation. It is the first time to figure out the financial path of the other person in the family. It is official. In 10 days, the group has arrived at the entrance of Mi Ling. Everyone who came along the way saw the so-called satellite TV scene. Mionan was a little worried and watched for 10 days. Everyone, I'm afraid, there are many people who don't know that the world has changed like this. We are hurt. Haimeng is now talking about trees. It's time to take a breath. Otherwise, why do I have to go to Mi Ling? If not first be prepared, every change that happens in the future will make us unable to keep up with the trend of the times. Mu Wan Wenyan only went out for 10 days to be too absolute. As if he already knew what would happen every minute and every second in the future. However, Ling Qian, who was traveling with him, was a little worried at the moment. After several conflicts in succession, Ling Qian could be said to be the most special small sound effect marshal. Soul Awakener in Shanhaimeng. Awakeners with similar situations to him basically chose to respect and follow the announcement of 10 days. Instead of focusing on how to fight with people, he started to make some smashing things in exchange for a stable life through his own love prison. However, Ling Qian was the only one among these people who was taken by Shi Qian. I want to teach him how to fight with the small sound effects of Wuhuan Awakener. I heard about this film. Milin has become the most dangerous group in the vicinity. Many determined people have entered Milin before and in the end, none of them came out alive. The members of Shanhai Wang on one side do not. Remember to fight to break more Jin and watch the boss come out of rice. You will still do harm. Something happened. Lin Qian changed. It's not that I don't have confidence in the boss, but that we don't have much experience now. Lin Qian said something about more than a dozen fighting against hundreds of saints, and at the same time he said that little star Jingsheng was not wrong. Everyone just thought his appearance after being beaten was very cute, so the street 203 kept laughing, and the air was filled with the smell of cubes. When talking about young Ruei, the option of adventure is definitely the best expression of young people's new nature. Everyone has made jokes about Lin Qian. Immediately, he still followed Shi Qian into the rice forest. Although the rice forest was not like the forest along the way, it also introduced some numbers. The yellow appearance gave people the impression of a wind. Clean up the golden hammer that connects mountains and rivers its sleeves. Perhaps the waist thinner who was in Mystery Ling sensed the smell of a large number of human beings. When the Shanghai League and others were exploring like Mystery Ling, the sound of some numbers being crushed kept coming from the surroundings. I felt like there were many pairs of people. Eyes are staring at me. It's still 0,000. Even if that's the truth, it's like that. I performed brilliantly in the defense battle against North Korea. I received random parts. You can rest assured. There are so many people in the fire. Even if you have a thin waist. If you come out to attack us, you have to see if you have the ability. 10 Days took over the painted tea and said with a smile. Actually, everyone doesn't need to worry too much. We are just here to kill the thin ones this time. It is dangerous and locking them will be inevitable. But as long as we make good use of ourselves. After all, every ounce of strength here is just a training ground for our growth. After 10 days as the leader of the alliance, I naturally know how to appease people's hearts. There is nothing. The aliens explored further for a while. Suddenly, a group of evergreen birds appeared in front of everyone. The attack on them summoned 705 souls in 10 days. This is the evergreen bird. Its body is very hard and is a good material for making weapons. Follow me to list it and kill it. It is a waste of time for everyone. After all, the evergreen bird has insufficient combat power. For them, this is an easy advantage. After obtaining a lot of materials in the battle, Shiqian suddenly felt nervous and stopped for a moment. I felt as if there was danger approaching Shiqian. This sentence was more useful than any other command. Mountains and seas, and Meng, everyone came to him one after another. Shiqian was in danger. Liduan took the fire and hid first, but no matter how they hid, there is always a faint sense of crisis in Tenqianqing. The members of Shanhaimeng and Shanhaimeng all wonder whether it is the environment in Mysterious Zero that makes Tentian a little anxious. At the same time, Tentian has Dan Fu on his shoulders who is burning with fire. The pressure of his life made him somewhat sensitive and surrendered. At this moment, Zhongshu suddenly screamed strangely. He didn't know when it was, but a huge ball of neon eye fell on his head, almost covering his whole body. Look, someone shouted. Unexpectedly, all these people looked up one after another. The thing that had been making them uneasy for 10 days was actually right above their heads. This was the long-term bird's perennial body. Can it still hit someone's right side? Are parents allowed to come here to seek revenge? For a moment, 70, every degree kill, Thunder Dragon and other members of the Shanghai Alliance, such as LOL Dan Solchichi, went out to attack the long-haired bird. Even if Chang Huiniao can live in the mystery, he naturally has a certain degree of strength. After taking on everyone's attacks, he waves his wings and kills everyone. The pain of killing rice and children is endowed with the emotions at the bottom of every human being's biological mechanism. Is it a human being who can cure all things? Or is it a thin-waisted man who rarely can be cured by gods? Chang Huiniao's revenge was so crazy that after 10 days, he felt that his scalp was slightly numb. Faced with a huge creature whose size was not familiar to the Icefire model bear. It's like this high-altitude attack again. He has no phobia. How quickly he commits his consecutive line of love. Skills. 1 killing move for 10 days. Quickly let Muwen only wave everyone to evacuate. Chang Huiniao's combat power exploded in this state. Very scary. It is not a smart choice for them to stay here and listen to the evergreen bird. You must know that fighting is absolutely cost-effective. When to fight head-on and when to go on a date are all the results of careful consideration, such as this time with Mi Ling. The trip lasted for 10 days, and the entire operation was like prehistoric humans collecting and falling in love in order to survive. They tried their best to perfectly preserve their own strength after completing the base goals. During the 10 days of confrontation with the evergreen bird, the mountains and seas, the members of the alliance also showed appropriate retreat and transfer qualities. In just 10 minutes, everyone had already withdrawn from the battle. At this time, Lin Qian used Ji-Feng to spit out his soul and came to Shiqian's side. The boss was gone. Shiqian was so cold that he released another episode of Shao Zhao's action of taking off the flames and living in Chang Huiniao. In the next second, Shiqian and Lin Qian disappeared without a trace. Chang Huiniao was so angry that he snapped dozens of subjects in a row, and the number remained in place for a while. Fan Dafar, Lei Tang, Li Shimi, there are some embarrassed Shanhaimeng people beside. A small river. You look at me, I look at him. It took about a few minutes and I don't know who starts first. Everyone can't help but let out bursts of loud noises. Laughing just now, did Zhongshu lose all his shoes? Zhongshu went to change his clothes. He was drenched in water by Chang Huiniao with a mouthful of saliva. I didn't expect him to be interested. Who could have imagined that the entire dollar would go sideways? It would be so wasteful because of a thin waist. But none of us take it seriously. In the end, we are still young. Not only do we have a young mentality, but we also think about it. The attitude towards things is also, he was so optimistic. At this moment, Zhong Shui, who had already changed his clothes and cleaned himself, suddenly shouted, "Come on, everyone. 10 days is waiting for people to find their lives." When he took a look, he saw a tree in front of Zhong Shui that was covered with peeling leaves. The pearly red fruit looks like a flat. I had just recovered and changed my clothes when I came back. I discovered that the fruits on these trees looked a bit special. The giant spirit fruit, Shiqian, figured out the details of the fruits on the tree without even thinking about it. Several giant spirit fruits were distributed at one time to several main backbones of the Shanghai Alliance who were relatively close to him. The giant spirit fruit was of great benefit to the 5 soul determinants. One giant spirit fruit was equivalent to the results of 1 month of spiritual cultivation. Our Shanghai League doesn't have any good things. Zhong Shu's discovery this time is very important. These giant fruits are your rewards. The rest can be stepped on and put back in the warehouse for collection. Those in need can use their contributions in exchange for the same. The members of the Shanghai Alliance looked at each other and saw that the 10-day reward had no meaning. Which one of the people who could get the giant fruit in the first time was not one of the people who had received the dynasty before? Of course, among the members who have dreams of fighting, Lingqian has not been ignored by time. After eating the giant fruit for a moment, Lingqian is like a different person. I want to use all my contribution points to exchange for the giant fruit for 10 days. What Yi Mai Duo said is just right. By doing this, Lingqian could also set an example for Huahuad by asking Muwen, the boss of the General Affairs Office, to calculate Lingqian's contribution. And then exchange resources with him for the contribution that Lingqian had written down before. A total of I got 6 giant spirit fruits. This is a small fortune. But no one thought that after Lingqian got the giant spirit fruit, there was not a single cachacacha left. He ate all the cachacachas. His eyes were wide open. Go to Xiaoqian, you are eating the fruit of life in the world of pigs. If Lingqian's military power ranks in the Shanghai League, he is definitely ranked at the top of the tree. Zhu Ranjian made such progress, but he was really afraid that Lingqian would be caught all at once. Even Mu Wan, who came down and looked at Lingqian, felt that he was a little too hasty. But what happened had already happened, and it was useless to say anything. Lingqian held him down. After the 7 giant spirit fruits, there was nothing at first. As the effectiveness of the giant spirit fruits gradually came into play, Lingqian changed violently, causing Du Ziduan to feel a little uncomfortable on the ground. He couldn't help but move his forehead for 10 days. Thinking about how to help Lingqian digest the surge in his body, Ling stood up. At this moment, the Changhui bird found Zhong Ji and Shiqian and others again. His appearance in such an embarrassment undoubtedly caused more trouble for the Shanghai League. Shiqian was taking action when suddenly there was a strong Linchibwa's son, Lingqian, exuded a long glowing bird, sitting high up in the forest without any flowers. Lingqian suddenly stood up from the ground. A burst of pink light flashed between his wooden bowls, and he felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar. When Shiqian saw this, he also reflected it. It seemed that Lingqian's desire for the kingdom of giant spirits was not greedy, but something that should have appeared. Lingqian was killed and a 9-tailed pot appeared behind Lingqian. Faced with the attack of the evergreen bird that covered the sky, Lingqian Xiao threw a light on the ground. In November, he got up and saw a pile of 9-tailed pots and fossils standing on the belly of the evergreen bird. After grabbing it, a group of cave dancers appeared in the sky. Lingqian penetrated directly through the body of the evergreen bird. On the south road of Muwen, Lingqian has awakened the twin 5 souls. Zhong Shuzi said with a face, I'm going to see Sister Lin being so strong just after she awakened. 10 days is different from others. After all, Zhu Weishan, Hu Qiong and Bu Qiong him. But it is too clear that the purpose of recruiting Lingqian in the first place was because he was also a twin of 5 souls. Now that the wish has come true for 10 days, how could he not be happy? Bang bang, taste the bird's excrement and smash it to the ground. Lin Qianyingsheng lowered his hands and soft sand energy followed the 9 tails behind him and kissed them all. Lin Qianying stopped moving his paws with his body and 5 souls. Lin Qianying's little head was quite crisp when he knocked it. 10 days took back his hand and said the effect, and he woke up his body and 5 souls. Lin Qian didn't answer. But his arrogant look really meant that 10 days had caught up to talk to him. The rest of the people were so shocked that they froze in place and didn't know what to do. Behind Lin Qian, the 9 tails kissed him and dispersed. His originally open Shuangru closed his body and fell down as if he were backwards. Ten Qianyang held Lin Qian with his hands and then placed him firmly on the ground. Dragon Lord, you. Tell Sister Lin. Damn it, I don't know who is combing the road in the crowd, causing Zhong Renyi to roll his eyes. The wooden bowl is crazy. Come take over for 10 days and continue to take care of Ling Qian. What are you doing in a daze? A long splendid bird is not enough for your busy work. People come to their senses. They all took out the energy they carried with them. When the level started, Chang Hui Neo had a lot of useful materials on him. Not to mention that this was an adult existence in front of him. Kumaru was sitting under a tree holding Ling Qian, but he was still a little worried in his heart. This schoolgirl looked at Ling Qian's condition for 10 days and heard that she was breathing very evenly. She randomly appeared and explained that she suddenly woke up and made 2 sounds. 5 inches later, she lost her strength in my hand. Why is he suddenly so flexible about the giant spirit fruit? Is there any connection between this? Of course there is. I don't know when Ling Qian reached a contract with Jiawei Lake. So when he has the opportunity to awaken the 5 souls of Jiawei Lake, sometimes his instinct will prompt him to make a decision. This is a very normal thing. You know so much. For 10 days, he could only laugh with his head. Even if the relationship was quiet, he could not say that these things were things he had seen in his previous life. He even knew accurately many things related to Ling Qian because Ling Qian was related to the Shanghai Alliance. Ling Qian stayed next to Suan for a long time until Ling Qian Yu woke up. Ling Qian seemed to have forgotten what happened before. He looked at everyone looking at him with envious eyes, without any doubts. Mu Wanqingqing patted him and said, "You are so lucky. Did your second dancing soul awaken after you attached the distance fruit?" Lin Qian was obviously a little surprised. My twin dancing souls wanted to awaken their twin dancing souls 10 days ago. At that time, Lin Qian also appeared in 10 days and 10 days seemed to have said that he could do it. Originally, Lin Qian did these things by himself. It was a joke. But who would have thought that a joke can actually become a battle? You are stupid, feel it for yourself. Didn't you know that Lin Qian was still a little fierce after 10 days? He understood and reminded him casually to let him summon the soul to see if Lin Qian summoned his own dancing soul. Lin Qian was the first to appear. After waking up, Ji Feng Tu's 5 souls suddenly appeared. A slender paw was placed on Ji Feng Tu's head. It turned out to be a very elegant 9-tailed fox. Such a real scene appeared in front of him. In front of his eyes, Ling Qian couldn't help but pinch himself. Mysterious inner pearl was broken and fell down like a pearl. Yo yo yo. What's wrong? This is a decisive awakening. The 5 souls have a double sound. It's a good thing. I wonder why you are still crying. Ling Qian fiercely, I smelled bad for a few times. I'm so happy. You know that the situation of Xiao Xiao Wuhuan in this era is not optimistic. Don't look at the atmosphere in the entire Shanghai Alliance. He knew, no matter whether he is a 5-soul Juexin with a big effect or a 5-soul Juexin with a small effect. He doesn't get along with that much bullying. But he can do this only because of the Shanghai Alliance. The leader of the alliance is Ten Tian. Since the superiors have been very strict in controlling this kind of thing, look at the whole world. Where is the Jushin who is in effect? The 5 souls are not being bullied. Ling Qian can gain so much warmth in the Shanghai Alliance. He became an important figure in the Shanghai Alliance when the Shanghai Alliance rose. This was something that moved him deeply. Mu Wan saw that he was crying and couldn't help but asked Gansu, Xiao Qian, when did you become the 9-tailed Hu in July? Why haven't I heard you talk about it before? Senior sister, Ling Qian felt confused when talking about this, but fortunately, the wooden bowl's method of diverting attention was very effective. After Ling Qian thought about it for a while, he said that he had seen Ju in his hometown when he was very young. At that time, he was still learning to write, so he left his birth horoscope on the portrait of Jiawei Lake. At this time, the Shanghai League entered Miling to collect resources. Those operations can be continued. Junlingua and Chang Boiniao have already been packed up. For example, Wang Dinggang seems to be 2 or 3 years older. The 500,000 purpose orchard has turned into a crying mother bell in just a few days. It's like God played a lot of jokes on the Wang family. The matter of Wang Hui being the head of the Pangan family may have a lot to do with the changes in the external environment. Wang Dingbang, I thought about it carefully. Since Wang Huaidu said that all the external positions have died, it means that this matter does not only affect the Wang family. If from this perspective, everyone has suffered losses, it means that the Wang family has nothing. Is there a loss? Wang Huai then said that the head of the family actually has one more thing to do. Do you want to know those things? You said that the 10 days deep guard was good and the old slave actually broke his way. His skills were bought by the person on the first floor of the Qing dynasty. The Guangding gang didn't steal Wei Wrinkle. That old guy wasn't the best. Do you like the game Human World? Why would you pass on your kung fu to Shiqian? You know that, mister. Wang made it clear when he came back after everyone suffered a loss. Li Ziming became a master and took revenge. Even Zheng Hunman lost his earphones in the end. It didn't stop Qing Gilu from participating in the discussion. Now it is known that Shiqian may be the disciple of Qing Gilu's owner. At this time, a person who is slightly opposite to Wang Jiahu came over. The latest news received by the owner, Uncle Huai, Shan Haimeng, was with Shiqian. When people entered the S-type mystery, Wang Ding asked a random question and couldn't help but chuckle. This little thing didn't know how the word death was displayed. It looks like it's about to be done. There aren't many things in the forest that you can see. They are destined to go in but not to get out. Wang Huan saw that the Wang Ding gang was dying because of state affairs and had begun to gradually forget the humiliation brought to the Wang family in the past 10 days. The cat couldn't help but his eyes rolled down and turned warm. In his heart, the cat was thinking about how to help the Wang family to destroy Shanghai. The crowd was frightened and Shi and Ling. It seemed that something that frightened them was approaching. A pair of skinny cats slowly opened their eyes. Aomi, we won't run into ghosts and hit the wall, right? We've always been walking in a straight line. Why is it back again? Cat owner, what should we do? After Shiqian and others left the Waterman land, we talked about the dangers of Mi Ling. It was not just the relaxation and joy of their spring outing in the previous 10 days. It was just the tip of the iceberg of Mi Ling. With the 10 days and 1-star people facing Mi Ling, the Zero viewpoint gradually deepened into the mystery of Zero. The characteristic of Zero, which is called the obvious place, finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They had walked this road 4 times in 10 days. The first 2 times were nothing, and by the 3rd time, it was nothing. At that time, people left the mirror in 10 days. But now, 10 days and 1-star people saw this mark again without any accident. Faced with everyone's uneasiness, 10 days asked the leader why they should wash their hands first and encounter this mark. Even if it takes 10 days, you need to think carefully about this kind of thing to resolve the problem in front of you. 10 days know that there are many things that will happen after the birth of a child. I also know that there are some Shanghai strains that have been injected with Lingqian, but they don't think much about the details. Among them, the secret Zero is a big risk for the US dollar. It can be returned in 10 days. The memory that comes together is that this is a good place for Lisha to get a waste. The Soul Gate is entangled with the enchanted spirits. There have also been some exploratory actions. But those are all things after the dangers of the enchanted spirits were gradually cracked by humans. In other words, Shiqian knows this. The resource point is very rich in products. But he doesn't have any guide to clearing up the land here. In his previous life, he was just a weak horse-moving spirit warrior. How could he be qualified to participate in this kind of thing? After 10 days in the next life, he clicked 1 and got stink after 2 mouthfuls. Suddenly I saw some weapons from the Grey Gate appearing in the world line scene. The 10-day soul body was immediately struck with 1 hit. The spirit was not good. There was fog in the woods. This thing is poisonous. Protect your mouth and nose. Don't inhale the single thing into your body. After 10 days of events, the people who appeared again were all elite members of the Shanghai Alliance. They still had the ability to temporarily control their breathing. The soulless Determinator could not die even if he persisted for more than 10 minutes with the help of spiritual energy to help his breathing. The sound of the wooden bowl has already made us run in which direction Ten Tancheng arrived. We can't run. We must first find out where the poison comes from. We have circled this place several times. We can't figure out the source of the poison. Running away will only bring us 1 step closer to death. Everyone has the ability to detect the poison. Quickly release it to try the Alliance leader. It won't work. My rat dog, the martial soul's detection ability depends on Shizhuan. If the poison of words is released now, I will come. I am a rat, and my martial spirit rat can detect spirits through spiritual energy. To explore the environment, this is the advantage of having a large number of people. There are all kinds of capable people in the Shanghai Alliance. But Jen, a golden flute with white hair and soulless attributes, fell into the fire. He felt that the spiritual energy under his feet suddenly fluctuated. The spirit attribute was detected. The aura network that vigorously explores the environment then heads towards death. Word spread out in all directions. After a moment, the extremely spiritual and five-spirited person had a somewhat mysterious expression on his face. The leader of the alliance. Mi Ling's environment was a bit strange. I have activated the 5 souls to the extreme, but the feedback information seems to be that we are trapped in that room. This is the dangerous place of Lost Zero. Although 10 Days had expected that the zero-phase exploration could be isolated, he was still a little disappointed when he actually heard it. It seemed that he could only slowly think about whether there was no place to be alone before approaching the group and slowly push them to a safe place. At this juncture, everyone suddenly heard a life laughing in the distance for a moment. A tiger with a faint smell of white house appeared in front of everyone. The seemingly dangerous poison was like hitting the bottom of the sky when it encountered the white house on the tiger's body. It turned out that he couldn't even stand on the tiger's body. Take a closer look. There is a tree in the middle of this tiger, which is stuck in the frost and eats the phoenix fish. The whole body is golden dragon spirit armor. It has been dead for 10 days. It took a mouthful of food to cut it until today. This luck is so good. In front of me. This thin waist and name changed to white clothes. The three-hearted tiger fell down. 10 days ago I spent time with my mother Qingnao. When talking about skin snake, Shi Qianqian wanted to create a scene for himself with a suitable waist. As a waist-slim guy, the first option in Shi Qianqian's mind was the beautiful tiger in front of him, dressed in white, 3 gold layers. What kind of tiger? This is obviously a tiger. Dragon, tiger, whatever it is, tiger. Look, those poisons don't seem to affect this guy. Everyone can see that the 3 gold pastes in white are very experienced and very clever. Those who are quick have thought that perhaps this white-clothed 3 gold tiger can be used to resolve poisons that are heavy in the mind. It is up to you to block the road for me. I want to conquer it. Naturally, there is nothing good to say about the mountains and seas. The 3-star tiger in white can tell just by looking at this fire. The person with extraordinary strength has been out for 10 days. Who can say that he can stabilize the pressure? What's more, the conditions for conquering the thin waist are various. This is even more. Who else could come up with the rules to subdue Hui except Shi Qian, who has seen a lot of time? Therefore, it is not too logical for everyone to assist Shi Qian. Rush towards. Just hearing that Bai Yisankinghu and Qilinghu in the Huxia Long camp were equally matched, this made everyone watching the battle feel secretly in their hearts. They also wanted to summon the 9-tailed fox to rush forward and join forces with Shi Qian to fight against Bai Yisan. Qinghu was congratulated by Shi Qian at that time. Don't come here. If you want to conquer Bai Yi, San Qinghu must defeat him. If they join forces to fight, this guy will not be convinced. At this moment, Wu Qingqing looked at the fierce fighting style of the 3 golden tigers in white and sweated in his heart for Shi Qian. The strongest person in the entire Shanghai League was undoubtedly Shi Qian, but right now, even if Shi Qian made a move, it was all done by a white-clothed man. The 3 golden tigers worked so hard to change guards. After thinking about it, the fire was only silently guided for 10 days. They were able to successfully capture the 3 golden tigers in white and resolve the dilemma of the lost single creature. Seeing that the single creature is getting closer and closer, as Shi Qian and San Jinhu in white gradually began to interact with each other, Mu Wen's heart was filled with excitement. Otherwise, Mu Wen Fuji's mind suddenly thought that there was something else in his package. Mu Wen didn't say much. Skillfully took out the things from the package and threw them away. 10 Days and 10 Days were standing next to the 3 golden tigers in white. Then the wooden bowl threw the thing out, and Shi Qian immediately changed from the state possessed by the 5 souls to the state of summoning the real body of the 75 souls. The picture looked like Shi Qian repaired and jumped out of the 75 souls. The 75 souls were still the same, while fighting against the 3 love foxes in white clothes. 10 Days had already emerged from the dead. 10 Days raised his hand to catch it, and turned into a wooden bowl thrown towards him, and knotted it in his hand. He held it carefully and chopped it carefully. The old man almost lost his way. Everyone miraculously said, shaking the cat stick for 10 days to see if the wooden bowl will work. Senior sister, will this thing work? The wooden bowl's face turned slightly red, and whispered, it should work, the big cat too. As for the wooden bowl, what about the wooden bowl? Will they carry stuff with them? In fact, on their way to Milin, we just happened to record a reporter from a pet supply store, Muwen store, talking about this matter in the past 10 days. So we bought some pet supplies conveniently. Shiqian looked at him and threw his clothes over hastily, but what else could he say to the girl he liked? He could only command Qi Ling's real body to continue fighting against the white-clothed San Qinghua Hao, but this time the situation was the same as Shiqian Xiao's. The elephant situation is very different. Naturally, the combat power of San Qinghua in Bai has not changed much. But at certain critical moments, San Qinghua in Bai's performance is not as oppressive as when he and Shiqian fought before. As someone who has faced off against Bai San Qinghua head-on, Shiqian's reaction to Bai San Qinghua is naturally the clearest. For a time, oh my god, Shiqian's face suddenly became a little weird. Qi Lin and Shen Ji used a move, Qi Lin stepped on the mountain together. At the same time, Shiqian shook the fighting cat stick in his hand several times, but saw Qi Lin stepping on it. When he stepped on it, Bai San Qinghua was just Giyi's Yile. When he wanted to take precautions, Qi Lin was really deeply moved. The next move he made in unison, I wiped it, it really worked. 10 days of surprise blurted out. The next second, he recalled that the strong man who had caressed the 3 startled tigers in white clothes in his previous life was very fond of playing with the bottle rack of the 3 startled tigers in white clothes. I have an anxious temper and just blink my eyes. The 3-jin tiger in white clothes was hit by Qi Ling and stepped on the mountains and rivers. Xiao Jiao mourned for the rest of his life. 10 days threw the frozen cut stick directly in front of the 3-jin tiger in white clothes. He jumped into the moon and once again fought against the 5 souls and 2 as 1. In the eyes of the tiger, the thing he had sent for a long time appeared in front of him again. He was about to take it out. The big Qi Lingzhu stepped on the waist and abdomen of the white-robed 3-pound tiger and surrendered? Or died? 700,000 Thunder Reds will continue to be distributed for generations. It depends on how the white-robed 3-pound tiger will choose the important people next. And it can even guarantee that they will be in white clothes. The look in San Jinhu's eyes showed the proportions of a human being, which is similar to how I feel when I'm quarreling with you. You idiot! But having said that, San Qinghua in white can also accurately judge the situation. If Qi Ling continues this move and allows him to be taken over by Ari, the time when he faces the King of Death will also enter the Dao Ji. Mo Yu has such detailed skills. San Qinghua in Bai screamed and a blood-red service seal flew out from his body. 10 days flew out of Qi Ling's true body. And with a little skill, Bai integrated the service seal into his own body. San Qinghua beat him and screamed twice. Qi Ling's real body Xuanji released the pressure on him. Dong! Before he had time to react, a big tiger head turned into it and crashed into the ground. The soft fur and the sudden heavy pressure made people spread. The 3 golden tigers in white clothes were light, were they? Shu Silk retaliated, and even the whole thing was done. Is this a victory or a breakdown? Under the tiger's head, a hand stretched out seemingly feebly and rubbed the tiger's head several times. Just say that everyone is happy. The flower told me to be silent, don't grind. The fierce master said that Xiaobai's temper is not very good, a bad temper will make you jealous, such a requirement. It was so honorable to bring Xiao Chong out. Shanhai Mengiqian was already admiring him for conquering the white-clothed San Qinghua in 10 days. As for how dramatic this process was, no one would mention the role of Domao Bang. But besides Domao Bang, who else has the strength to match the 10 days? Of course, as everyone saw, the 3-hearted tiger in white. That is, Xiao Bai, shuttled among the unique objects, completely suitable for the objects, which had troubled them before. Yes, these things immediately turned into trivial matters, and because Xiao Bai was familiar with the members of the Myriad Zero environment, the 10 days of fire people could even contact Xiu Bai's help to clean up these things in the mystery. There is nothing much to say except that Zhao Neng, who lives far away in the Shanghai League, is a bit of a prisoner. Now the brothers who are left behind in the Shanghai League are all from the strict generation. They are afraid that someone will come over and attack while the main force is out. But no one is like this. Not rising. Nowadays, the world of beauties, mountains and seas, and the existence of poisonous Eden are all living a natural and leisurely life. When will he come back? Zhao Neng is sitting at the door of his residence like a piece of shit placed at the door. He is bored and has nothing to do. At this time, the masterpiece Zhao Neng Dunchi in the scene above the residence is full of energy. Why is Brother Zhao coming towards me? A thin waist looks like a tiger. Zhao Neng Dunchi is winding together. Mountains and seas, Mongolia. Zhao Neng, are in chaos. 100,000 ancient witches finally grow up. Xiao Bai, who can still blurt out 1 or 2 words, has already arrived at the place where the mountains and seas are covered. 10 days ago, I was looking forward to Xiu Bai's body. At this time, he was looking down to see what Zhao Neng was like forever. Zhao Neng was even more happy when he was thinking about it. You guys are back. It's time to wait for a member who went out to collect resources. Lu Lushushu felt that Zhao Neng ran over to greet them one by one, for fear that some of them would not come back. It took time for Xiao Bai to get down and arrange the fire, sort everything into categories and store it in the warehouse. Zhao Neng asked if there was anything going on with Shanhai Neng during the period. Zhao Neng was bored all the time. What happened to Lan Neng? The earth that went out to collect more has also come back. Now we can really have 10 days of classical Chinese and let people seize the heavy color. Zhao Neng complained, isn't it right? If you have this strength, you can't go out. Young Mingli Wan, we have to focus on the 10 days of beautiful qi and white ear canals. Zhao Nengyi, you are too careless. Take a closer look. Soon there will be a scene of living beings. It is a big problem for human beings to survive. You still have so many thoughts on your mind. Zhao Neng talks and forgets sentences. It is amazing among the people in this era. The places closest to the residents of the Shanghai Alliance are probably a bit warm. The benefits of the Shanghai Alliance Cave Heaven Blessed Land spread out. Zhao Yang is in the tree cave. Huang Yang looks like he will die. In the past 10 days, he has conveniently planted one in the core of the spiritual energy of the residents. In the blink of an eye, a small sapling takes root and sprouts. What is happiness? This question is whether it is before the advent of the spirit or in the era of effectiveness. After the childhood era has dropped to 0, it is undoubtedly an extremely difficult question for everyone to answer. But now if you ask the brothers and sisters of Shanhai Long, the answer is almost counterproductive. After all, no one would have thought that it would be boring and tasteless. Chung Tsai can also bring so much fun. It only takes less than half a day for a seed to be buried in the ground to break out of the ground. It only takes a week for the crop to mature. In the past, farmers had to wait for several months or even half a year for the crop to mature. In the abundant cave heaven paradise in phase 0, there is only one short week. Zhao Neng, who had felt that the important land was boring early in the morning, had also transformed into his own heavy enemy at this time. He carried a small child all day long and resettled around the mountain and sea dragon's land. Chiena, my favorite fruit, do we need to continue to expand now? Zhao Neng stubbornly squatted beside Shi Qian and spoke out his thoughts smoothly. Now there are not many caves and blessed places in the whole beauty, even if others are discovered. The cave heaven paradise is far inferior to our mountain and sea dragons. Our advantage can be said to be our unique virtues. We have been calm for 10 days. We should not be able to use resources for the time being. Things like this will need to be collected at any time. Shan Haiming's current mission is to spread enough resources. Don't think that it's a good thing that we can have enough food now. If we let go, maybe the supplies we reserve won't be able to last for a full moon, according to OU Lisheng. Then I thought of a certain cosmic fuselage. Half-director, just destroy that concept. Don't laugh for 10 days. It's almost the same. Anyway, I can't do it. Too soft, many things can't be completely resolved. Let's just say it with one mouth. Let's go through it first. It's better for ourselves to say it. Zhao Neng can say it again. By the way, how is Uncle Mu recently? Don't think that Zhao can be kept in the dark. Although Zhao can do everything. I don't know, but Zhao Neng doesn't believe that Mu Qinggang will really give up his biological daughter. Simple people also have their own unique way of looking at things. For a long time, at least Zhao Neng felt that Mu Qinggang was not as simple as it seemed. Uncle, who knows? For example, Wang Dingbang, the head of the Wang family in the provincial capital, felt that something was not right. The orchard at home and the deserted city were all white. But the scene in the provincial capital was as late as the love in the world, and it was simply untouched. What's going on? All things are moving so fast. Could it be said that God intends to extinguish all declarations? The head of the family, I think this matter is inevitably connected with the advent of the effective era. The person who spoke was Mu Qingyang, who illuminated Xingnian Nian. At this time, Mu Qingyang was already in Wang Xiao's hands. He immediately became a soldier of the Wang family. Even though there were not many people from the Shenghan sect taken away by Mu Qingyang, every one of them was once an elite member of the Shenghan sect. The strength was enough for Mu Qingyang to gain a foothold in the provincial capital and Wang Dingbang. After taking a look at this guy who came from US dollar investment, he still felt that Mu Qingyang's surrender was a bit fishy. But he couldn't say anything wrong for a while. "Oh, Master Mu, do you have any other swords?" Mu Qingyang laughed so hard that he couldn't reduce his bullets. The above is just an association. You must know that Mu Qingyang has obtained a lot of information about the guards in Shiqian. Naturally, it is difficult to talk about the coming of the effective era. Although it can be regarded as an opportunity, dangers also exist. It is the same thing that has made the previous era come to the present time. Most of the creatures living on the earth at that time suffered a devastating blow. Now all living things can be regarded as a biological extinction. The indifference in people's mouth has reached the point of meeting. We should consider how to occupy more, moving heaven and earth to hoard more resources are the right way. Wang Dingbang half thought that what Uncle Yang was saying was originally a speculation about the outside world during the internal meeting of the Wang family. But now that it was said by 10,000 people, Wang Dingbang couldn't help but think about whether this could happen. Is this the consensus of thousands of people? Mr. Li, your Li family has a more in-depth study of the effective era. What do you think about this matter? Li Ziming was pierced through the chest by his spirit. Li Ziming is still alive. This is probably something that no one has thought of. To be honest, even Mu Qingyang was so shocked that he fell down when he knew that Li Ziming could still survive. However, at this time, Li Ziming no longer had the original surprise. The godman was sitting in a wheelchair, and his body seemed to be wrapped around. Mu Nai looks at Wan like a living dead. What Master Mu said is true. Even I, an old rival, have to admire your judgment. Okay, your grievances are over. Now you have to deal with it for the Wang family, so why bother talking about divisions? Wang Dingbang could tell that this was Li Ziming's plan to give Mu Qingyang some medicine, but Wang Dingbang's current focus was not on this matter about Mu Qingyang. Qingyang's true relationship is still going on, but the matter of life and death of the Wang family is obviously more important. Since you have said so, Master Mu, then you have to cooperate well with the Wang family. Mu Qingyang laughed. This is naturally what he deserves. Mu Qing after Yang dealt with it, Mu Qingbang finally returned to his residence in the Wang family. At this time, Shen Fei was waiting for his brother. Then what did the King of Letters say to you? Mu Qingyang said leisurely, what else could it be? It was just what satellite TV said. If they don't understand what happened, why don't they stand up and remind me? Now the Wang family is preparing to start a storm in the provincial capital. We also need to be well prepared. Shen Fei asked if the Wang family was going to send us as front runners. Mu Qingyang was far away and such a dirty fire wouldn't be our turn. I don't know if it was luck or a tragedy. The Wang Dingang asked us to go to some cave heaven paradise early in the morning. Feel the waist and hands there clean. Shen Fei, who is so ignorant, wants me to tell you why you are doing this. Let's get it done while everyone is doing it. I know you feel uncomfortable in your heart, and I will give you an explanation. Now you just need to take your brothers to clear out the collection of precision machines that have been dropped by the waist and hands of Dongqian Paradise. The Wang family will sell off the properties in the provincial capital in a short time and will not focus on the precision of the waist and hands. So you have to be more attentive. Even if you cut your flesh to the Wang family, you have to collect more according to the Lieutenant General's waist and hands. After a few days, everything seems to be an accident. Almost everyone saw the changes in the guardianship situation at the bottom of the sky. The black clouds pressed into the sky and turned into a bath. In the center of Shanghai League, Zhao Neng rarely dropped his book bag. What was the next sentence? 10 days and a meeting with him. His reading master casually said something to Zhao Neng, who was stunned for a moment. But he didn't read out the next sentence. Fake light elf strong R.I. Kai, I said Chuena. Is something going to happen to the layers of black clouds in the sky? Now Zhao Neng has developed a habit. No matter what incomprehensible thing he encounters, he chooses to ask as soon as possible. 10 days and 10 days often explore. I took a breath. Such dense black clouds in the sky were obviously the desperate black cloud moon in the previous life. The black cloud moon was the clarion call of the doomsday in the previous life. Black rain fell from the sky over there. All the places covered by the black rain turned into a piece of black soil. The black soil was deprived of all vitality and was almost a dead land. It was at this time that people were surprised to find that those caves and blessed places were ink. The only ideal box in the stone. Only the place with rich and abundant spiritual energy will not be infected by the black rain. I really can't handle this new situation. According to Neng Wenyang, I feel a little weird. What does it mean to suddenly say such a sentence at such a good time? Jenna, let's talk about it. How many supplies do we have stored now? When the black rain falls, if someone comes to Shanghai Mengzhou to ask for help, check it out. After he asked if he posed any threat, he approached the person. It's so wrong. Didn't you say before that you could understand it in an instant? The reason why Time said that he can't harden his heart is probably because of this. Yes, it can block the bag, but I don't know how long our Shanghai alliance will be able to support it. Black rain fell for 10 days. The scene in his memory finally appeared in front of his eyes. It was only at this time that humans realized the chaos that had just left them. Time turns out to be the most pregnant time for them in the future. In happy times, good things, an important survival material that has never changed since ancient times, once again became the existence of everyone in the Red Wall. The whole beauty was suddenly caught in the crisis of good things, no matter whether there were good people in the family or not, everyone started. Crazy collection of food can be seen. The arrival of the disaster only occurs in a moment of change in people's hearts. Compared with the crazy collection seen among people who have gradually begun to fall into madness. The scene of the mountain and sea alliance is more desolate. However, it is more mature than human beings. Ninglai's waist is also covered in black rain. The period of landing seems to be unsettling for some humans. In any case, there were still some food reserves in the past that could withstand the test of a short period of time. However, those who lived in the wild could only rely on the fruits and plants growing in the wild. Now all the plants are crying to death. Waist Slim also began to follow his own instinct and moved towards the area where plants could grow. The mountains and seas were shaking, and the sound of the burning platform had been ringing for a lifetime. It had not stopped at all during this period. The only thing that made the fire happy was that there had been an attack on humans by Shou Chao earlier, so the power of Waist Slim did not appear to be very terrifying at this time. Shan Haiming's brothers and sisters could still deal with the swarm of people heading towards the ground even without the intervention of Shiqian and others. The thin waist photo shows the weak and thin waist that was brought in by the foot again. Her relationship has become a little melancholy. This is already the 6th wave today. 0,000 results. The chemical examination is blocked to yes. Who could have thought that the world would change like this before? Photos can be complained to yes. I never thought about it before. You actually woke up with 2 voices and 5 inches and agreed to be a gangster together. You secretly got up and sucked. Can we still have fun together? Ling Qian's embarrassed mind just stayed aside and smiled. It's really hard to continue with this. Although they have been back for a long time, the matter of General Tian Yuan in the Shanghai alliance has also become a big fire in ordinary life. But even the once weak comrades felt a little embarrassed when they saw Ling Xian at this time. At this moment, Mu Wang suddenly said, "Stop making trouble now. There is something wrong with finding the words to say just now." Zhao Ning commented on the senior sister. "What did I say wrong?" Mu and Jinxa, didn't you just say that there have been 6 waves of waist-thin attacks today? Right? Zhao Ning nodded. Yes, we are not attacked several times these days. Bo's wooden bowl said firmly, "No, it's not right. We have resisted the impact of waist slimming many times every day. But today's intensive impact is unprecedented. Look at the time. It started at 7 o'clock in the morning. It's still there now. It's not past 12 o'clock however. There have been 6 waves of waist thinning. This frequency is not comparable to Neng and Ling Qian. It was only at this time that they were shocked. They had completely ignored the concept of time. When they were rushing to Kai. From the earliest wave of waist thinning in the morning to now, it was just about to end. In 5 hours, the waist thin that hit the Shanghai League's attention has reached such an astonishing level of criticism. Even though the Shanghai League's waist thin has been released very quickly these few times, the phenomenon of waist thin being ordinary is worthy of the fire's attention. Find time. The time at this time is. It is destined to cultivate at the core of spiritual energy. After all, in the environment outside, there is nothing we can do except stay at home and wait for the black cloud moon to pass. It takes 10 days and 10 days to slowly refine the spiritual energy injected into Gangsina's body to a single level. Tanaka was still slowly opening the 2-story building. Why didn't he hurry up so much that today's waist-thin attack was not right? We wanted to discuss it with you to see what happened. Just when everyone was about to express their guesses. Suddenly, I heard from outside the place that Huashan, who has been playing the role of a dragon all his life, smashed his mouth for 10 days. It seems that there is no need to discuss it. What is there to discuss? The waistline that can produce such Huashan is obviously not to be underestimated. Everyone hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the sound of fire to see what kind of medicine hand it was. As soon as they arrived at the scene, they could see a black pangolin-like medicine hand. With spirit armor. Naturally, it was surprisingly big and easy to add fuel to the fire. Such a big speedster seems to know that it is not easy to deal with. It can still fight against the enemy. So it dares to rush to greet those who are on the front line. The members of the Shanghai Alliance withdrew from their residences. This level of waist thinness was full of danger for them. There should be more powerful people to accept the battle. Shiqian looked at the giant pangolin attracted by Lingqi and recognized this guy at a glance. This was later. The overlord of the territory and terrain was as thin as the waist and the mountain was. Thin for 10 days. He immediately summoned the strange spirit and deepness to activate his own domineering energy. He didn't want to live in the entire Shanghai League. The first level of Divine Beast Guardian Festival Sword China. When did you retain such a hand? Above the mountains and seas, a 70-year-old shadow made a gesture of raising a smile to the sky. As if it was a statue, and made a grand move over the entire CAIUNZ note. Pay attention to the thoroughness of the basement. To be able to see with both eyes, a new light will be revealed. Time will naturally come to realization slowly. Don't you still know about this? Everyone asked what they knew. After 10 days, they felt that the rhythm of their heartbeat suddenly slowed down. I couldn't help but reached out and patted my forehead. I had forgotten such an important thing. Of course, it was all about the cultivation of the 5 souls. You need to know these things. But in the previous life, people were fighting against the power bear of the day after the black halo. Moon. Thick waist gradually develops when thinner. Just like the technology attributes of the 5-soul cultivation system, various special abilities are gradually illuminated through the exploration of human beings. All the time, outside of cultivation, it is completely in the constant battle. I forget that the people around me are not the partners who have known each other for a long time in the 5-soul cultivation. Team in the previous life. The next division thinks that they are also extremely proficient in mastering these things. After awakening the 5 souls, people are not only able to obtain the place where the 5 souls are awakened. The mysterious ability of the 5 souls is enough to become a mystery in human beings, the biggest problem that deserves to be solved after this era. Although everyone is standing outside the barrier with the experts, for 10 days, I have no time to explain to Huahua about the 5 rounds of cultivation. Aren't you curious why I awakened? After 75 rounds, can you use at least 3 or 4 killing moves? Can you urge this lazy snake to go up and wrap around the mountain? Beast? Only then do you think about recalling a sentence. Of course, I am curious, but this is your secret. How can you have the nerve to go to the fire? Asking you. Shiqian looked around and realized that Huahua's eyes had the same reaction as Zhao Neng. Don't covet other people's achievements. This seems to be a red line in the hearts of the members of the Shanghai Alliance. Shiqian couldn't help but feel a little moved. This is not a secret. I was busy practicing and forgot to tell you that as long as we awaken the 5th wheel, we will have the ability to communicate with the 5th wheel. As your own strength grows, you will slowly get some new moves from the 5th wheel. Looking back, you can try the voice falling expert. Suddenly, a force burst out and directly disturbed the cicada of the lazy snake. Jingtuo seemed to be facing the threat of death. The mountain beast Wagong monkey had a life of multiple illusory mountain shadows. What happened behind this guy? 10 Heavenly Tong Kong Wei Beast Flash. This is the skill of the mountain beast. Mountain Shadow Arrival. As the name of the mountain beast implies, its ability is naturally inseparable from the mountain. Mountain Shadow Arrival is one of them. It can summon the mountain beast that has already been destroyed. Come out and attack the enemy. This move was very effective in suppressing Hong Long Long's life. Although the mountain shadow did not cover the 10 Heavenly One layer, which had been reminded, it still pressed overwhelmingly on the Jie Sword Juice where the Shanghai Alliance lived. The sound of dragons and dragons sounded like the end of the world at the same time. It's as if it's really here. I'm obedient. The strength of my waist has increased today. The Alliance leader is reliable. This outstanding sword alone can block such a slight blow. Fortunately, we are all from the Shanghai Alliance, otherwise we would meet such a person in the wild. Guy, then we can still survive? Everyone in the Shanghai League where we live feels the thrill of the battle. It is like watching a movie in their hearts. After 10 days of watching Zhuan Shanshou start to go crazy, they also feel in their hearts that it is time to fight quickly. Got it. Lao Bai, who had been living in the Mountain and Sea Alliance for 10 days, shouted. After being subdued, the three-hearted tiger in white, who had been trying to stop Du Ai, had his whole body beaten. He stood up and ran around with a filial piety, which was immediately drawn from the knot. Oh. Shiqian stretched out his hand and kept Gui Shanshou arranging him. How could Xiao Bai, the overlord of Fan Zero, be afraid of Gui Shanshou? As soon as Xiao Bai showed his face, he directly faced Gui Shanshou, who summoned Shanning. The word gods will seem to be given to Xiao Bai. Bai is so old. The numerous mountain shadows protecting the invention were like flat ground in Xiao Bai's eyes. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Bai crossed over the mountain shadow summoned by Zhuan Shanshou and slapped his paw on Zhuan Shanshou's head. The mountain shadow suddenly collapsed and Zhuan Shanshou was very angry. Soon they were entangled with Xiao Bai. Shiqian Jianzhong urged Qi Linjun to go to Zhanzhan. Then Jin Wuwei and others also sent their own Wu Hunzhen to circle and kick Zhuan Shanshou Hong and the 5 widows. Zhuan Shanshou walked peacefully. Even the wasteman Jin He and other resources that were revealed were of top quality. Therefore, the Wang family in the provincial capital was no longer just a name. Wang Dingbang really defeated the entire provincial capital. The province was covered by the Wang family's influence. The city is almost like an independent kingdom. However, the dilemma Wang Dingbang is facing at this moment is that the food is not enough. It is not that the Wang family has no food now, but that according to special calculations, the food currently held by the Wang family is not good enough. The Wang family and the rest of the family had enough to eat. The Wang family's wealth would soon be exhausted. Wang Dingbang couldn't help but secretly change his mind. Before this special alliance did not occupy the provincial capital, he felt weak. Now that the provincial capital is really under the control of the Wang family, he still feels weak. If you don't renew, it's not that the special alliance has done so many things in vain. It was Wang Dingbang. When Qin Fan was unexpected, Wang Huai suddenly appeared. Patriarch, do you have something on your mind? Wang Dingbang snorted coldly. Wang Huai is also an old family member, so he can't be right. You're welcome, Empress Mu Qing. What? You, an old troublemaker, can you still divide the order for me? Just when Wang Huaigang was about to speak, the Wang Dingang got it wrong again. Have you lost the guest on your 5 souls? Wang Huaishan smiled, he had already lost it. Speaking of, I was just about to tell you about this matter. The Shanghai Alliance is now very powerful. I heard people say that the entire Shanghai Alliance occupies the gates of Cave Heaven Paradise. At that time, Tian had mentioned a lot of grain seeds in advance, and now there was so much grain that there was simply no end to it. Wang Dingbang was furious when he heard this. Why could a little Haimeng, who was injured, be able to seal a clan? When his Wang family and even the provincial capital were occupied, he was still there, worrying about food. They didn't die in Mirin, but the king's head didn't shrink. Anyway, that time is still there now. It was Wang Dingbang who was active. He suddenly became angry and asked someone to deal with him. When Shitenchen suddenly received a letter, he opened it and saw a familiar note. Shiqian held the letter in his hand and Mu Qing was torn in his heart. There is no doubt about the significance of Yang sending this letter to him. Mu Qingdang would not have sent such a letter if it were not related to Shanhai Neng. However, the associations evoked by these 4 words in the letter are a bit too high. For example, Mu Qingdang is ready to be independent and negative towards the Wang family. Another example is, when the Wang family met their opponents from the south in the provincial capital, it was really unclear what kind of reforms they would implement. However, after 10 days, they were still able to understand Mu Qingdang. After all, Mu Qingyang's actions left a lot to be desired. His wisdom and sophistication naturally enable him to avoid all kinds of talk about the Wang family, but he should still be more cautious. Even if his personality is exposed, it will not cause fire to Mu Qingdang. Just when Shiqianxi Institute Jianing Xinchong came to him. Come and see what changes have happened to me. Shiqian glanced at Jianing and immediately realized that Jianing's realm has broken through to Banchan's imported qi. The good brother's strength has improved. Of course God is happy for him. Congratulations. Zhao Neng Xuanji said, Jenna, let me tell you, we have been practicing in Judy for a long time. Even if I have a breakthrough, why are you still a little bit without any movement? At all? Ten Chen could tell that Zhao Neng was really worried about him. Isn't this a special situation for me? There's nothing to be anxious about. Others don't know it. But you don't know it either. My strength cannot be measured by Jing Jie. Zhao Neng nodded and said, this is, even when the martial soul has just awakened, you can already defeat the opponent of death. Transformation Lingjing. It doesn't matter whether you are Ban or Shanjing, but I have seen that the trend on the internet recently is a bit strange. So right. 10 days a day, was said, what's wrong? Zhao Neng said, of course the dollar is generally against you. I haven't played for 10 days and I am still waiting for Zhao to give me an answer. Zhao can dig out his mobile phone. The battery has been reduced to a low level. Even the network signal is real and sequential. It is becoming more and more difficult to break the network. Is it useless? Is it a failure? Those infrastructures that rely on modern science and technology have also been greatly affected. In fact, these infrastructures are now. It hasn't collapsed yet, and Shiqian feels a little bad. Zhao can keep his eyes on the screen and say, look at this Shiqian. At first glance, it seems that it is a thread in the forum. People are discussing beauty. Today, the Shanghai Alliance is a strong one. Among them, it is the most important one. Conspicuous comments identify why Shiqian, a mountain-moving mirror, is qualified to play the role of Dui in beauty. I don't know what these people are thinking because they are living in chaos. They can't even eat. They still have the heart to find happiness on the internet. Si Panxia. Shitianla said something to R. You know your own business and don't care what others say. Can you survive just by listening to gossip? It was at this moment that Zhao Neng saw the letter in Shiqian's hand. He felt a trace of his own attributes in Shiqian Jing. The sex director kept the secret, and Zhao Neng nodded repeatedly. The thing that made Shiqian take it so seriously was obviously not Hidazue. But Zhao Neng couldn't help but think about what the meaning of this chat has changed. It can't be that the Wang family is going to take action against us, right? Zhao Neng's mental knife-like guess opened up a new way of thinking for Shiqian. Shiqian has always thought about this matter in a complicated way. There is no need for Zhao Neng to be simple. First, Zhao Neng must be clear before I felt that Mu Qinggang was not assassinated, so Zhao Neng's first reaction after reading the letter was that Mu Qinggang once again directed serious housewives. After 10 days of communication, no matter what you guessed, you must control your mouth, otherwise the senior sister will be with us for the rest of our lives. She pulled it on her mouth, which meant that her mouth must have been suffocated to death. After a few days, she appeared again in the scene. When Chen came to Judy, he put his hand on Liang Peng and saw a group of people shouting in the distance and heading towards Shanhaiman Yudi. Why is it that Wang Dingbang brought his men and horses to kill the bastard himself? Wang Dingbang's eyes nearly bled when he looked at the Dao Yuan-like residents of the Shanghai League in front of him. Then Wang Dingbang saw 10 days standing in front of the residents, cutting off his clothes easily. You are Shiqian, you are the big bastard, you are so presumptuous. Our family leader Wang Huai jumped out directly. A life of drinking and eating is not without beauty. I introduced Wang Dingbang's body. Time looked at Wang Huai. Didn't it hurt you last time? Wang Dingbang's face was gloomy. Chen Daosha asked you to come to the provincial capital to be drunk. Why didn't you come? Time to laugh until I was. Didn't my gift already come to you? Didn't he tell you that Wang Dingbang went all the way? Damn you, you are seeking death. Then Wang Dingbang summoned his 5 souls. It just happened that Wang Dingbang and Shiqian were born the same way. They are all born in the year of the horse. However, Wang Dingbangdu's 5 souls are the son of a poisonous horned beast. Wang Huai can't help but brag about it. Are you afraid? The 5 souls of my family are the 5 souls of Shenping. The bloodline of the poisonous horned beast is similar to that of the mythical beast Pegasus. People also it didn't take 10 days to include him in the ranks of the 5 souls of Kanpei. They are all born in the year of the horse. The same one takes effect but has different lives. Of course, this thing is a bit unpleasant. Qi Lin's real body was revealed immediately and he was directly fighting with this one horn. It is worth mentioning that both sides seemed to be waiting. Shiqian and Wang Dingbang were victorious, but both of them maintained their own characteristics. The Ziyu unicorn did not pay any attention to the name of the 5 souls. After fighting one after another, the performance of the Qilin 5 souls was really unparalleled. Wang Dingbang destroyed the Ziyu unicorn. He fired several moves, all of which were cleared by Qilin 5 souls. The weak-blooded one did not even flash a trace of gold, evil and good. No wonder you were so silent for 10 days. You answered it calmly but smiled without thanks. It turns out that this is the strength of the head of the Wang family. It seems that it is not very low. Wang Ding was so angry that Shuzi was so brave. You think that my Wang family is a vegetarian for being able to establish a foothold in the provincial capital. When the black bird appears, it listens to the strange teachings in the sky. As soon as the black shadow falls from the sky, the wind and waves are so overwhelming that people can't open their eyes. However, it is suggested that this big bird that stabs leaves but is similar to the Phoenix Emperor brings many people with it. A grey light fell from the sky, and a black bird fell from the sky. This was the mythical bird that was said to be the origin of the wound grass. It even avoided the sacred beast king who was greatly injured. He was determined to help Pang Xiaodao for 10 days. If you still don't surrender, I, the Wang family, are dear to Zhuan Yao. In ancient times, it was not unusual to board a plane and claim land. I want to see what you do. It's also a shame. It's called Zhuan Yao. 10 days are very shameless. Chow laughed. He went back and experienced all kinds of things in his previous life. How could the 10 days in the street not know how powerful the black bird is? This black bird of the Wang family is not a genuine product, but a Wei sound with some black bird blood. Naturally, the appearance is about the same. In the eyes of everyone, the dead bird looks extremely extraordinary, but it is just a hanging bird in everyone's eyes. In front of the flying bird is a mythical beast machine. When the hanging bird happened, it was a member of the Shanghai Alliance who caused quite a sensation. The leader of the autonomous alliance, the Ocolin people, could accept what he said, but Shiqian's behavior really angered the members of the Wang family. He was so presumptuous. Xiao, you know what the hanging bird will be. It's destiny for me. If the Wang family doesn't kneel down and surrender quickly, that's it. When you are defeated, even if you kneel down and apologize immediately like us, it will only last for one night. Seeing the members of the Wang family calling this out, Xiao Zhaoning randomly stepped forward. Even if he is currently cultivating brand 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 brand. The first group of people in the Shanghai Alliance are the second in command of the Shanghai Alliance. Fighting at this time, the choice has to be him, Xiaoxing. Us, the light can summon a life. It's 5 points really deep and at the same time it's blowing its own waste. It's called a double snake. At this time, the solar energy certificate can be. It's the spring breeze that makes him proud. Who told him that his cultivation level has reached the level of the class? In the later stage of Shanjing, if we use the current practice mirror of Juexin, judging from the belly, the photo can definitely be the one who ranks first in the correct question. Zhuan Yao gives a warning. Look for 4 steel hooks. Look for beans. I couldn't tie him up and it aroused a wave of pain. How strong is this old guy Yin Cheng Tuena? Jiao Neng, who looked down upon them for 10 days, also looked down on the two of them. He only wielded his 5 souls and waist weight with all his strength. Isn't it painful to fight against an enemy? Do you want to chat first? 10 days looked at the knights in April in the battle circle. Compared with the character who has used 70 to 80% of his strength to read the meaning. Shiqian's knights still have the determination to do that. Let's just do that now. The difference is not big. This old man may just look at it and feel that the world is still the same as what he imagined in his heart. There is no such thing as how many people have counterattacked and complained about the 10 days. This sentence is really not fake in the childhood. It's no longer a picture that can determine a person's online presence. Attracting those things that can be determined by family blood, often a good effective martial spirit can gradually arouse in just 2 or 3 years a powerful force that surpasses the accumulation of thousands of years of family history. Oh, I was distracted when I spoke. Xuaning suddenly screamed, but the battle between Zhuan Yao and the 2 snakes became more and more intense. The 2 snakes came and laid a bloody Lingtian on the ground. It was clear that just like this, the mountains and seas were stunned. The hearts of everyone were stunned. Brother Zhao has no party. This black bird has something in it. I will definitely get one with the help of the master in the future. Brother Zhao, such a powerful midfielder. was a bit of a slap in the face this time. Zhao Ninglao's face turned red when he heard this. He had just broken through Jingjian and still wanted to show his face in front of the fire. After 10 days, he said, "It's okay. Look at it, buddy. I'll give it to you. If there is any revenge in my heart, I will think of a way to tell you a story again." Sister Hua held her mouth for 10 days and blew a whistle. Bai, Sanqing, Hulanlan and Sansan scattered out of the land covered by mountains and seas. Xiao Bai, give that family some powerful Qiao Qiao. The temper of the 3 startling tigers in white is still worth mentioning. It is not only anxious, but also loves to play. After conquering it for 10 days, I found out that this family is amazing. Since arriving at Shanhaiman after that, in addition to being afraid of sleeping around the zero chi core and usually only moving when eating, it took a long time to subdue it. The fat on the body of the 3 startled tigers in white has grown more than 1 circle. Fortunately, regardless of other things, the 3 startled tigers in white clothes have 10 days is still very central. The only order after 10 days is to remove the skin snake in time to release the 5 souls and white-clothed 3 startling tigers that he summoned and take over the battle of the Zero Overlord. It is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Shiqian subdue the 3 frightened tigers in white? When everyone in the Wang family saw the appearance of the 3 frightened tigers in white, their eyes widened. Looking at the little white Wang Dingbang who was already standing with the family leader, his eyes were even more serious. He thought there are many reasons why you can survive 10 days in Mi Ling, but I forgot that I didn't expect that Shiqian would directly subdue the 3 golden tigers in white clothes who were entangled in the mystery. That was something that even he had never done. The 3 golden tigers in white clothes and Zhuaniao were old enemies. But because he was an enemy, the 3 golden tigers in white clothes were jealous when they saw him. When he came up, he made a deadly move and grabbed one of the paws of the black bird. The next second, he followed it with a bloody mouth and a big mouth. The black bird is not easy to mess with. Time does not drag on the restraints. I just follow them and use my mouth to catch the trees of the 3 golden tigers in white clothes. I have a hand-to-hand fight. It's better for you to come and me, isn't it hot? Now let's talk about the battle between the Wang family. It's very interesting to me. Wang Dingbang vs 10 Chenqian vs 3 golden tigers in white were evenly matched in the troubled times. Among them, 10 Chen Ma Jiena was suspected of betraying Cheng Yu, as 10 Chen said in this during the period, "I want to have intercourse between people." In addition to the innate decoration, the remaining factors will basically not be included in the consideration of salary, unless one day the fire repairs widen the distance. Such as the 10 days of moving the mountain mirror. When facing Zhenlingjing's opponent directly, it might take 10 days to feel the pressure of Jishi. Just when 10 days was thinking about how to solve the battle so that it seemed clean and neat, and was a little shocked, Wang Dingbang finally felt puzzled. Zhu showed Shiqian a handful of what is called the top-level learning bird of the family. Dingbang, a great man in life, then took out a red light medicine from his arms. 10 days can force me to the Wang family. At this level, even if you live or die later, it will be enough for you to teach you to the underworld of the Ying dynasty. Wang Dingbang threw the medicine note in his hand towards the black bird. I can scold you until you can't see it, but you can't beat it. The medicine is recorded in the Fushuan bird's cry, and a layer of flames burst out, as if the fire was reborn. The moment the fire light dissipated, the appearance of the black bird changed drastically, and it actually gave birth to 9 heads. Evolved into a 9-headed flame black bird. Did you see this? This is the enemy of my Wang family. Strange news, Shiqian's expression did not change, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. If that's the case, then I'll let you, old Huo, open his eyes. Xianji Shiqian's body suddenly emitted a burst of fire and fire. Could it be that Xian Neo also has a nickname, Ace? Otherwise, why would there be a fire? This thing will be like a ruined street. In the fire, a shadow that is unique to the world will rise up in the sky. The name of the Suzaku Han, who is also a lifelong bird, exudes golden light and body flames, burns down. Shi Xiaoning couldn't help but have bigger eyes. Jukyu Mountain and Haimeng were so shocked that everyone fell to the ground. He stared at the noble and extremely noble beast in the sky and fell into deep self-doubt. Everyone knew that Shiqian was a twin. Who wouldn't expect the awakener of the 5 souls? There was no need to guess that the third 5 souls would burst out at this time yesterday. Just watching the pig blood fly out of Shiqian's body, and at a glance, it was 5 souls Shui. If it hadn't been for Sanqing 5 souls, it would have appeared Wang Hui saw with his own eyes that the person he hated the most was actually more than 715 souls. Immediately, some regretful emotions arose in his heart. He could understand this matter with his fingers, even if 705 souls were counted among the dragons and filial piety. Those 10 days were also twins with 5 souls, not to mention one with 701 pig blood, and both of them are ancient gods. The potential of such a person is small. How could he have 2 ancient mythical beasts as martial arts spirits that day? It's beyond imagination. I don't believe it. The people of the Wang family couldn't stop exclaiming. Even Chen Chuan, the very powerful Wang Dingang, secretly built the equipment. The dog was hard again and he took it off. Neng suddenly thought of something. The corners of his mouth slightly twitched and he said, "It seems that the unlucky guy named Wang is not surprised." Speaking of it, Xiao Bai, who is still a waist trainer, became a lot simpler. In his big eyes. I just saw that my brain opponent suddenly grew 8 more heads and they were still breathing flames, and it seemed that their strength had been greatly improved. However, after the submission that made him feel cordial, the old rivals' flames suddenly left each other. As if they had seen the military king, and they had a good drink and split their eyes. In an instant, all that was left of the hanging bird was the wine dog's head. The 3-hearted tiger in white clothes stretched out his hand to flick the head of the wine. The hanging bird's eyes were cracked, but when he saw the hanging bird's body was cracked and his eyes were trembling, he continued to stand upright, but his movements were extremely painful, and he showed little strength. Among the 3 painful eyes of Bai Sanjing, one paw pressed the 9-headed crack-eyed black bird down, and the other paw opened it from left to right, and there was a wave of excitement. What new toy was found? Blackbird, what are you doing? Wang Dingbang couldn't help but screamed. He came up and returned. How can you stabilize the situation and become a waste bug all of a sudden? You have been laughing for 10 days and you still don't understand. You think the blackbird is nothing more than a blackbird. It's just a bat-haired virgin. How can a real blackbird be afraid of the mythical beast? But as arrogant as you, Yi Lang, you don't know that you are coming back. At such an old age, you are simply asking for humiliation. With the 10 heavenly heads, there are hundreds of movements. But the 5 souls manifested their true bodies. With the order, he drove away Xiao Bai, who was getting more playful. He sprayed out divine fire to frighten the newly evolved wine-headed crack-eyed black bird. And was burned to ashes. The 3-hearted tiger in grey and white clothes saw that he had no toys and made an angry cry of filial piety. Immediately afterwards, he vented his anger on everyone in the Wang family. After 10 days of watching, he said, "Then you are on your way." A burst of thunder sounded from the red dragon. 75 souls rushed out and the poisonous horned beast was beaten in an instant. The crippled king helped launch the 5 souls. The head of the household in the center of Wang Hui immediately summoned his 5 souls. Qi Lin, who was in the 9,000-year-old party competition, picked up the Wang Dingang before and dared to travel far away to escape. However, the remaining Wang family members were in great danger. Before I could get over the reality of the family and the family's favorites being defeated one after another, they were already facing Qi Lin Zhuqiu and the 4 girls in white clothes and 3 golden fires. Zhao Neng even forced his brothers and sisters to follow me. I joined the Wang Dingang and returned to the provincial capital in despair. I couldn't figure out that 10 days would actually lead to 35 souls. It was impossible. It was absolutely impossible. At this time, I have Wang Hui and I know how to comfort my head. The head of the house doesn't matter to me. How could the Wang family do it because of a small hour? God save me, the former young master is still the determined one of the 5 souls of Yazi. Wang Dinggang's eyes are red with anger, but there is still hope for that little beast. The head of the family still has hope. Wang Hui feels a little guilty for saying this. Wang Dinggang bites his teeth and fucks them first. Don't you think all these people who went out to buy food have come back? Wang Hui shouted outside and asked where everyone died. The head of the house asked about the food. A Wang family member walked in from the outside with a look of shame on his face. When Wang Dingbang saw this poor report, he felt in his heart. Immediately, Gordon shouted, "Why didn't the head of the family, Liangsha, buy a fart? My Wang family spent a lot of money to buy Liang. How could it be possible that Liangsha didn't buy a house at all?" His head was almost stuffed into the withered lamp. In the end, he couldn't help but dug out and withered out. There is no need for money outside anymore. They say money is useless. Now everything you buy has to go through the gold box in the body. Wang Dingbang can write it out in one sentence. Liang acted and got married immediately. In the past, the world changed a little too fast. The quick knife made it difficult for him to accept reality. Wang Huai also felt that. The taste in his mouth was very bitter. As Zhonggu of the Wang family, he knew very well the consequences of not being able to buy food. Compared with Shu, the Shanghai alliance was already eager to put it away. 3 days and 3 nights of partying to celebrate 10 days. Since he is the awakened person of 3 lives and 5 souls, who dares to believe that Lin Qian, as a mountain and sea Mengzhou not long ago, was able to be with 10 days of beautiful twins and awakened 5 souls? It's fragrant. Boss, you're a little too annoyed. 3 lives, 5 souls and 10 days. You can stop talking so casually. Seriously, stop talking. The last cake powder is fragrant. I really can't do it. Jiaoningsing is so thin that Tiana and the Wang family won't come to us for a while. We have a lot of supplies. Should we find some excitement next? 10 random days when asked about looking for excitement. What kind of excitement do you want? Jiaoning Dao is of course too showy. Last time you went to Milin, you didn't take me with you. You have to take me with you this time no matter what. Let Zero take my hand. Anyway, I must participate in the collective action this time. After some time, I thought about it. Then you can name a place. It is at the junction of S-type and H-type.